the story of Karina Vetrano is both horrifying and baffling. Firstly, nothing seemed to miss on the day of the fateful event. The attack occurred in broad daylight in a fairly populated area. Secondly, her death has critical aspects to it. Thirdly, the investigation and sentencing of the perpetrator raised many questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina arranged to meet her father after work to spend time together. Since Miss Vetrano had moved away, family gatherings had become rare because everyone was busy with their own matters. In addition to her commitments, she was balancing two jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. There, the family shared their impressions of the past week. When Karina was about to leave, she asked if her father wanted to go jogging with her, as they often did, covering several miles together. Her father replied that he couldn't this time, due to severe back pain that nothing seemed to alleviate. Perhaps he needed a new prescription, or maybe it was just the change in weather. Mr. Vetrano offered to call a cab for Karina due to his discomfort and inability to join her run. However, the weather was beautiful, the heat had abated, and there was a fresh scent in the air, hence Karina declined his offer. She was training for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly do her good. That evening was the last time her parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy and tranquil place buried in greenery, a true paradise amongst the city's infrastructure. However, only part of the park was available for walking. The rest was covered with thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route and stay away from unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice in search of solitude. She decided to go to a grassy, deserted place. Karina's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and fell down. This rash decision cost the young woman her life. A frightening uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they had said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the calls of her parents, who were frantically trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her cell phone with herself. The anxiety was growing. Her father sensed that something was wrong and decided to seek help from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on good terms, and the high-ranking official knew that Philip would not make a fuss over nothing. After that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began searching for the young woman, combing the park area and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were brought in, since it is known the first 24 hours after the sorcery. The disappearance of a person are crucial. Law enforcement utilized all available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, along with a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing paths and wading through tall grass, all while making phone calls. As dusk fell, he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's phone. Maybe she lost it and just didn't let them know? Philip approached, headed toward police officers, deciding to continue picking his way through the thicket, stepping into the grass. As he ventured further, Philip stumbled upon something soft, a partially undressed female body lying face down. When he turned it over, a familiar face stared back at him. A desperate scream escaped from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't simply lost her phone as he had initially believed. His little girl didn't answer her phone because life had been cruelly taken from her. The crushing realization of what had transpired overwhelmed Mr. Vetrano. The police, hearing the screaming and yelling, quickly rushed to him. They dragged Philip away from his daughter's body, explaining that it was now a crime scene. They emphasized that anything in the vicinity could be considered evidence and implored him not to touch anything to prevent tampering. On the journey home, Mr. Vetrano was lost in thought, tormented by how to break the news of their daughter's death to his wife. Images of past memories flooded his mind. He recalled vividly how on July 12, 1986, in Queens, their second daughter was born. From an early age, Philip had been proud of Karina. She was obedient and well-mannered. He remembered taking her to school for the first time and how excellently she performed academically. Her strong educational foundation enabled her to earn advanced degrees. Corina graduated from St. John's University with a master's in speech pathology. She always dreamed of aiding children and worked tirelessly with autistic kids. Corina loved traveling and writing and had a passion for sports, especially running, an interest she shared with Philip, which brought them closer together. He recalled how closely he scrutinized her suitors out of paternal jealousy, eager for her to find true love and eventually establish a strong family like his own with Kathy. He hoped for wonderful grandchildren. The return journey felt endless. As they approached the house, Mr. Vitrano paused at the entrance and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he didn't need to explain anything to her. She understood everything from her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Soon, Corina's relatives and friends learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from the shock. Believing in the sudden death of the young woman was hard, let alone its violent nature. Ms. Vitrano had been subjected to a brutal attack. This was the conclusion reached by investigators. At first glance, it was obvious that the woman had resisted. Even in death, her fists remained clenched. Bruises and abrasions were found on her once young and healthy body, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy showed that the back of the victim's skull had been damaged by a blunt object, probably a stone. However, the cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination also revealed the intimate nature of the crime violence. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were found under the victim's fingernails, probably in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and found teeth knocked out and cracked in places. She had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck was covered with numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, trying to force her attacker to let go of her. Shortly after this tragedy, new information leaked to the media from Princeton, Massachusetts. Another jogger's body was found among tall grass. The woman had apparently also been out for a walk in a secluded place and suffered a similar fate. At first glance, these cases seemed identical, raising questions about another potential serial offender. In the United States, geneticists took charge of the case, tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from the crime scenes. Fortunately, unidentified samples were found on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis showed no connection between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. It's well known that most lethal crimes are committed by someone close to the victim. Thus, police couldn't ignore any possibility. To this end, the victim's father provided his DNA since he was first to discover his daughter's body. Later on, all of her relatives also underwent a DNA test which yielded no matches. Detectives then decided to interview Corina's family and friends to find out if she had any enemies or ill wishes. It turned out there were none. She was respected and loved by everyone. Investigators developed a new theory. Someone acted on base motives upon meeting Corina in a secluded place and attacked her. Feeling stuck, they sought public help by offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread response. Detectives explored some 250 leads, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled more than 1,700 reports, all to no avail. It seemed like the perpetrator hadn't committed crimes before, or at least hadn't been caught for them, complicating things further. On August 31st, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station with significant information at the time of Ms. Vitrano's death. He found himself in a restricted area of the park one day. Suddenly, a man emerged from the bushes and took off running in a Notley direction. Because of his testimony, the New York Police Department created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, they considered that the person shown in the sketch might have just been a passerby caught at the wrong place and time. Unfortunately, releasing this sketch didn't provide any new leads, and the investigation fell into another long stalemate. On December 4th, 2016, the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined in to help solve Corina Vitrano's case. At first, they developed a psychological profile of the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, this individual was very familiar with the area, especially the park where everything occurred, suggesting he might live or continue to live nearby. Fearing capture now, he seems to avoid that area. It was evident he knew that the quiet and partially overgrown territory was perfect for hiding his actions. Based on this idea, police conducted screenings among local African American men. However, this didn't bring about any breakthroughs. Let's going to take a look about Chanel Lewis. Chanel Lewis' life didn't stand out much from other young African American individuals. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing complexes, approximately 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park, was unemployed and living with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. One detail setting him apart was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Yet this did not stop him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Former classmates remembered Chanel as a quiet loner, who constantly faced bullying. One shared that even girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer noted that while Lewis sometimes fought back, he wasn't effective at it and often got ridiculed for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie and would smirk and walk away when things got tough, earning him the unfortunate nickname African Lizard. 17-year-old Danielle Munes, a fellow student, described Chanel as a bright student with good grades. "He liked to show me funny videos on the bus," she recalled. "I never saw him being cruel." Some sources reported that the young man once claimed he wanted to harm all the girls during his time in middle school, even posing the question, "What happens if I bring a knife to school?" Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school to which Chanel was transferred, commented on this. "We received no reports of threats in middle school. During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanctions. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students." Nonetheless, Chanel was a troubled teenager who often experienced bullying. He dreamed of working in social services, aspiring to help those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets frequently and visit the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police, 2 for violations in Spring Creek and 1 for urinating in public in May 2016. Another incident happened when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his store with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's ID and released him as he had no prior incidents. However, this information was retained by the police and later played a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death. In February 2017, Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, remembered something significant. He had repeatedly seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park. Russo even attempted to follow him once, intrigued by his behavior. The young man walked slowly and stopped for long periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting them for potential burglaries. However, Rousseau lost sight of him when he contacted his colleagues by phone. Following a store owner's report of suspicious activity, a teenager matching Chanel's description came to the police's attention 2 months into the investigation. Detective Rousseau recalled this wanderer, thinking he might have seen or heard something relevant. Investigators then focused on Chanel Lewis. After Detective Rousseau took a closer look at his file, Chanel's peculiarities had raised their interest. The police began inquiries about him, questioning acquaintances and teachers. It emerged that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news stirred significant concern and suspicion. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was discovered that during Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. After an argument with his family, he had gone to the park. Upon his return, his appearance was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Lewis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, mostly cuts, and he also had an injured hand. The investigators reviewed the medical records from that day and found the story plausible. However, they noted similarities between events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. On February 4, 2017, Chanel was brought to the police station and voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Detectives wondered if a perpetrator would willingly do this. The interrogation began on the morning of February 5th. Lewis admitted that he was indeed in the park around 5 p.m. on August 2, 2016, but clarified he was walking on dirt paths, listening to music, not through thickets. He confessed to encountering a young woman jogging with her phone in her hand. When asked by detectives if something happened when he encountered her, nodded and quietly said yes. When I met a woman alone, he began again. I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders and threw her to the ground, then hit her face about 5 times so she couldn't scream. He recalled how his punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring his own hand in the process, echoing details eerily consistent with earlier evidence they had gathered. He also mentioned that the struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Miss Atrano fiercely resisted by biting. To avoid drawing attention, Lewis dragged her off the path into Tall, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was horrified, but kept resisting. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was no longer alive. When asked if he knew the victim beforehand, he replied, "I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance." The motive for the act was unexpected and bizarre. Loud music played by a neighborhood gang member for hours had triggered Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman. A strange reason indeed. Investigators, confusion faded when DNA comparison results matched perfectly. Microscopic traces found on the victim's body and phone belonged to Chanel. Consequently, the police and prosecutor concluded the case was solved and ready for court. However, the motive still seemed unlikely. It's possible Chanel had noticed Karina before, since he often went to that park. He might have seen her with her father, liked her, and decided to approach her. After being rejected, he became furious and attacked her, causing the situation to spiral out of control. This scenario would have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his previous statements to authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, facing him with a sentence ranging from 25 years to life imprisonment. The debate over Lewis's guilt not only unfolded in the courtroom, but also spilled over into the media. Lewis's defense team stirred things up by pointing out alleged legal violations during his arrest. Along with several news outlets, they claimed racial bias and discrimination. However, the judge dismissed these allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation complied with legal standards. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis findings, while the defense argued that this evidence was insufficient and contaminated due to many people at the crime scene, including Karina's father, who discovered her body. Forensic biologist Linda Rossano stated that odds of the DNA belonging to someone other than Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also introduced Lewis's phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which raised questions about what sin Chanel hoped to atone for. The release of Lewis's confession video sparked further controversy. His lawyers argued he was under immense pressure, leading to a coerced confession. They suspected police might have fabricated evidence. The recording commenced only after Lewis was pressured, raising concerns that the search of his home violated protocols. The defense suggested that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially mishandled. With public pressure mounting for an arrest, they argued Lewis became a scapegoat. The jury was deeply influenced by the defense's compelling arguments. After considering both sides, jurors could not reach a conclusive verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial. A retrial was initially scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later postponed to March 2019. Following 5 hours of deliberation during the retrial, Chanel Lewis was ultimately found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life without parole on July 23, 2019. The defense employed delay tactics by citing an anonymous source to allege misconduct by a juror, suggesting jury pressure and conspiracy. A case that seemed straightforward at first sparked widespread prejudices and fears in society. Karina Vitrano's tragic death affected many, serving as a stark reminder for women to remain vigilant about their safety. Blackburn family, on the morning of November 10, 2015, a car was parked outside a home on Sunnyfield Court. Davy Blackburn had returned from his daily gym workout. Just as he was about to step out of his car, a phone call delayed him for a few minutes. After concluding the call, Davy leisurely exited his vehicle and entered his house. Upon opening the door, he froze. His gym bag slipped from his hands. His wife lay on the living room floor in a pool of blood. Confused and deeply shocked, he rushed to her side, felt for a pulse, and immediately dialed emergency services. The young woman was still alive, though the living room was in disarray. Items were scattered everywhere, and her purse was emptied. Upstairs, their small child was crying. Emergency services arrived within 8 minutes. Police officers and investigators filled the house right after it was cordoned off. Amanda Blackburn was urgently transported to the hospital. Now let's pivot back to understand more about Amanda's background so we don't miss vital details of this tragic story. Amanda Grace Bears was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan. She went to school in Indianapolis, Indiana, until her family moved to Elkhart in 1995. There she graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 and later earned an associate degree from Pensacola Christian College in Florida by 2008. Amanda grew up in a deeply religious family, where Christianity and God's teachings were central tenets of their lives. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart. Thus, church sermons and psalter were ingrained in her from childhood. She knew them by heart and honored them wholly. While other children raced toward adulthood's temptations like parties and first loves, Amanda's passion lay in her faith and her dream of serving Jesus faithfully. Amanda was a blonde-haired, slim girl with a welcoming smile and genuine intentions. Not just beautiful on the outside, Amanda's thoughts and heart were pure. In every action, she displayed love for her neighbor. As a teenager, she took a vow of chastity, promising not to even kiss a man until marriage, and she always kept her word. Amanda's heart raced when she met Davy Blackburn, her true love. A native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Davy studied religion at Southern Wesleyan University and came from a devout Christian family. The two met on a blind date at a Hawk Nelson concert organized by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. At the time, they attended different colleges, but spent every vacation together. Their relationship was purely platonic and free from earthly desires. They enjoyed walks together and shared intimate thoughts and favorite excerpts from church books. Their bond grew stronger as they found joy in simple things and joked sincerely with each other. Once before returning to school, they had a playful milkshake drinking contest which Amanda lost. Davy teasingly called her Milk Girl, realizing then that she was the one he wanted to marry. The couple maintained a long-distance relationship for quite some time, constantly messaging via messengers, calling each other, and chatting for hours. They spent every vacation together. Their respect for the seriousness of their relationship led them to see a psychologist to learn how to communicate properly. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy Blackburn were married. After the wedding, Davy told friends that from the moment he kissed Amanda, he knew there was a special bond between them, a part of God's plan. For the first 4 years after their marriage, the Blackburns lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church under Pastor Perry Noble. But the young man wanted more, and he suggested to Amanda that they move to Indianapolis to organize a new church for youth. Amanda was reluctant to leave her family and part with her loved ones. For a time, she struggled with the need to leave South Carolina. Eventually, she relented after her husband told her that God must have big things in store for them. In 2012, the Blackburns moved from South Carolina to Indianapolis to plant an independent high-profile church on the city's north side. The religious organization started by the young family focused on young people, as made clear in the weekly videos they posted on their website, which discussed relationship advice, conflict resolution, and biblical perspectives on intimate relationships. By 2014, the family had welcomed their firstborn child, Weston Blackburn. They were perfectly happy with their comfortable home on a quiet street and their favorite roles within the church. This church was regularly attended by many young people who listened to and believed in their sermons. The family lived in perfect harmony and understanding. However, everything changed on November 10, 2015. Ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence in the 2800 block of Sunnyfield Court around 8 a.m. The pregnant young woman was rushed to the hospital where she was hooked up to a ventilator and underwent several resuscitations. Sadly, Amanda died the next day along with her unborn baby. As it turned out, the family had been expecting a baby girl who was named Evie Grace at her burial. Her death sparked significant sympathy and prayers on social media over an extended period of time, as friends, family members, and strangers mourned Amanda with public posts. On November 11th, the day Amanda was officially declared dead, Davy released an official statement saying that Amanda made it her life's calling to love and serve everyone. She dedicated her life to knowing Jesus as her personal savior, and through her passing and legacy, countless others will come to a saving faith in Christ. I firmly believe that God remains good, turning our tragedy into triumph, and that indeed the best is yet to come, Davy wrote. The murder of the pregnant woman was not only a devastating blow to the entire family, but also a profound shock to the entire state. People demanded that those responsible for Amanda and her unborn child's death be brought to justice. In his first interview, Davy Blackburn recounted finding his wife Amanda injured and unconscious on the living room floor. She was partially unclothed, with her underwear lying nearby and herself lying face down in a pool of blood. The pastor informed investigators that he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the fitness center for a workout. When he departed, he left the door unlocked. He mentioned this habit during his statement, saying, "You always do that too, don't you? You leave and don't lock the door." While it's hard to say whether securing the door would have prevented this tragedy entirely, it's evident that it made entry much easier for the criminals involved. Unfortunately, Amanda did not have precious time to contact emergency services, resulting in an attack that left her with 3 gunshot wounds, one of them being fatal. No arrests were made in the days immediately following this heinous crime. However, police quickly determined that Davy Blackburn was not involved in this horrific incident. Trial transcripts reveal additional details from Davy Blackburn's testimony, alongside accounts from witnesses such as Scott Floyd, an emergency medical paramedic from the Indianapolis Fire Department who arrived at their home following Davy's 911 call. According to Scott Floyd's testimony, upon arrival they found Davy Blackburn outside at the end of the driveway with blood on his hands, but maintaining a very calm demeanor. Scott Floyd stated that Blackburn appeared not to fully comprehend what had transpired with Amanda when they reached him at their residence. Davy claimed he came home from the gym at about 7:30 a.m. and continued his phone call with his friend Kenneth Wagner in the driveway. He occasionally got out, strolled down the driveway, and peeked through the front door window to see if baby Weston was awake. He said he finished his call, entered his home at 8:10 a.m., and found Amanda lying face down on the floor. He thought she was sick or unconscious. He called emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Took him 12 minutes to make that call. In an emergency situation, 12 minutes is quite a long time. He repeatedly said he thought something had gone wrong with the pregnancy, and maybe she'd gotten dizzy and fallen. Did he not notice after 12 minutes that there was brain matter about 5 feet away from her body? Emergency room Dr. Scott Floyd testified that the blood on her head was coagulated, leading him to believe that the gunshot had occurred a couple of hours earlier, but those transcripts were not made public. Davy was asked if he had called anyone else after dialing 911. He said he called his father next. Defense attorneys did not cross-examine Davy Blackburn. Authorities corroborated his story with surveillance footage from the gym. Thus, he was not among the suspects. An autopsy conducted on November 12th showed Amanda suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. She also had a gunshot wound to her lower left arm that went through her biceps and another one that entered and exited her upper back. Multiple scratches were found on her left cheek along with a split lip and a knocked-out lower tooth. These injuries indicated a possible struggle between Amanda and her attacker. A thorough investigation was launched. CCTV footage from nearby streets was examined. Neighbors and family acquaintances were interviewed as well. One neighbor reported hearing gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house. Another neighbor, Reginald Townsall, mentioned their street wasn't known for incidents like this and expressed shock by stating that the Blackburns didn't deserve this tragedy. Everyone thought highly of the Blackburn family. They were seen as wonderful and loving people by their community. Based on Amanda's injuries and the missing bank cards as well as MacBook bag, robbery seemed to be an initial theory during this investigation. On the morning of November 10, 2015, several emergency calls were made reporting home invasions at various residences near Blackburn's home. Around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported waking up to find her cell phone, laptop, purse, and keys missing from her apartment. Her car was also gone from the parking lot. The sliding glass door to her apartment was open. 3 hours later, another woman reported a burglary. Someone had broken through the patio screen and entered the house. According to police reports, for televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, a pink women's sweater, a remote control, a bag of oranges, and bedding were missing from the residence. Just 5 minutes after that second call, another individual from Sunnyfield Court contacted emergency services. This time it was Davy Blackburn. Lieutenant Richard of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that police were investigating potential connections between this homicide and the other burglaries in the same neighborhood that morning. Police have not disclosed details about the ongoing investigation to maintain its integrity. However, after obtaining images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, they released these images to the public for assistance in identifying and helping with the investigation. Davy Blackburn expressed confidence that the police department was doing everything within their power to apprehend his wife's perpetrator. Investigators assured him that they had unprecedented support to continue their investigation and were optimistic that promising leads would soon help identify those responsible. Key clues instrumental in tracking down 3 suspects included a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt. The receipt and sweater were discovered in a stolen Chrysler Sebring, used during the robberies. Authorities recovered this vehicle on November 11th, near Blackburn's home. The debit card listed on the receipt matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen card. Investigators obtained a warrant to examine ATM camera footage and discovered video showing the driver concealing his face with a stolen pink sweater. Police relied on DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witnesses' testimonies to identify those responsible for these crimes. The results from the DNA testing of the sweater confirmed that J.N. Watson was one of the suspects. Watson's identification marked the first significant breakthrough in the case, as indicated in the affidavit. Cell phone records were obtained because Watson's number was already in the database due to his parole for a prior burglary. Subsequently, Diana Gordon's cell phone records were also retrieved. These records demonstrated that both Watson's and Gordon's cell phones were present in the vicinity when the crime occurred. The phone records further disclosed that Gordon and Watson were near the Chase Bank, where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of the murder. Larry Taylor emerged as a critical piece of information when police examined surveillance footage from the area. This footage enabled them to identify Taylor's phone number and trace his address. In the subsequent days, reports surfaced indicating that a firearm had been located near the Blackburn residence. According to police, an individual delivered this gun to the Broad Ripple Fire Department, claiming they had found it outside the couple's home. Crime lab technicians analyzed the weapon over 2 weeks of investigation and detective work. Police eventually charged 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jolyn Watson with Amanda Blackburn's murder. Another individual, 24-year-old Diana Gordon, who was suspected of burglary, was arrested for a parole violation and not charged with a felony. She did not enter Blackburn's home during the incident. The crime lab confirmed that a gun found near Amanda Blackburn's home was indeed used in committing the crime. All 3 suspects were taken into custody. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda twice, explaining he acted out of fear she might scratch him after she jumped on him. After she fell over, he leaned down and shot her in the back of her head, subsequently watching her bleed to death. The criminal trio intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. They chose their target upon noticing that Amanda's husband had left their front door unlocked when he went to the gym. Inside, they confronted Amanda to prevent her from interfering. During this confrontation, Taylor struck her with a gun. Watson and Gordon saw the woman and decided it was time to leave. They already had the stolen bank cards, so they went searching for an ATM. After failing to withdraw $500 from one, they successfully obtained $1,400 from another. This is when CCTV captured them. They then headed back to the Blackburn house to pick up Taylor. In their absence, a struggle took place inside. Amanda, regaining consciousness after being struck, lunged at the intruder. He tackled her in response. Following this, Taylor placed the stolen debit cards in the accomplice's car, who was at an ATM during the crime. Upon their return, he confessed to shooting Amanda, according to court records. The Blackburn home was their third target on November 10th. Earlier, in their first break-in, they stole a laptop, wallet, and car while the residents slept. Inside that home, they noticed a recording camera, but moved on regardless. Next, they broke into another house through a patio window and stole 4 televisions, a laptop, jewelry, a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that later helped police identify them. Court documents detailed this evidence collected against the suspects. The crucial piece was Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater used to cover his face from surveillance as he tried withdrawing cash with Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with authorities in return for reduced sentences. Larry Taylor waived his right to remain silent and admitted being near the burglary scene, but claimed confusion about his activities. Formal charges were brought by the county prosecutor. Larry Taylor faces 13 charges, including felony murder, after knowingly killing Amanda Blackburn. Jalen Watson is charged with felony murder, along with multiple counts of burglary and theft. Diana Gordon, already in custody for parole violation, also faces burglary charges. Additionally, there was a 4th person aware of these crimes but not actively participating in them. He was questioned and released. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit worked with the gang unit and federal marshals to arrest Taylor. Police Chief Rick Height praised the cooperation that led to the arrest. The detectives worked tirelessly all day without sleep to solve the murders in the city. With assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice was served. Because the victim was pregnant, prosecutors said they might consider filing additional charges related to the fetus. Even though the woman's underwear had been removed and her shirt pulled up, they stated there was no evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial took place in December 2021, but it ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared information about the case with other jurors. This disclosure interrupted the trial, leading to a mistrial being declared. The final trial took place in October 2022. Jury selection was more thorough this time. Over 100 individuals were considered as potential jurors, each having to fill out a 16-page questionnaire for attorneys to evaluate if a fair verdict could be reached. Larry Joe Taylor received an 86-year sentence at the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and for additional charges related to a home burglary. Diana Gordon and Jalen Watson agreed to plea deals and testified against Larry Taylor during the trial. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Jalen Watson and Larry Taylor are currently incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. A murder conviction in Indiana can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Prosecutors filed a motion to enhance Larry Taylor's sentence, potentially adding up to an additional 20 years since Amanda Blackburn was pregnant at the time of her death. Davy Blackburn, Amanda's husband and a church pastor, expressed relief that those responsible for his wife's death have been apprehended and will no longer pose a threat to anyone else. Amanda Blackburn's death has touched the hearts of many people, including the chief executive. Her funeral at a Christian church was attended by more than 2,000 individuals. Among those in attendance was Governor Mike Pence. The resident church has set up a donation page to assist with Amanda Blackburn's funeral and medical expenses. Davy Blackburn expressed hope for a judicial system that will wisely handle those responsible for his family's immense pain. Remarkably, he has consistently reported that he has chosen to forgive Amanda's killers. "I was very relieved to learn of the arrest," he told reporters. "Although everything inside me wants to hate, be angry, and despair, I choose the path of forgiveness, grace, and hope." The case of Danilo Cavalcante. On July 3, 1989, a child was born in the municipality of Estu in the state of Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was given the common Portuguese name, Danilo. This child experienced a tough upbringing. He wasn't spoon-fed or comforted with bedtime stories. No one took him by the hand to school when he reached school age. Instead, like many children in his impoverished neighborhood, he grew up on the streets. The environment for adults and children in Brazil's favelas is marked by oppressive poverty, low living standards, and high unemployment. All these factors contribute to a thriving street crime culture. When growing up in such conditions, amid dirt, poverty, and lack of basic human necessities, one's instincts for self-preservation kick in. People survive as best they can or choose to. Unfortunately, most often someone who has known only violence from childhood may take the same violent path since they know no other way. Our story today delves into the horrific brutality and relentless obsession that can destroy lives. Such events unfolded recently. In 2019, Sarah Brando eagerly awaited the arrival of her younger sister Deborah and her two nephews, Ian and Yasmin, at the airport. After a failed relationship with her children's father, Deborah, who was 30 at the time, driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, moved from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly adapted to their new environment, enjoying their cozy home and improved living standards. Deborah Brando and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They worked together at a cleaning service and often stayed connected via phone calls throughout the day. Their lives were quiet and happy as they embraced their newfound circumstances in another country. However, an unexpected acquaintance altered their destinies forever. In 2020, while spending a day off with her children at a park, Deborah met Danilo Cavalcante, a compatriot who was 31 years old at that time. A trusting relationship swiftly developed between them. Danilo was attentive and kind to both Deborah and her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor Danilo Cavalcante and believed she had found a dependable partner. After several months into their relationship, they rented a small house together and began living as one cohesive family unit. After some time, Danilo, whose temperament was often hot and emotional, began to lose interest in the apparent perfection of their family life. As he grew closer to Deborah, his jealousy and obsession intensified. Mistrust without basis gradually transformed into a need for total control over the relationship. Frequent conflicts erupted between the couple, often culminating in violence. Danilo would drink heavily every night and return home as a completely different person, almost like an angered animal. He demanded complete submission and obedience from Deborah, punishing her severely in front of her children when she resisted. Despite her strength and efforts to defend herself and protect her children, the situation became untenable for Deborah. Unable to endure such treatment any longer, she moved back to her sister's home. After numerous threats from Danilo, Deborah sought protection by going to the police and subsequently obtaining an order of protection from the court that prohibited him from approaching her. Despite her attempts to distance herself from him, Danilo pursued her aggressively, often resorting to threats of violence if she even considered ending their relationship permanently. Fearing for her safety, Deborah decided to investigate Danilo's background. She reached out to acquaintances in Brazil through social media and unearthed startling information about his past life and his reasons for coming to the United States. To her shock, she discovered that Danilo was not who he had claimed to be. On November 5, 2017, in Brazil, Danilo had fatally wounded a 20-year-old student named Walter Jr. Moreira dos Reis by shooting him 5 times near a restaurant in Figueroa for something as trivial as a car repair debt. Investigation revealed that the two men were friends before this tragic incident occurred. Following the crime, Brazilian authorities issued an arrest warrant after granting the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention. However, Danilo managed to leave Brazil through Brasilia International Airport due to procedural disagreements within the judicial system that delayed registering this decision in the National Warrant Registry. This discovery left Deborah stunned as she realized how much danger she was truly in by merely being associated with Danilo Cavalcante. It wasn't until 7 months after the crime that Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. In June 2018, a warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil. Upon entering Puerto Rico, Cavalcante obtained a fake ID and eventually settled in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where his sister lived. Upon discovering Danilo's true identity, Deborah issued an ultimatum: leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. Unfortunately, this decision proved fatal. On the evening of April 18, 2021, Deborah was walking with her children outside her house. The children were playing catch-up while Deborah chatted quietly with an elderly neighbor. When Danilo Cavalcante approached and pulled Deborah aside for a conversation, the neighbor looked on but did not intervene. The discussion initially appeared calm. However, at one moment, Cavalcante produced 2 knives and attacked her. Deborah fell to the ground as he stabbed her multiple times. Despite her children's pleas for him to stop hurting their mother, he continued in a frenzy, inflicting a total of 38 stab wounds. A neighbor witnessing this brutal act attempted to administer emergency aid and stop the bleeding while Deborah's daughter ran to get help and call emergency services. Deborah Brando was rushed to a hospital but succumbed to her injuries. Meanwhile, Danilo Cavalcante fled Pennsylvania to evade capture and remained on the run for several hours until apprehended by Virginia State Police. He was extradited back to Pennsylvania and placed under arrest pending trial. On August 16, 2023, in Chester County, Danilo Cavalcante's trial for first-degree murder commenced. The investigation revealed that Cavalcante had refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah through regular domestic violence since 2020. During the trial, Deborah's sobbing child testified, repeatedly recounting the terrifying events of that day. It took the jury only 15 minutes to convict Cavalcante. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Following the verdict announcement, Cavalcante was transferred to Chester County Jail in Pocopson, where he awaited transfer to a federal prison. On August 31, 2023, around 9 a.m., an inmate managed to escape from Chester County Jail. Utilizing a chimney, he scaled the wall between 2 narrow hallways and ascended through the chimney to the roof. Avoiding the barbed wire fences, he broke free. Surveillance footage captured him in the tight space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He used his arms and legs to ascend upward, eventually running across the roof. From there, he climbed over the fence and pushed through the barbed wire to gain freedom. Prison officials were well aware of vulnerabilities identified after Igor Balti's escape and believed they had addressed them adequately. Officials thought that adding barbed wire after a similar escape attempt by an inmate named Igor Balti just months earlier would prevent any jailbreaks. Acting Warden Howard Holland stated that according to court documents in May, inmate Igor Balti had climbed onto the roof of the jail and jumped to a less secure location, but was captured less than a mile from the prison, within about 5 minutes. In response to this urgent matter, the prison was locked down, initiating a massive search for Danilo Cavalcante, considered particularly dangerous. Alerts were issued everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, age 33, with black hair and possibly armed and very dangerous. The escape of such a dangerous felon gained significant media attention. The search for this fugitive was broadcast daily across all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief overseeing the search held regular press conferences and briefings, providing residents with precise information about this special operation. He urged residents not to stay on the sidelines, but to take an active role through vigilance and observation to help determine the perpetrator's route. And it worked. About a few hours after the escape, Danilo Cavalcante was spotted walking along a road about 2 miles from the prison. With the help of reports from local residents, Cavalcante was seen on camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd. Police set up a search perimeter around the area, securing roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's potential escape, and put up a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in the heavily wooded area of Pocopson Township in Chester County. A local resident saw the fugitive in a creek bed just days after the escape, but he fled into the woods before police could find him. The search continued and the perimeter expanded after he spent about a week on the run. A security camera captured Cat all that day. Search and rescue arrived on the scene at approximately 6 p.m. that night. However, it became dark and an onslaught of rain and snow made the search more difficult. The creek called Cold Creek near the home turned from a narrow stream into what was described by an investigator as a raging river. Hundreds of people spent long hours looking for Megan for days with no success. Investigators do not believe Megan was abducted. They believe instead she most likely wandered off and drowned in a nearby stream, or was attacked by wild animals such as a grizzly bear. It rained and snowed for 10 days after Megan's disappearance. If she was exposed to the elements, she could not have survived very long. An extensive search of the Street Ignatius area turned up no sign of her. Her father came from Colorado to search for his daughter and would ride the area on horseback and examine animal scat for any trace of her clothing, but was unsuccessful. Megan's family believed she was abducted by a stranger to be raised as their own. Megan's mother claimed she was never known to wander off and doesn't believe she would go near the creek. Nobody in Megan's family is considered a suspect in her case, and neither of her parents were suspected to have harmed Megan or played a role in her disappearance. If Megan were alive today, she would be 43 years old. Megan's brother Joseph went on to graduate from the University of Colorado at Boulder. Sadly, he was among the more than 20 American tourists reported missing and presumed dead in the devastating South Asian tsunami that killed over 2,300 people in Thailand in 2004. Case of Brett Ryan. Brett grew up in a prosperous and large Canadian family. His parents, Bill and Susan, had 4 sons. Brett's parents tried to teach him through their own actions. His father held a prestigious job at the Toronto Star Daily newspaper and had various hobbies like sports, yoga, and psychology. Likewise, Susan was very hardworking. Their entire household rested on her shoulders. She not only devoted time to her husband and children, but also managed the huge house in Toronto's prestigious area without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. Just like his older brothers, Brett went to university after high school. He always aimed to be better than his siblings, so he advertised painting services in a local newspaper for Toronto residents' houses and fences. Initially, things went well. He made his first earnings and Susan was proud of him, often using him as an example for others. However, making money as a part-time job is one thing. Dropping out of university to spend all your time inhaling paint fumes without proper education is another matter altogether. After some time in university, decided to drop out. For the first couple of years after this decision, Brett still felt confident compared to his older brothers. After a while, when Christopher and Leland graduated and found jobs in their fields, Brett's authority began to Christopher started working for the City of Toronto Transit Commission and Leland, the family artist and designer. Following their studies, they moved out of their parents' home. Brett, to avoid spending part of his earnings on rent, stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother who attended a school for gifted children. With each passing year, Brett grew more desperate due to his mounting debts and his inability to pay them off. He developed depression. By 2007, when Brett was already 26 years old, his debt had ballooned past $60,000. Although Brett was considered an intelligent individual, he did know how to effectively use his mind. He always put on a cheerful face and helped everyone around him. He was a participant in volunteer initiatives. Consequently, no one could fathom the depth of despair within him. Eventually, a fateful moment arrived when nothing could be done. On October 28, 2007, Brett had no work orders for house painting or any other tasks around the house. Orders were always scarce in the fall, since everyone typically painted their houses in spring or summer. With winter approaching and no prospects for earnings, there was no time to wait. Brett donned all the old clothes he had in his closet, a hat, a long sweater from his older brother, and a scarf knitted by his mother. This particular scarf was comically long. Brett hadn't worn it before, but now found it useful. He wrapped it around his face, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, and headed for the bank, located on the outskirts of his neighborhood. Clutching some thick folder, Brett waited for his turn at the bank. When an employee finally summoned him, he approached her and quietly informed her that he had a gun with him. He instructed her to take all the money out of the bank's cash register and give it to him. The girl, shaken with trembling hands, handed him all the cash from the register. Brett then quietly exited the building to avoid drawing the attention of the guards. Once outside, he ran. Upon counting the stolen money, he realized it amounted to just over $1,000. This sum was far from sufficient to clear his debts. He calculated that robbing about 60 banks would be necessary to meet his financial obligations. Despite how improbable that seemed, saw no alternative. In the initial days following the robbery, Brett was consumed with fear that the police might track him down. To avoid detection, he refrained from going home and informed his mother that he had a job in a neighboring town. Instead, he spent nights in his car, cautiously approaching his house periodically to check if any police cars were hidden nearby. Each visit confirmed silence and no signs of pursuit. This reassured Brett that his plan was working. The success of the first robbery led to more, a second, a third, and a fourth. Each time, Brett took precautions to change his appearance by wearing different clothes, purchased secondhand or even retrieved from trash and burning them afterwards. He also invested in a fake beard from a costume store, since bank employees always mentioned his beard in their testimonies. News outlets in Toronto began covering stories about the bearded robber, but despite this notoriety, he never managed to gain substantial amounts through these crimes, the most being just $3,000 per robbery. Brett's hit a snag when police identified his vehicle on surveillance cameras and traced it back to his residence. Lacking solid evidence for an arrest, law enforcement decided simply to monitor him closely. For about 15 days following this new development, refrained from further robberies, even though no more than 3 or 4 days typically passed between crimes before this. His unusual hiatus led some officers to believe they were tailing an innocent person and wasting resources on a dead end. But then fortune turned in favor of law enforcement. Brett left the house, got into a car, and later exited not far from the bank. Wearing a different and unusual outfit, he entered the branch and remained there for some time. Upon leaving, he was immediately apprehended by the police, who announced that the much-discussed bearded robber had finally been caught. Brett had been under investigation for 7 months and was charged with armed robbery. Interestingly, despite having a gun permit, the bearded robber always entered the bank unarmed. He did not even carry a kitchen knife. In total, faced 19 charges and was subsequently imprisoned. Brett and his family filed multiple appeals, which led to only 8 of the 19 counts being upheld. However, Brett didn't stop there. At the first opportunity to apply for parole, he submitted a petition. In it, he requested consideration of his severe depression, caused by 2 failed relationships and substantial debt. Additionally, he emphasized that he committed these crimes without intending to harm anyone and without carrying any weapons. His remarks were taken, however, to secure early release from prison. He had to undergo sessions with a psychologist. These sessions had a positive impact on Brett's behavior and mindset while incarcerated. During this period, he did not communicate with his family but eventually took steps to mend those relationships. The positive changes were recognized by the commissioners overseeing his case. Consequently, on November 24, 2010, Brett was released from prison. Nonetheless, this hard-won freedom turned out to be more challenging than anticipated. Before becoming known as Brett the Bank Robber, he was simply a painter burdened with personal struggles. Post-incarceration life proved difficult. Few companies were willing to hire an ex-convict with such a tainted background. Even when hired for house painting services, clients would cancel upon recognizing him as the infamous bearded robber. The social repercussions extended to his family as well. Neighbors who once praised Susan's garden began spreading unpleasant rumors about them. The Ryan family decided to sell their house hastily and move to Scarborough, where Susan started cultivating her new garden afresh. Despite these challenges, Brett managed to find employment at a trading company. However, his salary was modest. His parents also assisted financially in helping him rebuild his life and continue his university education. Brett continued to see a psychologist. Each session, the specialist advised him not to sever ties with his family. The psychologist's advice proved effective. However, Brett's financial situation remained precarious. Then, in September 2011, a significant positive event occurred in his life. He met Kristen Baxter. Kristen was an exceptional girl. She owned an apartment with windows that offered stunning view of the sea, which provided the young couple with a picturesque landscape to enjoy. She was also athletic, maintaining excellent physical condition. Crucially, she was unconcerned about Brett's past. As a couple, they traveled periodically and had even visited Australia. Brett's parents were delighted to observe his relationship with Kristen flourish. They were confident that Kristen would encourage him to advance in life and secure his place in society. Life seemed to improve for Brett until his father passed away. This loss profoundly affected him and triggered a return of depressive symptoms. Consequently, he had to increase his visits to the psychologist and spend time supporting his mother, both emotionally and financially. Despite his limited resources, realizing that their relationship needed to advance beyond casual dating, given their maturity, decided to make a commitment to Kristen. He had saved some money and discussed his intentions with his mother. He expressed his desire to propose to Kristen, the goal being a memorable proposal she couldn't refuse. Understanding her son's intention, Susan provided additional funds for him to purchase an engagement ring. Notably, the couple had previously discussed their future together, and it was clear that Kristen did not require an extravagant gift or similar symbols of commitment. Brett's proposal to Kristen meant the world to her, signaling his serious intentions. Despite this, he decided to go the extra mile and purchased a gold ring adorned with a sizable diamond for his beloved. Naturally, Kristen accepted his proposal. From there, they began planning their wedding. Brett, with all of Kristen's decisions, nodding in approval. However, the rising costs and financial implications unsettled him. He started worrying about his career prospects and financial stability. Determined to secure a stable job, Brett found an engineering position at a prominent tech company online. He meticulously prepared his resume and applied for the job. To his delight, he was invited for an interview and subsequently received a job offer. Elated by the news, Brett shared it with Kristen and his mother. Eager to make a good impression at his new job, he asked his mother for money to purchase an expensive suit. As always, she didn't refuse him. Yet, just when everything seemed perfect, Brett received a disappointing call from the company. Their security team had uncovered details of his criminal past, leading them to rescind their offer. This news hit Brett hard. It was like a bolt from the blue. His spirits dropped immediately. Frustration set in as he considered the futility of ongoing interviews, each ending in rejection due to his past. Faced with repeated setbacks, Brett decided that rather than continuing with futile efforts and investing time in studies that seemed pointless due to his tarnished record, he would use the funds allocated for university studies on their wedding instead. Brett thus found himself back where he had recently escaped from, but kept certain truths hidden from loved ones, including dropping out of university and being rejected from the engineering role. He maintained appearances by dressing in professional attire each morning before heading to paint houses, changing clothes en route. To further sustain this facade among friends and family, Brett frequently updated social media profiles with pictures, seemingly originating from an office environment or business events, images sourced off the internet, and would even pretend he's resolving urgent work-related matters during family gatherings by faking phone calls regarding work issues. In September 2016, after a 5-year relationship with Kristen, Brett sought to plan a wedding. He demonstrated a remarkable ability to conceal his true situation, successfully creating the illusion of a stable life. Despite being a common painter, he projected an image of success and prosperity. Agreed to rent an expensive restaurant, requiring $100 per guest. The entire Ryan family was thrilled seeing Brett's apparent transformation: a prestigious job, a fancy apartment, and an attractive bride. However, the truth of Brett's deceit was far more complex. With the wedding just a month away, Brett needed funds for the event. He repeatedly borrowed money from his mother until she could no longer assist him financially. Desperate, he even demanded that she seek higher-paying employment. Planning his party for August, he invited all his friends and brothers. As the pressure mounted, confided in his counselor about his deceptions. He had been lying to his family for a year about working as an engineer at a technology company. The psychologist expressed deep disappointment and advised Brett to come clean to his mother. Though reluctant, eventually told his mother the truth. Her devastation was profound. She had spent years boasting about her wonderful son. She insisted that Brett also confess everything to Kristen, or she would do it herself. His brothers were already aware of the lies and supported their mother's stance. Unable to face telling Kristen the truth himself, a shocking task after barely managing to reveal it to his mother, Brett found himself in an untenable position as the wedding approached. He knew that informing Kristen would prevent the ceremony and considered if honesty might have been better. Facing pressure from all sides, Brett still couldn't admit the truth to Kristen and feared his mother might do so before long. Each time Kristen's phone rang, he tensed up until realizing it was not her discovering the secret, but rather another friend discussing wedding plans. Desperate for resolution and unable to handle the mounting stress any longer, he needed a final solution. He was forbidden to use firearms, so the boy decided that the best way to carry out his plan was to use a crossbow. Besides, it's quite a silent murder weapon. One of his late father's hobbies was bow shooting in the at targets. He taught Brett how to, was good at target shooting, though it was unlikely his late father thought his son would that skill in such manner. Brett bought crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store and hid it behind the construction debris lying in Susan's garage. At home, he arranged what he thought was an ingenious alibi invention. He tied a spoon to a fan and set the fan on a timer. When the timer went off, the fan turned on and the spoon moved across the computer keyboard, sending pre-prepared comments to YouTube. From an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed like Brett had spent all day at home watching videos and commenting on them. On the morning of August 25th, Brett, dressed in strange clothes that hid his face, left the house through the back door to avoid security cameras, and took a train to his parents' house. His aim was to eliminate anyone who might disrupt his and Kristen's well-being once and for all. Susan was very surprised at her son's unexpected arrival. She had not been feeling well that day, but Brett, despite his mother's condition, began once again to persuade her and even demand that she not tell his future wife anything. The mother categorically refused him. Then Brett began to get angry. Susan sensed something wrong seeing her son's mad eyes and warned him that she had already called Christopher and he was on his way. Brett went berserk. He ran to the garage to get a crossbow, but found that his anger and adrenaline overflowed him with such force that he couldn't even make a shot. Instead, he bludgeoned his mother with the butt of the gun and finally ensured she was dead by tightening a rope around her neck. After throwing plastic bags over the body, Brett loaded the crossbow with arrows and hid in the bushes, waiting for his brother to arrive. After a while, Christopher arrived and started calling for their mother or brother, but received no response. Only an arrow shot from behind which pierced his neck, causing him to die within minutes. The next victim was Alexander, their youngest brother. As it turns out, Susan had managed to call him too before everything happened. He was also shot in the neck, but either the arrow did not penetrate deeply or it missed vital arteries. Thus, Alexander did not die immediately, but began to scream and call for help. During this time, Leland was in the house, sleeping in his room on the second. He had no idea of the carnage occurring in the garage and garden, much less that his own brother was committing the crime. Leland's sleep was disturbed by a scream. Coming downstairs, he saw Brett trying to strangle Alexander. A fight broke out between Leland and Brett. As soon as Leland gained the upper hand and managed to push Brett aside, he ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed in the house. He had nowhere to run. He realized this was the moment he had completely ruined his life. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and wrote Kristen a letter asking her to forgive him. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they saw a bloody Brett sitting next to his equally bloody but still alive brother Alexander, who would later die in the hospital. Brett himself asked the policeman to handcuff him and take him to the station where he confessed everything. Brett also informed them that his mother's body was hidden under packages in the garage, but it was impossible to help her. At both the police station and later at trial, Brett admitted that he did not intend to kill Susan. His plan was merely to scare her. However, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day since they were witnesses. And if they hadn't arrived, they would still be alive. Almost 10 years ago, he tried justifying everything with his depressive state, but it did not soften his sentence. Despite acknowledging that Brett confessed everything on his own accord and did not hinder the investigation in any way, the judge sentenced him to 3 life terms, 1 for each murder, with parole eligibility in 2041. As for Leland, he is not speaking to reporters, but is known throughout Toronto as the sole survivor of that dreadful incident. Kelly Sue Kermanite was born December 16, 1972 and grew up in Johnstown, New York, and graduated from Fonda High School in 1992. In 1999, she married Jason Kermanite and they had a daughter that same year. In 2008, at the age of 36, Kelly Sue lived with her 8-year-old daughter Ashley, her husband Jason, and his parents at 330 West Main Street in Johnstown, New York. She worked at the Rite Aid in Amsterdam, New York as a supervisor, and her husband worked as a volunteer firefighter. On September 30th, 2008, she and a coworker locked up and walked out of the store together. She left work at 9:45 p.m. after getting into her dark green 1998 Saturn Aura. At 1:53 a.m. the next morning, a Johnstown herself and Tiffany. First, it wasn't easy. Kim often had to juggle 3 jobs at once just to make ends meet. But eventually, she landed a good position at a local oil refinery, which gave her more time to focus on her daughter. At this job, Kim also met a man named Kim. The two started dating, and before long, they got engaged, excited to plan their future together. On July 9, 1999, 34-year-old Kim had planned to spend the evening at a restaurant with Kim and her 15-year-old daughter Tiffany. That day, she was scheduled to finish her shift at work around 5 p.m., head home, and then go to the restaurant. At around 5:15, Kim called Tiffany to tell her about those plans. She also mentioned that she had some things to do before heading home and might be a little late. By 6:30, Kim arrived at her house, but Kim, for some reason, still wasn't there. He and Tiffany tried calling her, but she didn't answer, which was quite unusual for her. As the hours passed with no sign of Kim, they became increasingly worried. Finally, at around 10 p.m., he decided to search for her. He drove along the route Kim would have taken from work to home, checked local stores, and stopped by other places she might have been, but there was no trace of her anywhere. Kim kept searching until he spotted Kim's car parked outside a pharmacy. Kim herself was nowhere to be found. He looked around the area, hoping to find her, but there was no sign of her anywhere near the pharmacy. At first, Kim thought maybe she'd changed her mind about dinner and gone somewhere else. It crossed his mind that she could have left with a friend and decided to leave her car there, even though it didn't make much sense to him. Still, he convinced himself that she was probably fine and headed home. The next morning, Ken drove back to the pharmacy and saw that Kim's car was still sitting in the parking lot. She also hadn't come home overnight and hadn't contacted anyone. At that point, his worry turned into fear. Realizing something was seriously wrong, Ken decided to call the police. After hearing all of this, the officers immediately got to work. Their first step was to examine Kim's car. There were no signs of a struggle or blood inside, but they did find something unsettling. Her cell phone was left behind. Next, they spoke with Kim's daughter, Tiffany, who had been the last person to speak with her. Tiffany explained that after work, her mom had planned to stop by the house of a man named Terry, with whom she'd been in a relationship for 7 years. Even though they had broken up over 6 months earlier, Terry still kept in touch with Kim from time to time. That evening, he asked her to help him with a repair project. He needed someone to hold a few shelves while he mounted them to the wall. Tiffany said she called Terry on the night her mom disappeared, but he told her Kim had only stopped by for a few minutes and left. When the police spoke with Kim's friends, they learned that her relationship with Terry had been anything but smooth. At first, when Kim started dating him, her friends thought he seemed like a decent guy, but that impression didn't last long. Over time, Terry's behavior became more aggressive and controlling. He constantly called Kim, demanding to know where she was and who she was with. He insisted that she obey him and frequently caused arguments over the smallest things. Eventually, Kim decided to end this relationship. But breaking up with Terry wasn't easy. He tried to stop her in every way possible. Sometimes he promised to change, and other times he threatened to hurt her if she left him. Despite his efforts, Kim finally managed to walk away. After that, he didn't do anything crazy to get her back, but he continued to stay in contact with her. Kim was afraid to completely cut him off, worrying that if she did, he might harm her or her daughter. From conversations with Kim's friends, police uncovered even darker details about her relationship with Terry. Shortly before their breakup, he had become physically violent, even going as far as choking her during an argument. After that incident, Kim became genuinely afraid that one day Terry might take things even further. At one point, she confided in her friends, saying that if she ever disappeared, they should start looking for her in Terry's backyard. All this information, combined with the fact that Kim had visited Terry shortly before she vanished, made investigators take a hard look at him as a possible suspect. But when they questioned Terry, he denied any involvement in her disappearance. He told police that Kim had only stopped by for a few minutes to help him mount the shelves and left. Terry also claimed that about 4 hours after Kim's visit, he went to a local bar and spent the rest of the evening there. This meant Terry had no alibi for the time Kim went missing, and his motive seemed clear. Investigators got a warrant to search his home and combed through his property, but they found nothing. No trace of Kim, no belongings, no blood, nothing to link Terry to her disappearance. Forensic experts also examined Kim's car but didn't find any clues either. In the end, police couldn't uncover any evidence linking Terry to her disappearance or anything that could explain what happened to Kim. But soon, a new suspect entered the picture. Kim's friends revealed that she had repeatedly complained about her boss, Frank. Not long after she started working for him, Frank began showing her unwanted attention. He openly flirted with her despite being married. As time went on, Frank began writing her love letters, trying to convince her to start a relationship with him. In total, he sent more than 100 letters. The whole situation made Kim uneasy. She was afraid Frank might fire her one day just because she didn't feel the same way. In fact, Kim had been so uneasy about the situation that she gave all of Frank's letters to her close friends, asking them to hold on to them in case anything ever happened to her. The police reviewed Frank's letters, and their content made it clear he was completely obsessed with Kim. On top of that, Kim had confided in her friends that Frank would slowly drive past her house several times a day. Sometimes he'd even park across the street and just watch her. What made the situation even more bizarre was that Kim's current boyfriend, also worked at the same company, but that didn't seem to bother Frank at all. Given all this, investigators began seriously considering Frank as a suspect. Kim had vanished shortly after leaving work, and Frank had more than one motive for doing something like that. First, his obsession with her could have escalated to the point where he decided to abduct her. Second, he may have feared that Kim might expose him either to their employer or to his wife. Either scenario could have caused him serious trouble, giving him a strong reason to silence her. The police decided to question Frank, but he claimed he didn't have any strong feelings for Kim, describing it as nothing more than a fleeting crush that had long passed. He also denied writing her any letters, despite the fact that investigators had all of them in their possession. Frank's behavior struck the detectives as odd, and they weren't quick to take him at his word. He also claimed to have an alibi, but that raised even more questions. Frank provided a receipt from a store showing he'd been there at 6:56 p.m. However, in theory, he still had enough time to abduct Kim before that. Later that evening, Frank hosted a poker game with some friends who confirmed he was with them during that time. But there was still a window of over an hour between the time Kim left work and when Frank's alibi kicked in, a period for which he had no explanation. Despite their efforts, the police couldn't find any evidence linking Frank to Kim's disappearance, so they shifted their focus to other potential leads. Investigators tried to locate surveillance footage from cameras along Kim's route, from her home to Terry's house and then to the parking lot where her car was found, but this effort yielded no results. They also reviewed her phone records and discovered that her last call had been to her daughter, with no further activity afterward. The detectives then concentrated on search efforts, scouring the city and its outskirts. Volunteers joined in, and police made a public appeal, asking anyone with information to come forward. Yet, despite these efforts, they made no progress. At the same time, more reports about Terry's odd behavior started to surface. Just days after Kim's disappearance, her sister decided to confront him at his home, as both she and the rest of Kim's family strongly suspected him. However, Terry appeared not only indifferent to Kim's fate, but went as far as openly mocking her relatives, showing no sign of concern for the missing woman. Another interesting observation came from Terry's employees. He owned a small business and his office was located on his property, so his workers frequently came by. One of them reported that on the day Kim disappeared, he arrived at Terry's house around 5:50 p.m. and Kim's car was parked outside. However, he didn't see Kim herself. Considering that Kim had left work around 5:15 p.m., this raised some serious questions. Terry had claimed that she only stopped by for a few minutes, but his employee's account clearly contradicted that. Soon after, the police received another lead. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a tow truck owned by Terry near the parking lot where Kim's car was eventually found. According to them, the tow truck was there at around 6:45 p.m., which didn't align with Terry's alibi of being home all evening. Despite these suspicious details, there still wasn't any solid evidence linking Terry to Kim's disappearance. Investigators kept searching for more clues, but ultimately the case would drag on for years. Kim's family never stopped believing that Terry was responsible for her disappearance, and by then no one held out hope that she would be found alive. Her sister also told police that Terry continued acting strangely. At one point, he called them and said he was planning to take a polygraph test to clear his name, but then he casually added that he would probably fail it. On top of that, Terry occasionally called the family to ask if they had heard from Kim, as if she had simply gone away for a while instead of vanishing without a trace. And if that wasn't unsettling enough, someone had been calling Kim's relatives for years, only to stay silent on the other end of the line. The family was convinced Terry was behind it, but once again, the police couldn't find anything to tie him to Kim's disappearance. 3 years later, another strange incident involving Terry raised suspicions again. He approached Tiffany on the street and started asking if she had heard anything from her mother. Kim's sister stepped in and told him to leave. In response, Terry said something like, "Aren't you curious about which polygraph question I failed? It was the one where they asked if I killed Kim." Kim's family immediately contacted the police again, but their response was the same. Without solid evidence, they couldn't confirm Terry's involvement. From that point on, the case completely stalled. 8 years later, investigators reopened it and reviewed everything from scratch, but it led nowhere. Terry, by then, had stopped cooperating with the authorities and flat out refused to answer any more questions. This went on for many years, until early 2024, when the Oxygen True Crime documentary team took an interest in Kim's case. They decided to create an episode about her disappearance and launched their own investigation. They interviewed Kim's friends and family before turning their attention to the two main suspects, Frank and Terry. Frank agreed to answer all their questions, but even 25 years after Kim's disappearance, his behavior was still quite unusual. He continued to deny ever pursuing Kim romantically or writing her love letters. Once again, he insisted he had nothing to do with her disappearance. With little progress, the team shifted their focus to Terry. Unlike Frank, Terry refused to speak with them, but they didn't give up and decided to confront him in person. When they arrived at his house, Terry saw them through a window and immediately ran out the back door, apparently trying to escape in his car. Unfortunately for him, the crew blocked his path, leaving Terry no choice but to answer their questions. He claimed he hadn't seen them and wasn't trying to run, even though his actions suggested the opposite. Terry then insisted he had no reason to harm Kim, saying he wasn't bothered at all by her leaving him. This directly contradicted what Kim's friends and family had told investigators. She had often mentioned threats and erratic behavior from Terry. Things took an even stranger turn when Terry began contradicting his own original statements. Initially, he told police that Kim had stopped by to help him put up shelves. Now, he claimed she'd only come to pick up the rest of her belongings from his house. The contradiction caught the attention of investigators, prompting them to reopen the case. After the documentary aired, prosecutors decided to take a bold step. They prepared to charge Terry with murder. Even though they still lacked solid evidence tying him directly to Kim's disappearance, almost no one doubted his involvement by this point. Investigators hoped that during the trial, new evidence would surface, or that the jury would find Terry's suspicious behavior enough to convict him. However, just as prosecutors were finalizing their case, something unexpected happened. A witness came forward after watching the documentary, and their testimony changed everything. According to this individual, Terry had once told him that he had killed his ex-girlfriend and buried her body on his property. With this new information, police secured a warrant to search Terry's property and arrived with a team of forensic experts. For days, dozens of people combed through the area using high-level ground-penetrating radars. Finally, they made a breakthrough. The radar revealed a section of the concrete floor beneath Terry's bedroom that was about the size of a human body. Oddly, pieces of rebar had been cut out of this spot, even though the rest of the foundation was fully reinforced. Investigators began digging and soon uncovered a blanket buried in the ground. Inside, they found human remains. They were sent to forensic experts who quickly confirmed what everyone had already suspected. The remains belonged to Kim. Right after this discovery, Terry was arrested and charged with murder. With Kim's body now found beneath his bedroom, the prosecution finally had the evidence they needed to secure a conviction. As of now, 67-year-old Terry remains in jail, awaiting his trial, which is scheduled for the spring of 2025. In addition to the criminal charges, Kim's daughter has filed a civil lawsuit against him, seeking compensation and aiming to strip Terry of the financial means to fund his defense in the criminal case. It's worth noting that following Terry's arrest, the original investigative team faced heavy criticism. As we know, Kim had told her friends that if she ever went missing, they should look for her on Terry's property, and 25 years later, her body was found exactly where she said it would be. To this day, it's unclear why Terry's house and property weren't thoroughly searched back then. Perhaps investigators did check the yard but found no signs of recent digging. It's also unknown when exactly Terry buried her under his bedroom. It's possible he initially hid her body elsewhere and only moved it under the house after police had completed their initial search. Regardless, Terry now has almost no chance of escaping justice, and Kim's family has finally been able to give her a proper burial. Benjamin Blue Birchrank was born in August 1987 in Missouri. He grew up in the countryside alongside his family. Ben had an older brother, Sam, with whom he shared a very close bond. In 1989, the Rank family moved to a picturesque farmhouse. The boys spent a lot of their time outdoors, and it was then that Ben began to take an interest in snakes. A tragic incident in September 1992 triggered a series of unfortunate events. The family was away when a gas leak occurred, leading to an explosion in their beautiful home. The Ranks were forced to move into a trailer. After some time, Ben's mother Kim was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Despite these hardships, the family overcame them. They were very close-knit and always supported each other in any situation. Recovering from previous tragedies, in 2002, they moved to a new home where a special room was designed for Ben to keep his snakes. In 2009, after a long battle with cancer, Kim passed away. Before her death, she made her sons promise to look after the farm and pass it on to their children. As time went by, Ben's love for snakes knew no bounds, and the young man founded Renwick Reptiles, which soon gained recognition. This allowed him to sell snakes worldwide, from the United Kingdom to Japan. Breeding snakes became the meaning of his life. He was described as a great breeder, who was devoted to his work, caring more about the snakes than the money. The reptile farm bred a multitude of reptilian subspecies, growing and reproducing both the most common species and some of the rarest subspecies on Earth. Ben's reptiles were of immense value. Just a portion of his python collection was valued at over $1 million. Ben was a solitary man who had long aspired to start a. In 2010, at a party, he met a woman named Lindley. Their relationship moved forward quickly. Within weeks, Ben introduced his girlfriend to his brother Sam and Sam's fiancé, Eli. Eli and Lindley had sons from previous relationships, so they found common ground quickly and became friends. Lindley soon became part of the Rank family. The couple began living together. Lindley helped Ben at the snake breeding farm. They were in love and lived as a full family. In March 2012, Lindley gave birth to their daughter Amelia. Ben was thrilled to become a father. However, the happy family life faced challenges again. Frank Rank, Ben's father, encountered significant business troubles. Previously, he had engaged in fraudulent stock transactions to cover medical bills and Kim's treatment expenses. Just a day before the FBI planned to visit the farm, Frank took his own life. Frank's passing halted the investigation. The sons were deeply affected by another parental loss, but managed to pull through by supporting each other. Ben inherited the house and farm, while Sam received an amount of money far exceeding the house's value. Each brother had their own family and children, but this didn't stop them from living as one big family in their parents' home. They lived together harmoniously, with Sam spending his inheritance on repairing the farm without hesitation. Initially, things were fine, but soon financial disputes caused friction between the brothers after their father's death. Ben focused on his business and family and decided to formalize his relationship with Lindley on April 14, 2014. They married officially, adding Lindley as a full-fledged member of the Rank household. Ben and Lindley also opened a second business, a spa named Essentia Spa Incorporated, but it faced financial difficulties under Lindley's management. Financial issues often led to arguments between them, despite Lindley's hard work being insufficient to cover all salon expenses consistently. At the same time, Sam and his wife faced significant financial challenges. Ben allowed them to sell some of the furniture of the house. Lindley disapproved, leading to a rift between the families. The relationship was irreparably damaged. Ben decided to improve the family's financial situation by arranging to sell some rare reptiles for a significant sum. However, the deal fell through due to a tragedy that occurred on the farm. On June 8, 2017, Lindley walked into one of the farm's barns. There, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay Ben. Lindley called her brother Sam for help and dialed the emergency number. She reported that she had found her husband unconscious on the ground. During the conversation, Lindley dropped the phone and ran outside. Sam continued the conversation and confirmed that his brother was dead. Sam suggested that a snake might be to blame for what had happened. Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies were called to the snake breeding facility for the first time in a long while. Law enforcement officers were afraid to enter the farm, facing over 3,000 snakes and having to conduct an examination of a man lying in blood, wary of a possible attack from a deadly viper believed to be the assailant. However, when coroner Dave Colbert arrived and took a closer look, he discovered a shell casings on a shelf at eye level. This was something far more sinister than a venomous snake bite. Shell casings were found near the body, but no weapon was discovered. The assailant had shot Ben multiple times in the back and head. None of the relatives heard shots or saw the attacker. Sam and Lindley were taken to the sheriff's office for questioning. Lindley suggested that Sam might be involved in her husband's death, even citing a motive. Apparently, Ben wanted to sell the house, but Sam was opposed. Sam was asked to undergo a lie detector test, which he passed. The police had no reason to detain Lindley and Sam, so they were released. The investigation into who might have wanted Ben Rank dead began with various theories proposed, the first being robbery. But it remained unconfirmed as none of the rare snakes were missing and all valuable items remained untouched. Just days after Ben's demise, police interrogated Lindley again and tested her hands and clothing for gunpowder residue. However, results came back negative. Following her husband's funeral, Lindley ceased communication with Sam and Eli altogether. She sold her husband's business, inherited the house, and sought to claim a life insurance payout for Ben worth $1 million. After receiving the insurance money, Lindley planned to sell the Rennick family home for $740,000. Sam's family was notified about the eviction. Discovering the rapid insurance claim and business sale following her husband's passing, Sam Rennick suspected his brother's wife in the tragic event. Sharing his suspicions with investigators, Lindley was called in for another interrogation. She admitted to having complex relations with Ben and occasionally meeting with a man named Eric. Eric had an alibi, so he was excluded from the list of suspects. Lindley's admissions were startling. It turned out about 3 years after their marriage was officially registered, she was unfaithful to Ben with at least 2 different men. Messages between the couple showed that Ben suspected his wife of infidelity, which had indeed strained their relationship lately. On October 5, 2017, the Missouri State Highway Patrol conducted a polygraph test on Lindley and informed her that she had failed it. However, without solid evidence linking her to the crime, she was released. Nevertheless, the investigation into Ben Rennick's case slowed but did not cease. Later investigators learned that a month before Ben Rennick's passing, Lindley had made her first attempt on his life. She concocted a story of Ben being a cruel tyrant who oppressed her daily and even physically assaulted her. She shared the story with a spa salon coworker to garner support and assistance. They plotted to end Ben's life by giving him a poisonous protein shake laced with 15 Percocet pills. Unaware, Ben drank it. He fell severely ill during that period but survived, oblivious to having been poisoned. Lindley Rennick was interrogated by investigators 6 times in total, and further assistance in the investigation came unexpectedly. On January 14, 2020, information from a state prison emerged. A witness claimed to know about Ben Rennick's death. The witness was Brandon Blackwell. He told Missouri State Highway Patrol investigators that Lindley had shot Ben and conspired with her ex-boyfriend. Brandon mentioned that he had dated Lindley while she was married to Ben. 1.5 years after Ben's death, they had a child together, but by 2019, they had separated. Brandon claimed that Lindley confessed to the act and conspired with her Sparkland coworker, Ashley Shaw, and another ex-boyfriend, Michael Humphrey. Years after Ben's demise, Lindley Rennick and her former boyfriend, Michael Humphrey, were arrested for his death. However, following their arrest, Lindley and Humphrey pointed fingers at each other. So who really pulled the trigger? According to Michael's testimony on the day of the event, he went to the farm with Lindley, who asked him to pose as a buyer. He put on gloves and was supposed to shoot Ben, but couldn't do it. Eventually, Lindley took the gun and shot her husband herself. The investigation into Ben Rennick's death continued for 3 long years. On January 16, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Lindley Rennick, Michael Humphrey, and Ashley Shaw. Ashley was offered immunity in exchange for her cooperation and testified against her boss. The former Sparkland employee shared that Lindley had complained about her husband and convinced her to assist in a plan. She claimed that Ben was constantly belittling, demeaning, and even physically harming her. Fearing divorce would lead to Ben gaining custody of her children, Lindley decided to eliminate him. Planning together to poison him with a lethal cocktail during questioning, Lindley and Michael accused each other of Ben's demise. In October 2021, Michael Humphrey faced trial in Ine County. His lawyers hoped that revealing the murder weapon would lead to a second-degree murder charge. Despite possessing the gun, no conclusive DNA evidence was found on it. To lessen his sentence, Michael Humphrey made a deal with the prosecution by disclosing the location of the murder weapon. His cooperation led to a life sentence on a less severe charge of second-degree murder without defense at the trial. On January 3, 2021, Michael Humphrey was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The against Lindley Rennick began on December 6, 2021. She was charged with the shooting and demise of Ben Rennick. On June 8, 2017, at his snake breeding facility in New Florence. Court documents stated that the plot to end Ben Rennick's life originated in Lindley's spa salon. The probable cause statement mentioned that Ben was aware of Lindley's financial troubles and that Lindley feared Ben could take her children away. This led her to fabricate a story of domestic abuse. The first attempt to end Ben Rennick involved a protein shake laced with narcotics. Search warrants for Ben and Lindley Rennick's Facebook accounts confirmed the protein shake story and Ben's awareness of Lindley's financial issues. The court hearing detailed the events of the day when Ben Rennick was killed, fully reconstructing the sequence of events through cross-examination. On the day of the incident, Michael Humphrey picked up Lindley from the spa salon, while Shaw sent text messages from Lindley's phone inside the spa to conceal their true location and mislead the investigation. According to court documents, Humphrey intended to end Ben's life but asked Lindley to do it. After firing shots, Humphrey collected most of the casings but missed some in his haste. He also disposed of Lindley's clothing after returning to the spa, where Lindley took a shower, which helped avoid detection of gunpowder residue on her hands and clothes. Defense attorney Catherine Barrere asked Lindley Rennick to share her personal and family history, education, relationship with ex-boyfriend Michael Humphrey, work history, and the lead-up to her marriage with Ben Rennick. This was aimed at portraying her as a victim of domestic violence. However, no evidence of such violence was found, undermining this defense narrative. Michael Humphrey was part of a group that allegedly planned to end Ben Rennick's life. Lindley Rennick described her relationship with Humphrey as codependent, involving his drug dealing and her addiction. She ended her relationship with Humphrey at the end of 2010, according to previous witness statements, but reconnected with him about a month before Ben Rennick's death. Lindley Rennick firmly denied the prosecution's allegations regarding the alleged plans to end Ben Rennick's life. This included the supposed failed attempt to poison Ben with a protein shake containing narcotics. The couple faced financial and marital difficulties. The spa center wasn't doing well, and contractual deals for selling snakes had yet to provide financial benefits. In court, Lindley admitted to having extramarital relationships with several men, expressing deep regret for her actions. By the time she considered discussing divorce, she was unsure who to turn to. Given her father's history with divorce and his strong views on both divorce and affairs, seeking someone to support her in her conversation with Ben, she reached out to past boyfriends and reconnected with Michael Humphrey. During cross-examination by the prosecution, Lindley confessed to willingly participating in her husband's death and intentionally concealing Michael Humphrey's involvement. She cited marital difficulties, including disputes, alleged physical and sexual abuse by Ben, and the stress associated with his snake breeding business. Lindley feared Ben and worried about his reaction whenever she brought up the topic of divorce. On June 8, 2017, she brought Michael Humphrey to the farm that day. She claimed her presence at the farm was not meant to end her husband's life, but rather to discuss a divorce. Lindley mentioned taking out some trash from Ben before entering the nursery where she saw Humphrey and Ben washing their hands. Lindley described being unable to hear their conversation as she was preoccupied with how she would tell Ben she wanted a divorce. Her voice trembled while recounting seeing Humphrey draw a pistol and shoot her husband. Hence, she heard more shots. Reality hit hard when Lindley returned to the snake breeding facility and found Ben's body. She called Ben's brother Sam, who arrived soon after. They checked for a pulse and whether Ben was breathing, hoping he might still be alive. Lindley expressed regret for not immediately informing police that she had been at the breeding facility earlier with Michael Humphrey. The life insurance policy that Ben had taken out years earlier could have resulted in a payout of $1 million. However, Lindley waived her rights to this money. During the court hearing, Lindley expressed regrets about her ongoing deceit. "I was just trying to escape from the truth of what happened," she stated, clarifying that she never wished for her husband's death. Following the final verdict, Lindley Rennick's defense team chose not to petition for a new trial, and no appeals were filed against her conviction. Lindley Rennick filed a defamation lawsuit against Blackwell, asserting that his statements about her involvement in her husband's death were false. However, prosecutor Kevin Zellner questioned Lindley's testimony during cross-examination. He queried why she didn't check on her husband after hearing gunshots and why she didn't call 911. Furthermore, he asked why she sent friendly messages to him and Humphrey after the shooting and continued to lie even when emergency responders got involved. During sentencing for second-degree murder and armed criminal action, Lindley Rennick broke down but did not admit guilt. On December 9th, she was found guilty of second-degree murder. The 33-year-old was sentenced to 13 years for murder and an additional 3 years for armed criminal action in January by Judge Kevin Crane, a total sentence of 16 years. Sam Rennick's final words conveyed deep disappointment. He was astonished that an individual's life in Missouri could be valued at just 13 years. Ben Rennick, a young man brimming with hope and a promising future, found himself in a dire situation due to the actions of one woman. Drew Shadine was born on September 26, 1981 in the small town of Pequois Lakes, Minnesota. From an early age, Drew was full of energy and determination. She loved drawing, crafting, and keeping active with basketball, volleyball, and golf. She was also involved in various charity programs, always looking for ways to help anyone in need. Her warm personality and genuine kindness made her a lot of friends, and in high school, she was even voted prom queen. After graduating, Drew enrolled at the University of North Dakota, where she majored in fine arts. Even though the campus was a 3-hour drive from her hometown, she tried to visit her parents as often as she could. Drew managed to juggle her studies, where she excelled, 2 part-time jobs, and an active role in campus life. She also continued to dedicate her time to charity, never losing sight of what mattered most to her. On top of that, Drew signed up for a special university program that gave her the chance to travel on a regular basis, and she was especially excited about her upcoming trip to Australia. While in college, Drew started dating a guy named Chris. The two quickly became serious and began making big plans for their future together. On November 22, 2003, 22-year-old Drew headed out for her usual weekend shift at a clothing store where she worked part-time. Later that evening, she was scheduled to work as a waitress at a local club. After finishing her first shift, Drew stopped by a shop in the same mall, bought herself a purse, and walked toward the parking lot. On the way, she called her boyfriend Chris, and they chatted for about 4 minutes. But then, something strange happened. Drew suddenly went silent in the middle of the conversation. After a pause, she said, "Oh my God." Okay. Then the line went dead. At first, Chris didn't think much of it. He assumed the call had dropped as Drew walked through the parking lot or that her phone battery had died. 3 hours later, Chris received another call from Drew's phone. But when he answered, all he could hear was silence. There was a faint noise in the background, something that sounded like wind, along with what seemed to be the sound of phone buttons being pressed. He called out Drew's name several times, but there was no response. Chris tried calling her back, but Drew didn't answer. This time, he started to worry. He decided to call her roommate to see if she had heard from Drew. The roommate said she hadn't spoken to her all day, but reassured him, saying Drew was probably just busy with work and there was no need to panic. Shortly after the conversation, though, Drew's roommate got a call from the manager at the club where Drew was supposed to work that evening. To her surprise, the manager said Drew hadn't shown up for her shift and she hadn't even called to let anyone know. This was completely out of character for Drew, as she was always responsible and reliable. Her roommate, recalling the strange call Chris had mentioned, began to worry that something bad might have happened. She started calling local hospitals, thinking Drew might have been admitted somewhere, but no one matching her description had been brought in. By then, it was late in the evening, and the roommate decided it was time to contact the police. She explained that Drew had missed her shift, didn't come home, and had some unsettling phone calls with her boyfriend, but the police didn't see any immediate cause for alarm. To them, there wasn't enough evidence to suggest something serious had happened. After all, was 22, so they just recommended waiting a little longer before taking any action. Still, Drew's roommate decided to take matters into her own hands and reached out to the University of North Dakota's campus police. Unlike the city police, they jumped right into action. Their first stop was the mall where Drew had worked that day. It was the last place anyone had seen or heard from her. When they checked the parking lot, they found her car still in its usual spot, even though her shift had ended hours ago. Another weird thing was the fact that the car doors were unlocked. Inside, there were no signs of a struggle or anything to indicate that something bad had happened. But then the officers noticed something really suspicious. Lying on the ground near the car was a small knife sheath. This discovery raised serious concerns, prompting the university police to contact the city police, who finally stepped in. Officers requested CCTV footage from the parking lot, hoping for a lead. But there was a problem. Drew's car was parked in a blind spot, completely out of the camera's view. Determined to figure out what happened, investigators turned to the mall's security footage. They started combing through hours of video from every camera inside the building, trying to trace Drew's movements before she vanished. It was quite a challenge given the size of the mall, so the process was anything but quick. Meanwhile, news of Drew's disappearance quickly spread across campus. The university wasted no time organizing a massive search effort. Hundreds of students stepped up to help, scouring streets, wooded trails, riverbanks, and other secluded areas. The faculty also urged anyone with information to come forward, hoping for a clue that could shed light on what had happened to Drew. Meanwhile, the police got hold of Drew's phone records, which backed up her boyfriend's story about their last call. But when they dug into the phone's location data, they found something odd. The cell tower pings showed that Drew's final call to Chris hadn't come from the mall parking lot. Instead, it had been made from a nearby town, about a 30-minute drive away. Based on the timeline, investigators realized that the noises Chris heard during the call, like the sound of wind and buttons being pressed, could have occurred while Drew was already in this other location. Since her car was still parked at the mall, it was clear Drew couldn't have gotten to another town on her own. This led police to suspect that she may have been abducted. But despite their extensive efforts, the next few days passed without any new leads. Officers kept combing through the mall's surveillance footage while search teams scoured the city, desperately hoping to find even the smallest clue. 2 days later, the case finally took a turn. In a small town called Crookston, near the spot where Drew's phone last pinged, police found a black shoe by the riverbank. When they showed it to Drew's roommate, she immediately recognized it. It was one of Drew's. This discovery deepened investigators' fears. If Drew had been abducted, the evidence suggested she'd been taken far from her town. Police quickly contacted other departments in the area, sharing details of the case and asking for their help in the search. Meanwhile, investigators finally found CCTV footage from the mall that showed Drew on the day she disappeared. They saw her visiting several stores after her shift, seemingly shopping for Christmas gifts for her loved ones. This footage gave investigators a clear idea of what Drew was wearing at the time she vanished. It also confirmed that she had been wearing the same black shoes as the one found near the river in the neighboring town. With all the available clips featuring Drew in hand, investigators started analyzing the footage for any suspicious individuals who might have been following her or appeared in multiple frames with her. Before long, one person caught their attention. A middle-aged man dressed in all black, walking with a cane. His unusual behavior stood out immediately. According to the CCTV footage, the man entered the grocery store connected to the mall multiple times. However, he never bought anything. Instead, he appeared to ignore the shelves entirely and focus on other shoppers, particularly women. Investigators soon spotted the same man on other footage taken outside the store. He was sitting on a bench watching passersby. But then something truly suspicious happened. When a young woman who vaguely resembled Drew walked past him, he got up from the bench and started following her. Over the next few hours, the police uncovered more clips showing the same man following other young women around the mall. Unfortunately, the footage alone didn't give them enough to identify him, so detectives turned to their database, searching through records of men in the area with prior convictions for serious crimes. After compiling a list of 60 names, the investigators narrowed it down to just 4, eliminating anyone who didn't match the suspect's description. From the remaining candidates, they identified one man who bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the mall footage, 50-year-old Alfonso Rodriguez. Rodriguez had an extensive criminal history and a troubled past. He had struggled with severe health issues since childhood, which made school and social interactions, especially with women, extremely challenging. For instance, one of his legs was shorter than the other, forcing him to rely on a cane to walk. Alfonso eventually turned to drugs, and at 21, he had his first run-in with the law. He attempted to assault a woman who had offered him a ride home. Once inside her car, he pulled out a knife and tried to attack her, but the victim managed to fight him off. Not long after, he attacked 2 more women in the same month. He was sentenced to 5 years of mandatory therapy and then released back into the community. That same year, Alfonso was arrested again, this time in suspicion of assault. However, the prosecution couldn't gather enough evidence for a conviction. Shortly after, he attempted to abduct another woman, stabbing her during the attack. This time, he was caught and convicted. Rodriguez was sentenced to 23 years in prison but was released on May 1, 2003, just 7 months before Drew went missing. What's even more troubling is that he was placed under the supervision of his relatives, who themselves doubted whether he was ready to return to society. Following his release, Alfonso moved in with his mother in Crookston, the very town where Drew's shoe had been discovered. Given all of this, detectives were almost certain Alfonso was connected to Drew's disappearance. On the 4th day of the investigation, they brought him in for questioning. Alfonso admitted he had been at the mall, but insisted he had nothing to do with the abduction. He claimed he was there to watch a movie at the theater inside the mall. He even named a specific film, but when investigators checked his story, they discovered that the movie wasn't playing, not just at that theater, but nowhere in the entire town. Realizing Alfonso had lied, the police asked to search his car. Surprisingly, he agreed without requiring a warrant. Inside, they found a receipt from a store showing he had purchased a pocket knife. When detectives looked into the knife's model, they determined that the sheath found near Drew's car was an exact match. But that wasn't the most alarming discovery. The knife itself was also in Alfonso's car, submerged in a bottle filled with cleaning solution. When forensic experts examined Alfonso's car, they discovered traces of wiped blood. They managed to extract a DNA sample, which was then compared to DNA taken from Drew's toothbrush. It was a perfect match. On top of that, they found a woman's shoe in his car and another knife. This one hadn't been soaked in cleaning solution. When they tested it, they discovered traces of blood on the blade. DNA analysis confirmed it was Drew's. By December 10th, with all the evidence in hand, Alfonso was arrested and charged with kidnapping and suspected murder. However, despite how damning the case against him seemed, detectives still had no idea what had actually happened to Drew or where she was. Alfonso refused to confess, so police focused all their efforts on finding Drew. They appealed to the public for help, brought in even more volunteers, and concentrated their search on Crookston and the surrounding areas. But despite their best efforts, months went by with no results. Heavy snowfall that winter made the situation even worse, as search teams were unable to access remote areas. By early March, 3 months after Drew disappeared, preparations began for Alfonso's trial, and he pleaded not guilty before the judge. At this point, almost no one believed Drew was still alive, but with all the evidence they had, prosecutors were confident they could secure a conviction. Meanwhile, police pressed on with their search. As spring arrived and the snow started to melt, they were finally able to explore previously inaccessible areas, like forests, open fields, and bodies of water. This continued until April 17th. When investigators received the sad but expected news, Drew's body had been found a few miles west of Crookston, submerged in the local river. During the winter, the area had been frozen over and covered in snow, making it nearly impossible for search teams to locate her earlier. But as soon as the snow fully melted, her body was quickly discovered. Medical examiners found bruises, knife wounds, and evidence of SA on her body. As for the cause of death, they couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. Along with the stab wounds, there were signs of strangulation, but there was also a possibility that she died from exposure to the cold after being left in that location. It was determined that Drew had likely died about 3 hours after she was abducted. Now that the police had found Drew's body, the prosecution had one final task: to ensure the killer faced justice. Since the abduction occurred in North Dakota, but the murder generating a decent income, and the family soon became well off by local standards. At that point, Tong decided to return home and offered to help expand and promote the family business. In reality, he just wanted to live off his relatives, who worked hard daily. Tong considered himself successful and wealthy, spending money on personal luxuries, boasting to friends about his expensive items, and behaving selfishly, even claiming the store's success as his own. Meanwhile, he kept in touch with local criminals, maintaining a separate under-the-table business with them. First love, Tong and Lamu met when they were just 17. The young man was so enchanted by her beauty, kindness, and sincerity that he was head over heels in love. He courted her earnestly, giving gifts, and it seemed he was ready to change for her, become more mature and serious, and cut ties with the criminal world. The young and naive Lamu quickly fell for his charms, believing she had met her Prince Charming with whom she would be happy. No one had ever courted her so diligently before, and no one had tried so hard to win her over. Soon, the young couple developed a romantic relationship that lasted almost 2 years before they decided to make it official. As soon as Tong turned 19, he proposed to his beloved, who eagerly accepted. However, their parents were not thrilled about their decision to marry. They tried to dissuade the young couple, believing they were too young to start a family. But the young lovers wouldn't listen to anyone. In 2009, they got married, and the newlywed wife moved into her mother-in-law's house, Lamu's personal hell. Initially, married life seemed quite blissful. Tong tried to be a good husband, left behind his bad influences and gambling, focusing on his young wife and the family business. Lamu took on almost all the household duties, and also helped her beloved's parents in their shop. It wasn't long before her husband started disappearing with his old friends again. He returned to his unlawful activities, frequently consumed alcohol, and his behavior towards his wife drastically changed. Tong was no longer the gentle, kind, and caring man Lamu had fallen in love with a few years earlier. He became crude, self-centered, and aggressive. He took a portion of the store's earnings from a business where all the family members worked except for him, claiming it as his share, and spent all the money on his own needs, entertainments, and pleasures. The couple started arguing frequently. Lamu tried to reason with her husband, urging him to get his act together, work honestly, quit drinking, and stop associating with people from the criminal world. But Tong wouldn't listen to either his wife or his mother, believing no one had the right to tell him what to do. According to his parents' recollections, conflicts in their home became a daily occurrence. The situation didn't change even when Lamu became pregnant. Her husband continued to vanish with his friends, and when he returned home, he was rough and aggressive. He was annoyed that his wife was now more focused on herself and their future child. He himself, like a child, demanded attention, and during one disagreement, he raised his hand to her for the first time. Lamu was shocked by her husband's action and declared she would return to her parents' home as she refused to tolerate such treatment. At that moment, her mother-in-law, who had unintentionally witnessed the incident, intervened. She approached her son and slapped him twice, telling him he had no right to treat the mother of his future child that way. Afterwards, the woman convinced her daughter-in-law to stay, promising that it would not happen again. Lamu believed her, and decided to give her husband another chance, a decision she would bitterly regret as it was just the beginning of a real nightmare. From then on, Tong regularly became physically abusive, only to apologize afterward, crying and begging her not to leave him. Each time, Lamu wanted to believe he had come to his senses and would genuinely change, but the cycle repeated over and over. When she finally decided to leave her husband, he threatened to take their son away and do something terrible to her and her parents. Frightened, the young mother stayed, fearing he would carry out his threats. From then on, their child became his main tool for manipulation and blackmail. Lamu told none of her relatives about the nightmare unfolding in her husband's home. Even her older sister, with whom she had been very close since childhood, suspected nothing. In 2012, after a long and severe illness, Lamu's mother passed away, which was a huge shock for her. Her elderly father and grandmother were left virtually helpless, and she found herself literally living between two homes, managing to maintain order, cook, and help with the household chores everywhere. Meanwhile, Lamu continued to regularly climb the mountains for herbs to financially support both families. Only in the mountains, amidst the hard work, paradoxically, could she rest, be alone with her thoughts, and breathe freely without fear of her disgruntled husband coming home, causing a scene and hitting her again. In 2017, the woman gave birth to a second son. Relations with her husband remained strained, and her mother-in-law had long stopped trying to intervene on her daughter-in-law's behalf, though she took on all the care of the grandchildren when Lamu went to work in the mountains. Around the same time, Lamu created her account on Douyin, Chinese TikTok, where she started posting short videos showcasing the local beauty, discussing various flowers and herbs, their medicinal properties, and how to use them. Engaging with her audience became the outlet Lamu desperately needed to keep from going insane. Sometimes she quietly sang songs for her followers, and sometimes danced against the backdrop of mountain ridges. She always appeared happy, smiling genuinely, and never once complained to her audience about her difficult fate or mentioned the domestic violence she regularly endured. In 2019, Lamu's beloved grandmother passed away, and the blogger posted a video for the first time where she was crying, expressing her deep pain over losing a family member. Her numerous followers sincerely supported her, unlike her husband, who instead of showing sympathy became furious and struck her face because she was sobbing. In January 2020, after enduring another severe incident of violence, Lamu finally decided to leave her tyrannical husband. She took her sons, moved back to her parents' home, and filed for divorce. Around the same time, Lamu recorded a new video stating that for the first time in a long while, she felt calm and confident. In the video, it was evident she tried to cover up a large bruise under her eye with concealer. However, she never disclosed to anyone the domestic abuse she had suffered for years. Regrettably, during the divorce proceedings, the court divided custody of the sons, leaving the younger child with the mother and the older with the father. This decision was a devastating blow for Lamu, and her now ex-husband unexpectedly changed tactics by romantically pursuing her again, proposing they start over and not break up the family. He swore he had realized his mistakes, wanted them and the boys to live together again, and promised to acknowledge all his past errors and never repeat them. For a couple of months, Tong put on the act of a repentant man. He gave flowers, created real celebrations for the family, tried to help his ex-wife around the house, and even joined her on mountain trips, which he had never done before. Lamu's heart softened, and she believed that he had genuinely changed. By the end of March, the couple remarried. As you might guess, the fairy tale ended as soon as Lamu returned to her husband's house. Tong reverted to being cruel, mean, and selfish, and within 2 weeks of remarrying, he brutally attacked his wife, nearly beating her to death. When Lamu interacted with her followers, he snatched the phone from her hands and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. Then he began to beat her with his fists and feet, giving her no chance to escape. Battered and barefoot, Lamu fled the house and immediately went to the police, seeking protection. But they only took her statement and advised her to try to resolve the family conflict on her own. After that, Lamu decided to hide from her husband in another village to avoid endangering her relatives. Enraged, her husband was ready to end the life of his runaway wife, but did not know where to find her. He assumed she might have gone to her sister's house. He visited the sister's home and began yelling, demanding she tell him where Lamu was. The woman knew nothing about it and asked him to leave. Then Tong repeatedly struck her in the face with all his might. At that moment, her husband was at work, so there was no one to protect the unfortunate woman. She suffered a fractured cheekbone and eye socket, and her nose was broken. After the second victim also filed a police report, was finally held accountable administratively, but he was not arrested. Nevertheless, Tong laid low while the second divorce proceedings were underway, not attempting to contact his wife. Unfortunately, this time around, the court, in dissolving the marriage, left both sons with the father, as the Lee family was wealthy, and money proved to be the deciding factor. The heartbroken mother was crushed with grief. Her close ones urged her to leave the village for a while, fearing the ex-husband would seek revenge and possibly do something dreadful. However, Lamu refused, wanting to be near her boys. 3 weeks after the second divorce, Lamu went to the mountains, where she recorded a video of herself singing and dancing. Apparently, this was her way of trying to relieve stress, but her ex-husband interpreted it as her celebrating their separation, which blinded him with rage. On the evening of September 14th, 2020, around 8, Lamu started a live stream to chat with her followers. She was dressed in a traditional Tibetan outfit, softly singing folk songs. She put a finger to her lips, whispering that they needed to be quiet because her father and visiting stepbrother were already asleep while she prepared breakfast treats for them. At that moment, a terrible noise erupted off camera, as if someone had kicked the door in. The blogger turned pale, frozen in fear, her eyes wide with horror. She stared at the person entering, then suddenly jumped up, clearly trying to escape. The tripod with her smartphone fell camera down, but the broadcast continued. Viewers could not see what was happening in the room, but could hear everything. Heavy footsteps were heard, followed by the sound of a liquid splashing on the floor and walls. Lamu started screaming for help. Then her father's voice pleaded with the intruder to calm down and put down the knife. Lamu warned her family that the room was doused in gasoline and begged them to save themselves. A sinister silence fell for a few seconds. Then the click of a lighter followed by a piercing scream was heard. The broadcast cut off as the crackle of flames spreading through the room intensified. Followers were in disbelief, unwilling to accept that they had witnessed a tragedy, with some even speculating it was a cruel prank. Unfortunately, the worst had occurred. Tong decided to brutally exact revenge on his ex-wife for daring to leave him. He rode a motorcycle to Lamu's house, bringing along a canister of gasoline and a large knife. Through the windows, he saw his ex-wife in the kitchen on the ground floor and kicked the door leading to the room. Tong caught Lamu off guard. She barely understood what was happening before she tried to flee, but he prevented her from escaping. Tong doused Lamu with fuel and wounded her with the knife before setting the house on fire. At that moment, her father and brother ran outside, shouting for neighbors to help, but they did not understand what was happening or the seriousness of the situation. As the flames erupted, her relatives rushed back into the house, but the old wooden beams, burning like torches, collapsed, blocking the entrance. It took firefighters about 2 hours to extinguish the fire. When they entered, they found Lamu in the room, her skin charred black and in places literally melted and stuck to the floor. Incredibly, Lamu was still breathing with a faint pulse detectable. She was immediately rushed to the hospital, where doctors were horrified by her condition. Over 90% of her body surface was burned and her lungs had nearly cooked from the heated air and smoke. She desperately continued to fight for her life. She was in a deep coma and her condition was deemed critical. Nevertheless, the city's burn center was prepared to help, but the treatment cost was a staggering $1,000,000, as some her family could not afford after losing everything in the fire. Then, Lamu's father decided to seek help from her followers. He wrote a letter explaining that her ex-husband had attacked her, attempting to end her life, but she had survived, and doctors held out a slim hope. However, the family simply didn't have the funds for her medical treatment. The letter was posted on her social account, along with a plea from her sister to all compassionate people to help Lamu, providing an account number for donations. The necessary funds for treatment were raised within an hour of the post, and people continued to send money. Lamu was transferred to the burn center, where she received the needed care. Her condition was stabilized, and at one point it even seemed she might recover. However, tragically, after 2 weeks of fighting for her life, her heart could not endure any longer, and she passed away without regaining consciousness. She was only 30 years old. At the trial, Tong's mother desperately defended her son, who had inflicted such cruelty, claiming that he did it out of intense love for his ex-wife and stress from their divorce. Nevertheless, the verdict was severe and just. The court found Lee guilty of deliberate, cruel deprivation of life and sentenced him to death, additionally mandating his family to compensate Lamu's relatives for the property loss due to the house fire. Tom attempted to appeal the verdict several times through appellate motions, but the decision remained unchanged. In July 2022, the sentence was carried out. Tong Lee was executed that same year, 2 years after the tragic event that ended a young woman's life. Her relatives rebuilt the house on the site of the burned one and were able to move back in. On the ground floor, her sister set up a small memorial altar with photographs of Lamu. The court left the orphaned boys in the custody of their paternal grandparents. The Lee family remained one of the wealthiest in the village, and the judges believed they could provide the children with better living conditions. Celine Feggett was born on May 23, 1976, in the French town of Besançon. It was a quiet and peaceful place, not far from the Swiss border. Celine grew up in a loving family with her parents, 2 brothers, and a sister. Her dad was a farmer, so she and her siblings spent a lot of time outside, helping him keep the farm running. At school, Celine was active in sports and had many friends. When she was 14, her parents took her to nearby Britain and she absolutely loved it. From that point on, she started thinking about moving there someday. She decided to pursue an education that would allow her to work in the hotel business, inspired by her cousin who was a hotel manager in the UK. After finishing school, enrolled in a local university to study accounting. She also continued visiting her cousin in England whenever she could. One summer, he helped her get a job at a hotel, and she spent a few months working there before returning home. At the end of 1995, when Celine was 19, she decided to travel to Britain again for Christmas. At that time of year, public trains in France were experiencing disruptions, so her parents asked a family friend, a truck driver, for help. He was delivering cargo to England and agreed to give her a ride to a town called Folkestone. From there, Celine planned to travel to Fordingbridge, a town about 150 miles or 250 kilometers away, where her cousin lived. On December 18th, left home, planning to reach her cousin's hotel by that evening. Her parents were expecting a call from her to let them know she had arrived safely, but as the evening stretched on, there was no word from Celine. She didn't have a mobile phone, so all her family could do was just wait and hope she would make it to the hotel eventually. Later that night, they finally got a call, but it wasn't Celine. It was her cousin. He told them she still hadn't arrived and asked if something had changed in her plans. Celine's parents grew even more worried and, with no other options, decided to contact the police. French authorities quickly reached out to their British colleagues, who immediately launched a search for the missing woman. Their first step was to speak with Celine's parents, who traveled to England to assist in the investigation. They told them about a family friend, a truck driver, who had agreed to give Celine a ride to Britain. The police tracked him down and he confirmed that he had dropped her off in Folkestone. After that, he had to head in a different direction. While they were at the truck stop, the driver met another French trucker who was heading to a town called Newbury, about an hour's drive from Celine's cousin's hotel. This second driver agreed to give Celine a lift, and investigators managed to locate him as well. He told the police he had dropped Celine off at a truck stop in Newbury. She had tried using a payphone there to call her cousin and ask him to pick her up, but for some reason she couldn't get through. By that time, it was already 4:30 p.m. The driver told Celine she could take a train to her cousin's town, but there was a problem. The nearest station was a few dozen miles away, and he couldn't take her there since he had to deliver his cargo in a different direction. He still wanted to help, so he started asking other truckers in the parking lot if anyone could give Celine a ride. The first driver he asked turned him down, saying he was planning to rest before his next trip, but the second trucker agreed. He said he was heading to Salisbury, just about a 30-minute drive from Celine's cousin's town. He even mentioned she could probably catch an 8 p.m. bus from there. With no other options left, Celine went with the third driver, and that's where her trail disappeared. Detectives tried to track this man down, but they didn't have enough solid information to identify him. The second driver, who had handed her over, couldn't recall the license plate number and only remembered that the truck was a white Mercedes. He also provided a description of the man. He was around 35 years old, had short blonde hair and a beard. The second driver also mentioned that something about this man struck him as suspicious. There was something unsettling about his behavior, but he still let Celine go with him because, at that point, she simply had no other choice. Police began to suspect that the third driver might have been involved in Celine's disappearance. Using the witness's description, they created a composite sketch and shared it with the local media. As for the first two drivers, investigators thoroughly checked their alibis and found solid evidence proving they had been in other locations at the time. Detectives soon uncovered a troubling detail that made them even more suspicious of the third driver. Remember how he told Celine she could catch an evening bus to her cousin's town from Salisbury? Well, it turned out that no such bus existed. Investigators wasted no time getting the word out about Celine's disappearance. They shared her story along with a suspect's composite sketch through newspapers and TV. The case quickly grabbed national attention in both Britain and France. It was just days before Christmas, and the disappearance of a young woman during the holiday season struck a chord with the public. On top of that, there were fears that Celine might have fallen victim to a serial killer. Over the past 2 years, several young women had been murdered in the same area. Police believed these cases were linked to a single perpetrator, and now they were worried Celine's disappearance could be connected to him. As a result, the local police launched a full-scale search. Over 100 officers were assigned to the case, along with helicopters and even an airplane to scan the area from above. They concentrated their efforts along the route the third driver was believed to have taken with Celine, but despite all their efforts, they found no trace of her. Unfortunately, the first week of the search yielded no results. Both the police and Celine's family made numerous public appeals, urging anyone who might know something about her whereabouts or the driver himself to come forward. But every lead they followed quickly turned into a dead end. This went on for over a week until the morning of December 29th, when police received a chilling call. A man driving near the town of Worcester had pulled over to adjust his windshield wipers. While walking along the roadside, he noticed something odd partially covered by snow. Curious, he went closer and, to his horror, realized it was a human body. Shaken, he immediately rushed home and called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and found the body of a young woman, but at first they couldn't identify her. Initially, they thought it might be the remains of a local woman who had disappeared after leaving a nightclub, but the theory was quickly ruled out. It wasn't until the following day, December 30th, that police confirmed the body was Celine's. Her cousin was brought in to identify her, sparing her parents the heartbreaking task of doing it themselves. Police quickly noticed one important detail. The highway where Celine's body was found was almost in the opposite direction of where she had been heading. This only strengthened their theory that the truck driver who had given her a ride was likely responsible for her murder. All of Celine's clothing and personal belongings were missing, and officers found no trace of them near the site where her body was discovered. The autopsy revealed multiple bruises and abrasions consistent with heavy blows, as well as evidence of strangulation. Medical examiners also found signs of SA on Celine's body, but there was no biological material that could lead them to the perpetrator. One chilling detail stood out. The examiners determined that Celine's body had likely been left by the roadside only about 24 hours before it was found. With 11 days having passed since her disappearance, detectives speculated that the killer may have kept her alive for most of that time or even transported her body with him. The second driver who had helped Celine mentioned that the suspect's truck was equipped with an industrial freezer, which suggested the killer could have preserved her body at low temperatures for days. Despite all this, the police still had no solid leads on the driver's identity. However, a conversation with Celine's parents revealed an intriguing detail. She had been carrying 2 bottles of champagne as Christmas gifts. These, along with all her other belongings, were never found. It seemed likely that the killer had taken them, which gave investigators a potential new angle to explore. This champagne was a specific French brand that wasn't sold in Britain, making those 2 bottles completely unique in the country. Police decided to use this as leverage and sent information about the bottles to the media, along with photos of identical champagne. Investigators decided to take an unprecedented step. Despite the absence of the perpetrator's DNA on the victim's body, in early January of the following year, they initiated the first mass DNA collection in Britain's history. The police focused their efforts on drivers of Mercedes trucks and similar models. This process took over a month, and detectives managed to test more than 5,000 drivers. Most of them willingly provided their samples, but there were some who refused. Investigators put them on a separate list for further scrutiny, thinking that one of those individuals might be the killer. Meanwhile, Celine's case continued to gain widespread attention in both British and French media. The police received thousands of tips and leads, but unfortunately, none of them brought the detectives any closer to catching the killer. This continued until mid-February, when one tip finally caught the investigators' attention. A man called the police after seeing the suspect's sketch on the news and said it looked strikingly similar to one of his coworkers, a 36-year-old truck driver named Stuart Little. He also mentioned that Stewart drove a Mercedes truck with a refrigeration unit. This lead prompted detectives to start digging into Stewart's background. The first thing they uncovered was Stewart's extensive criminal history, though it consisted of non-violent offenses. Next, they decided to approach him carefully and ask for a DNA sample, presenting it as a routine part of their investigation involving thousands of drivers across Britain. However, Stewart refused to provide a sample, which only deepened their suspicions. After several more attempts to persuade him, though, Stewart eventually gave in and agreed to the test. As soon as they had his DNA, the police secured a warrant to search his truck. That's when they found their first major evidence: traces of blood on the mattress in the sleeping area and in other parts of the cab. Testing confirmed it was Celine's blood, and that was enough for an arrest. The police also obtained a warrant to search Stewart's house. In his garage, they discovered Celine's personal belongings, the ones she had with her when she disappeared. But that wasn't all. Investigators noticed something odd about Stewart's tachograph, the device truck drivers are required to use by law to track their driving hours. It appeared that on the day Celine's body was dumped, Stewart had deliberately concealed information about his movements. However, he made a mistake. After disposing of the body, he resumed work without filling in the missing data. This created a suspicious gap in his driving log, which detectives believed corresponded to the time he transported Celine's body to the roadside. During his first interrogation, Stewart denied any involvement in the murder, claiming he had never even picked up Celine. But when police brought in the other driver, who identified Stewart in a lineup, his story changed. He now admitted to giving Celine a ride and claimed they had consensual intercourse. As for her belongings found in his garage, Stewart insisted she had simply forgotten them when he dropped her off. Naturally, investigators weren't quick to believe Stewart's story. They continued searching for evidence and soon found a witness who had seen him the day before Celine's body was discovered. The witness spotted Stewart near a warehouse about 50 miles from where the body was found. He was seen starting a fire next to his truck, and it appeared he was burning something. When police confronted Stewart about this, he claimed he'd started the fire to warm up his truck brakes, which had supposedly frozen due to the weather. Officers decided to search the area near the warehouse, and it didn't take long for them to find something disturbing. Underneath a fence, they discovered Celine's underwear. It was stained with her blood. Piecing together all the evidence, investigators came up with the most likely timeline of events. When Stewart picked up Celine, he drove to a secluded area where he assaulted and killed her. Based on the blood evidence found in his truck, they believe Stewart kept her body on the lower bunk in his cab for 10 days while continuing to make deliveries as if nothing had happened. Shockingly, just a week after the murder, Stewart went home to celebrate Christmas with his wife and children, while Celine's body remained just a few yards away in his truck. At some point, he decided to dispose of the body. Investigators found receipts showing Stewart had purchased a shovel, an axe, and a saw, likely with the intention of dismembering her remains. However, for some reason, he abandoned that plan and simply left her body near the roadside. Detectives soon uncovered another chilling detail. The day after Christmas, Stewart gave those 2 bottles of rare French champagne to an acquaintance as a gift. When detectives questioned him about it, Stewart claimed he'd bought the bottles from another French truck driver, but investigators didn't believe a word of it. On top of that, they uncovered another intriguing detail. Stewart had always worn a beard, but he completely shaved it off after the murder, right around the time the suspect sketch started appearing in the news. They also figured out why Celine couldn't reach her cousin when she tried to call him from a payphone. It turned out that the UK had recently changed its phone codes, and Celine had his number written down with the old code in her notebook. Unaware of this update, she dialed the outdated number and her call never went through. For Stewart's family, friends, and co-workers, these revelations were a complete shock. To them, he had always seemed like a devoted family man and a reliable friend. At first, many even refused to believe he could have been involved. But as the media revealed the mounting evidence against him, they had no choice but to face the horrifying truth of who Stewart really was. Stewart's trial began in October of that year, and despite the mountain of evidence against him, he stuck to his story, denying everything. But the jury didn't need long to deliberate. They unanimously found him guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving at least 20 years. Soon after his sentencing, Stewart tried to appeal the verdict, claiming that the high-profile nature of the case had biased the jury, preventing him from receiving a fair trial. However, the appeals court rejected his claims. In 2006, Stewart made another attempt to have his sentence reviewed, but once again, his appeal was denied. 10 years later, in 2016, Stewart became eligible for parole, but his request was denied. The reason was clear. Even after spending 2 decades in prison, he still refused to admit to the crime and maintained his innocence. The judge also voiced concerns that Stewart remained a danger to society. As of now, Stewart remains behind bars, with little chance of being released anytime soon. It's worth mentioning that Stewart was ultimately ruled out as a suspect in the other murders I mentioned earlier. Those crimes turned out to be the work of another truck driver who was arrested in late 1997. While prosecutors linked him to just 2 murders, they still believe he might be responsible for several other unsolved cases. As for Stewart, investigators also suspected that Celine might not have been his only victim. However, after all these years, no evidence has been found to connect him to any other crimes. Max received an urgent call from his close friend, Jonathan Hoffman, on May 18, 2012, at 5 p.m. Both were seniors at Farmington Central High School in the affluent West Bloomfield area near Detroit, Michigan. Their friendship began in 9th grade during an English class and was sparked by a mutual appreciation for Tupac, one of the most influential figures in American hip-hop. Jonathan confided in Max that he had recently failed a court-mandated drug screening. He had been on probation since authorities found a prohibited synthetic substance in his vehicle 2 months earlier. Jonathan expressed concern over his grandmother Sandra's intense anger towards him. At 17 years old, Jonathan had been living in his grandparents' apartment for 9 months following his parents' divorce and their relocation to Arizona. Initially, Jonathan went with his parents to Arizona. However, shortly after their arrival, the family was dealt a severe blow when his younger sister Jessica was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor. This necessitated multiple surgeries and ongoing medical care. Adapting to a new school while coping with his sister's health issues left Jonathan feeling unhappy and despondent. Jonathan was overjoyed when his grandmother Sandra suggested he return to West Bloomfield and stay with her until he completed high school. The prospect of reuniting with friends and familiar surroundings excited him. Nevertheless, not everyone approved of the arrangement between Jonathan and his grandmother. Jonathan's father, Michael, a prominent attorney for many years, had observed some disconcerting traits in Sandra's personality. 74-year-old Sandra Lane, a retired educator and mother of 5, could be exacting and stern. While she cherished her grandson deeply along with her 85-year-old husband Fred, the situation presented its challenges given the teenager's yearning to reconnect with friends during what should have been a stable final year at Farmington Central High School. Jonathan's father eventually conceded, allowing him to thrive once again at Farmington High School. There, he was recognized as the class clown, an exceptionally intelligent student, and a tech whiz. He had secured a full scholarship to Eastern Michigan University. His peers saw him as a spirited, cheerful, and optimistic individual. That's why Jonathan's call to Max caused such alarm. He didn't sound like himself. His voice carried not only concern, but also palpable fear. The friends decided to meet up later that same day, and Jonathan promised he'd text within the next 30 minutes to confirm the time. Max waited for the message, but 40 minutes passed with no word from his friend. Growing impatient, Max decided to call Jonathan directly. The phone rang and rang without any response. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Jonathan would never be able to reply again. Just before this incident, around 5:20 p.m., the West Bloomfield Township Police Department received an emergency call from Sandra Lane's residence, Jonathan's grandmother's home. The young caller informed the dispatcher he had been shot and struggled for breath over those 3 minutes. He begged for help, stating that he was on the brink of death. The assailant had already fled the scene without seeking aid. The subsequent events were even more horrific. The emergency dispatcher listened as Jonathan frantically called out for help before several gunshots rang out again. His screams of pain were followed by faint words that he was dying. Then came a short silence before a woman's scream echoed through the line, leading to an eerie quietude. By about 5:30 p.m., West Bloomfield police arrived at Sandra Lane's condo in the serene Maple Point gated community, a neighborhood known for its low crime rate and predominantly inhabited by retirees. A resident had reported hearing gunshots in this typically peaceful area. As officers disembarked from their vehicle onto the neatly kept lawn, they headed into what would become one of their most chilling calls yet. Another gunshot reverberated from within the residence. Before the officers could make their way inside, a woman appeared at the front door, ignoring the officers' instructions to disarm herself. She was a small, elderly woman with fading red hair, her clothes spattered with blood. With her hands raised in surrender, she informed the officers that she had just taken her grandson's life. This revelation stunned the officers, yet it paled in comparison to what awaited them inside. As they entered the condo, the officers were confronted with a ghastly scene. Blood and smudges were present in nearly every room. Bullet impacts marred both walls and furnishings, and empty shell casings littered the ground. Near the entryway lay a discarded 9mm Glock 17 semi-automatic handgun. Subsequent forensic analysis would uncover additional magazines for the firearm hidden within the residence. On the upper floor, police found 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman sprawled face down in a pool of blood. He suffered from multiple gunshot wounds across his chest, arms, back, and stomach, indicating that many shots were fired at close quarters. Emergency medical personnel swiftly transported him to Botsford Hospital, clinging to hope they could save him. Sadly, by 6 p.m., Jonathan succumbed to his injuries. Sandra was taken to the closest medical facility as a precautionary measure. Medical professionals conducted various examinations to confirm her well-being. The next day, Sandra Lane faced charges for her grandson's homicide and was detained without bail while awaiting trial for either first or second-degree murder. Her guilt left to be determined by a jury. Throughout this ordeal, she maintained her innocence. News of this incident plunged Jonathan's family, friends, and neighbors into deep sorrow and shock. They all pondered what could have driven Sandra to turn a firearm on her dearly loved grandson. The news of this tragic event spread rapidly through the tranquil neighborhood, with media outlets speculating on various theories. Whispers suggested that Jonathan had failed a drug screening test. Journalists highlighted a narrative involving two neglectful parents who left their substance-dependent teenage son in the care of elderly grandparents. Based on the grandmother's testimony, it was revealed that at the time of Jonathan's passing, he had an illegal synthetic drug in his system which had previously caused him complications. His death occurred shortly after another sensational incident involving hallucinogen consumption. Just 2 weeks prior, another youth under the influence of drugs assaulted his family with a baseball bat, resulting in a fatal event. Takir Cipriana and his accomplice consumed a prohibited substance before attacking their parents. Sandra Lane's attorney argued that she had legitimate concerns for her safety due to managing a young man on probation who was difficult to restrain. It was widely reported that this particular drug could induce aggression in users. If an incident similar to Takir's had occurred at Sandra's residence, could her actions against Jonathan be justified as self-defense? This was the reasoning Sandra provided to both the police and jury. She asserted that since Jonathan's return to West Bloomfield, he had become unruly and exhibited aggressive behavior. Sandra claimed that he rarely left the house and mingled with teenagers addicted to dangerous synthetic drugs. Sandra also stated that Jonathan's parents did not inform her about his addiction before his arrival, and showed little concern for his activities during his stay. Michael, Jonathan's father, was portrayed as having abandoned him. Jonathan frequently had fits of rage, destroying objects and damaging furniture in his room. When upset or during disputes, he would lash out, even breaking his own possessions like his computer monitor and phone. Authorities confirmed that Jonathan had a history with illegal substances. On March 17, 2011, he was apprehended and penalized for possessing hallucinogenic drugs. Subsequently, in court, he received a 93-day deferred sentence, along with a year of probation and the requirement for random drug screenings related to these substances. Jonathan's acquaintances shared with law enforcement their concerns regarding his drug habit and their efforts to redirect him away from it. Sandra exerted considerable effort to assist Jonathan in reforming his ways, focusing on his academic performance and adhering to her guidelines. Nevertheless, he resisted these attempts, displaying defiance, erratic behavior, and occasional aggression. Fred confirmed that from the moment Jonathan arrived, there were continuous and intense disputes between him and Sandra. She even contacted the police multiple times due to Jonathan becoming utterly unmanageable. She sought assistance from the school as well, but all efforts proved futile. Sandra recounted an incident where Jonathan, under the influence of drugs, lost complete control. This situation necessitated hospital staff to restrain him to a gurney. The elderly woman implored his parents for help. However, his father remained indifferent and did not return to Michigan. Gradually, Sandra began fearing for her safety. She confided in her husband about her concerns regarding their grandson and his disreputable associates. In a bid for self-protection and to safeguard her elderly husband, feeling cornered with no other option, Sandra acquired a Glock 17 pistol for defense in case Jonathan or his friends became aggressive. On the critical morning of May 18, 2012, Lane took Jonathan for a drug test that returned positive for illicit substances. Jonathan was instructed to undergo another test later that day. Upon receiving another positive result, he became furious while in his grandmother's vehicle. He resorted to swearing violently, kicking the dashboard and at one point seizing the steering wheel, compelling Sandra to halt the car multiple times. Jonathan even attempted to snatch the car keys at one juncture. Upon their return home, the confrontation intensified. Apprehensive that he might be incarcerated, Jonathan decided to flee immediately to Arizona. He demanded $2,000 and the car keys from his grandmother. She complied with neither request. When Grandpa Fred took the dog for a walk, Sandra felt overwhelmingly frightened and attempted to pacify the teenager, to no avail. She retreated to her bedroom and retrieved the loaded pistol, hoping it would compel her grandson to heed her words, or at least acknowledge her presence. Upon returning upstairs to Jonathan's bedroom and finding him in the bathroom, instead of heeding her, the boy hurled insults, kicked her in the abdomen, and struck her on the head. A struggle ensued during which Sandra discharged the firearm. She then fled to the basement in a state of panic, seeking refuge. After a while, she ventured upstairs to check on him, only for her grandson to assault her once more, attempting to wrest the gun away. In the ensuing altercation, she shot again in self-defense. This narrative paints a picture of elderly individuals trapped in a dire predicament that tragically culminated in Sandra shooting her beloved grandson out of genuine fear for her own life. However, questions remain as to whether Lane's account is entirely accurate. As the investigation deepened, a contrasting narrative began to surface, one that was still tragic but considerably more concerning. Initial claims by Sandra regarding Jonathan's alleged violent nature didn't align with the experiences of those who knew him personally. Contrary to portraying him as aggressive, interviews revealed that at school, Jonathan was known as humorous and peace-loving. He was always quick to diffuse conflicts with his humor and intelligence. Friends also testified that they hadn't observed any recent changes in his demeanor. Furthermore, Jonathan was described as having a very lean build, standing at just 1.67 meters tall and weighing merely 50 kilograms, hardly fitting the profile of a physically intimidating person. His stature was notably similar to his grandmother's. It appeared that instances of Jonathan's so-called rage were exclusively reported by Sandra, a claim now met with skepticism. Fred, Sandra's husband, acknowledged witnessing heated arguments between his wife and grandson. Despite being present at home almost all the time, he never witnessed any physical violence. Sandra played a key role in overseeing Jonathan's education, establishing strict expectations, which the teenager had difficulty meeting. Fred even suggested sending Jonathan back to his parents in Arizona. However, Sandra rejected this proposal, contradicting her claim that the boy was unmanageable under her care. Jennifer, Sandra's daughter, told the police that during the 9 months Jonathan stayed with his grandparents, he maintained daily communication with her and visited them monthly. Throughout this period, Sandra never reported any issues between her and Jonathan, nor did she express feeling overwhelmed by his presence. When Jennifer learned about Jonathan's legal troubles involving illicit substances, she discussed possible solutions with her mother. She considered either rehabilitation or sending him back to Arizona. Sandra convinced her that she could handle the situation independently. Reluctantly, Jennifer agreed to leave her son in her parents' custody, a decision that would later prove tragically significant. Authorities were summoned to the Lane household on 2 occasions. The first call came in March 2012 when Jonathan himself dialed emergency services. He was distressed after consuming magic mushrooms and experiencing severe paranoia, fearing for his life. Upon arrival, police noted that he showed no aggression but was terrified upon seeing them. He eagerly embraced one officer before being secured to a stretcher for his protection and transported to a medical facility. Just 4 days after this incident with magic mushrooms, Sandra Lane reached out to 911 again. She reported that her grandson was enraged and attempting to flee, while Jonathan informed the dispatcher that his grandmother was forcibly trying to confine him in her vehicle. When officers arrived, they encountered Jonathan vocally berating his grandmother. The law enforcement officials then proposed intervening with the irate youth. Sandra opted to handle the matter herself. This episode was recorded in the police files as a routine verbal dispute between a guardian and a child, which was settled amicably. However, for the detectives leading the investigation, this case increasingly seemed less about a rebellious teenager spiraling out of control and more about a woman enforcing her authority over a defiant child. The hearing on April 12th regarding the possession of prohibited substances and subsequent probation had evidently enraged Sandra. She believed she could discipline her grandson effectively. Up until that point, Sandra had been resolute in steering Jonathan onto the correct path. Yet, as graduation neared and her opportunities dwindled, this mission began to look like a failure. In that moment, Sandra faced many choices. She could have contacted her daughter or sent Jonathan for rehabilitation. Instead, she acquired a semi-automatic pistol and took several shooting lessons at a firing range. Determined to prevail in this conflict and assert control over her unruly teenage grandson at any cost, for days after Jonathan was placed on probation, Sandra Lane applied for a license to carry a firearm. On April 18th, she purchased a 9mm Glock, explaining to the store owner that she needed it for home protection. She chose a weapon intended for lethal force, along with ammunition containing expanding bullets designed to inflict maximum damage. After buying the pistol, Sandra trained at the nearest shooting range until she felt proficient in handling it. She kept her newfound expertise hidden from her husband, who remained unaware of the gun's presence in their home. He was quite taken aback when he discovered how much his wife had managed to achieve covertly. On the fateful day of May 18, 2012, Sandra and Jonathan returned home at around 5 p.m. Sandra then requested her husband, Fred, to take their dog for a walk and insisted that he remain outside until she gave him permission to return. Their outdoor time extended for so long that both the homeowner and the dog grew weary. They ended up sitting together on the grass watching a basketball game. As Fred Lane, the grandfather of the deceased high schooler, recounted during an interview, when they heard police sirens, he failed to grasp the situation. Why did Sandra want Fred to leave them? It seemed less like the action of a woman fearing for her life, and more like someone with a plan, intent on carrying it out without interference or witnesses. If Jonathan was as agitated as described by his grandmother, it's unlikely Fred would have left them alone. However, more compelling evidence against Sandra was yet to come. At that same time, 5 p.m., Jonathan was talking with his friend Max about their evening plans. Max informed the police that Jonathan's tone wasn't angry or excited. Instead, he sounded frightened. He was worried about failing a drug test and anxious about his grandmother's reaction. Jonathan mentioned that Sandra was so furious she threatened to send him back to Arizona. Sandra claimed her grandson violently assaulted her, striking her in the head and abdomen before she discharged the firearm. Medical personnel from the nearest hospital examined her immediately after the incident, but found no injuries or bruises. Ballistic evidence revealed Sandra fired the weapon more than 10 times throughout various locations in the house. 6 bullets struck Jonathan. 2 shots were aimed at his back, indicating he attempted to flee from Sandra. Another shot struck him in the abdomen while he was wounded and conversing with a 911 dispatcher. The police were convinced it was Sandra chasing Jonathan, not the other way around. The grandmother sought to punish her grandson for his perceived wrongdoing while he sought refuge. At some point, she descended to the basement to reload her pistol, likely when Jonathan ascended to his bedroom to call 911, and subsequently returned, shooting him at close range while he lay on the floor bleeding. The final conclusive blow against Sandra's claims of self-defense came from the toxicology report. According to the report, at the time of the shooting, Jonathan's bloodstream didn't contain any prohibited substances. Only a metabolite of a harmful drug was identified in his urine. The forensic examiner clarified that the residual traces discovered in the urine indicated that all substances had left his body and had no impact on Hoffman's behavior. In other words, Jonathan was entirely lucid when Sandra opened fire on him. Consequently, the jury dismissed the defendant's self-defense claim. On March 19, 2013, Sandra Lane was convicted of a serious crime against her grandson, Jonathan Hoffman. Prior to sentencing, the elderly woman expressed regret for her actions, pleading for understanding. She claimed that her intention had not been to take the teenager's life, but rather to help him resolve his issues together. Meanwhile, her daughter Jennifer urged for the harshest punishment for her mother. She asserted that Sandra Lane was utterly malevolent and would undoubtedly repeat her actions if given the opportunity. Jennifer depicted her mother as a monstrous and obsessed individual fixated on academic achievement. She firmly believed that everything Lane had stated in her statement was falsehoods. She concluded by stating that her son now resided in heaven, a place where Sandra would never have access. Lane received a minimum sentence of 20 years in addition to a mandatory 2-year term for utilizing a weapon in the commission of manslaughter. Her lawyer had pleaded on her behalf, citing concerns about her potential survival during an extended prison confinement. Jonathan's funeral occurred on May 22, 2012, with approximately 700 people who had known and cherished the young man in attendance. They fondly recalled moments spent with him and cherished him as a cheerful individual who never failed to bring laughter to those around him. As a grandson, Jonathan fell short of his grandmother's expectations, ultimately leading her to conclude that he did not belong in this world. 25-year-old Kathy Warnett Hicks lived in Atlanta in 1982. She was an employee for Delta Airlines. In September, Kathy was visiting Hawaii to participate in a company softball tournament. She was staying at the Iwikai Hotel. Kathy was last seen by her coworkers on September 19th at 1:30 a.m. She was seen with a man named Tommy. According to the coworkers, Kathy and Tommy rode an elevator from the 24th floor to the hotel lobby. The pair then went toward the pool area while her friends went to a nearby club. A little later in the day, at 10 a.m., 2 joggers found a woman's body when they stopped by the water reserve not far from the hotel. She was quickly identified as Kathy Hicks. She had been strangled. Investigators from the Honolulu Police Department started investigating the case. DNA was found on Kathy's underwear that belonged to a male. The DNA was stored so it could be used later when DNA was more advanced. A sketch was made of the man witnesses saw Kathy with last. A coworker of Kathy also told investigators that the man said he was a Navy sailor and had been in Hawaii for about 2 years, and that he was a native of Tuskegee, Alabama, and lived in Jacksonville, Florida before moving to Hawaii. No witnesses to the crime came forward and police did not find any other useful leads, so the case went cold. Then, in 2019, the solving of an entirely different cold case would lead to the suspect in Kathy's case. Investigators tested DNA found at the crime scene of Pamela Cahanes and found that 61-year-old Thomas Lewis Garner is responsible for taking her life. Thereafter, in 2021, they found that his DNA also matched the DNA found on Kathy Hicks' underwear. Thomas worked as a dental hygienist in Jacksonville, Florida. He was also a veteran. In June of 2021, he was given a life sentence for what he did to Pamela, and investigators are sure he'll soon be convicted for taking Kathy's life. Attorney Megan Cowell said that it is vital that he should be prosecuted even though he was already sentenced to life in prison. It's justice for the victim and the victim's family. Bringing a prosecution on behalf of the victim's family often makes you feel like justice has prevailed. Let's say, for example, the Florida Supreme Court overrules the conviction for some reason and dismisses the case. Now, if the government doesn't bring the case against the same suspect, the suspect will be let out into the community and could and probably would reoffend. DNA is extremely helpful because we can rely on the science. So now we can identify the perpetrator, we can prosecute the perpetrator, and hopefully convict the perpetrator. I'm sure many of you also now want to hear more about the Pamela Caines case. So here it is in a nutshell. Pamela grew up in Stillwater, Minnesota. In 1984, 25-year-old Pamela enlisted in the Navy. In May of that year, she left behind her family and flew across the country to Orlando, Florida to begin training at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Sadly, Pamela never had the chance to see her dreams come true. 2 days after her graduation in August 1984, her lifeless body was discovered in front of a vacant home in Sanford, Florida. She had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators were able to collect DNA belonging to an unknown man from her body. In 2000 and 2005, investigators unsuccessfully attempted to find a DNA match to Pamela's attacker. In 2015, investigators finally got a break. DNA from Pamela's clothing was submitted to a private forensic genealogy service. Investigators were able to access DNA profiles of individuals who submitted their DNA to genealogy websites. They found a match to a distant relative of Pamela's attacker. Investigators began to build a family tree that would eventually lead them to Thomas Garner, as we already know. Investigators had to make sure they had the right guy, so they then collected a cigarette that he had smoked. The samples matched the DNA found on skin collected from underneath Pamela's fingernails. Her surviving family members were very happy to hear the great news when investigators told them that he was arrested and also when he was convicted. Sonia Carmen Herrickstone was a 30-year-old single mother living with her 4-year-old daughter in Monterey County, California in 1981. She was a merchandiser and sales representative for Levi Strauss & Company. On October 15, 1981, a friend of Sonia, Colleen McBride, knocked on her front door. When Sonia didn't answer, McBride made her way inside. It was then that she found Sonia's partially clothed body sprawled on the floor of her living room. She had been strangled with a pair of pantyhose. Several pieces of DNA evidence were collected from the crime scene to be used later. Investigators decided to make a timeline of the crime. They believe her life was taken while her young daughter was at school. It was around noon when her body was found. Soon after the crime took place, a man told investigators that he has a friend who admitted to being inside Sonia's house the morning her life was taken. The friend is Michael Glazebrook, Sonia's neighbor. A day after the crime occurred, investigators decided to interview Michael. They saw that he had a scratch on his face and was extremely nervous. On December 18, 1981, he was arrested in connection to the case. In 1983, he was tried, but the jury could not agree on his innocence or guilt. Prosecutors dropped the case following a mistrial. In the early 1980s, DNA evidence was a long way off. Blood was found under Sonia's fingernail, but lab technicians could only tell that it did not belong to her. In 2020, investigators decided to re-examine the case. They tested the DNA evidence they had collected back in 1981 again. They were then able to create a DNA profile. Because they still believed Michael Glazebrook was involved, they collected his DNA sample. After some more testing, it was confirmed that Michael is responsible for taking the life of Sonia. 65-year-old Michael was arrested at his home in Seaside, California in August of 2021. He worked as a school bus driver, which is just terrifying. Michael now finds himself in the Monterey County Jail where he is being held in lieu of bail, set at $1 million. Faith Hedgenpeth was born on September 26, 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. She is a member of the Holly Wasapone Native American tribe. In high school, Faith was an honor student, a cheerleader, and a member of many extracurricular clubs and organizations. She did so well that she earned the Gates Millennium Scholarship to attend University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. By 2012, she was an undergraduate student in her third year at the university. Faith lived in an off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Karina's boyfriend, Eric Takoy Jones. The relationship between Karina and Eric soured and he had to move out. He abused Karina, and when he tried to break into the apartment, Faith and Karina went to court to get a protective order that required Eric to stay away from them. Eric really hated Faith because he believed she is the reason that his relationship with Karina did not work out. At one point, he called Faith and threatened to take her life. Just after midnight on September 7th, 2012, and Karina left their apartment to go to a nightclub in downtown Chapel Hill called The Thrill. Just after 2 a.m., the pair left the club and headed home. This is the last time Faith would be seen alive. By 3 a.m., Faith and Karina had returned to their apartment. A woman living below them was awake and watching TV and said she heard thumping noises. She described it as being similar to a heavy bag being dropped or furniture being overturned. Around this time, Faith's Facebook account was accessed. At 3:40 a.m., a text was sent from Faith's phone to that of Brandon Edwards, a former boyfriend of hers. She asked him to come over, but he did not respond. Karina's phone records showed that she was also trying to call Brandon around the same time. When Brandon did not answer, Karina called a fellow University of North Carolina Chapel Hill student, Jordan McCrae. At 4:25 a.m., she left the apartment to get in Jordan's car. She left the apartment door unlocked. 6 hours later, at 10:30 a.m., Karina tried to call Faith, but she did not get an answer. Karina then called another friend, Marisol Rengel, who gave her a ride back to Faith and Karina's apartment. At the apartment in Faith's bedroom, Karina and Marisol made a startling discovery. They found Faith's body wrapped in a quilt. She had been beaten. They then called 911 to inform the police. An autopsy revealed that Faith suffered blunt force trauma to the head. She was just 19 years old. At the crime scene, investigators were able to collect male DNA and use it to develop a DNA profile. Karina's ex-boyfriend and Faith's ex-roommate, Eric Jones, soon became a very strong suspect. Investigators learned of his history of domestic violence and his threats against Faith. It was also revealed that just before the crime, he sent a text to an acquaintance asking for forgiveness for what I am about to do. After the crime, he changed the banner on his Facebook page to read, "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today. Protect me from the girls who don't deserve me." Investigators requested a DNA sample from Merrick. After some resistance, he complied. Shockingly, his DNA did not match the sample from the apartment, and he was ruled out a suspect. Among the evidence at the crime scene was a note written in ballpoint pen on a white paper bag. It is believed that the person who took Faith's life wrote the note. A friend of Faith shared with police a long conversation when Faith Pocket dialed a friend on the night she lost her life. In 2016, Parabon Nanolabs created an image of what the suspect looked like using his DNA. Based on his DNA, Parabon was also able to say that most of his genetic markers indicated that he has Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian ancestry. On September 16, 2021, the Chapel Hill Police Department arrested 28-year-old Miguel Seguero Oliviers in connection to the case. He lives in Durham, North Carolina, close to where Faith lived. In August of 2021, Miguel had been arrested for drunk driving in Wake County. His DNA was taken, and it was then that the investigators noticed that his DNA matched the male DNA sample found at the crime scene back in 2012. During the police press conference, Faith's mother, Connie Hedgenbeth, said she cried tears of joy after learning about the arrest. "When I got the news this morning, I didn't do anything but cry and thank God and praise God because I put it in his hands and it was his timing. I don't know why it took so long, but I just know that it was him." Miguel is currently being held without bond at Durham County Detention Center. Investigators have not released a lot of information about him yet. We do not know if he and Faith knew each other. Faith was just 19 years old. She would have been the first one in her family to graduate from college. She had aspirations to be a teacher or a pediatrician so that she could help others. But sadly, she never got to achieve those dreams. 36-year-old Michael Glover lived in Macon in 2004. He was a pastor and was well known in the community. On March 29th, he was fatally shot in the carport of his West Macon home. People in the community were shocked as he was so beloved. Investigators collected DNA from the suspect at the crime and stored it to be used later. For Michael's family, it was a long wait. His father, Willie Glover, described Michael as special and unique, and would give the shirt off his back to help anyone. "We were a close-knit family. We got together and he was missing." Finally, in 2021, his family would receive some good news. In March of 2021, 39-year-old Terrence Dean of Macon was arrested. It was discovered that his DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene back in 2004, as well as DNA found on an assault case. Investigator Malcolm Bryant with the Bibb County Sheriff's Office had this to say: "The investigators that started the case, they did a good job in regards to including the small details, which was very important. Taking that into consideration, I felt that there was a great chance that this case would lead to an arrest. Technology is nowhere near where it was back in 2004, which is a great thing for us. I think that is the direction that law enforcement is taking in general towards the technology area." He believes they will be able to solve many more cases in the near future. Terrence Dean is currently being held without bond at this time. The motive has not been made public. The Inman family projected an image of perfect harmony to those on the outside. They were regular churchgoers every Sunday to All Woodport Sing. Yet within their tight-knit circle, one could fathom what really happened behind closed doors. Back in 3, William and Sandra Inman's paths crossed at church. He was 18, she just 16. Their union received their parents' blessing, leading to marriage. The couple made their home in the modest community of Logan, located in Hawking County, Ohio. Bill Inman possessed strong religious convictions and balanced his job in construction with playing musical instruments for the Sky of Faith Evangelical Church in Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra took on the role of managing the household. In 1984, they were delighted to welcome their son, William Jr., to distinguish between father and son. The head of the family was called Bill, while the younger one was known as Will. As time passed, William Jr. grew up. At age 17 in 2001, he met a 15-year-old named Summer Cook at church, quite reminiscent of his parents' encounter. Will and Summer maintained a friendship for 3 years before getting married when Summer turned 18 in 2004. The newlyweds began their life together by residing with Will's parents in a spacious house in Logan, Ohio. In that same year, when Bill reached the age of 39, he envisioned himself as a spiritual guide. Transforming his garage into a makeshift sanctuary, he began hosting gatherings there. Despite local skepticism towards this self-declared minister's actions, his enigmatic garage started to attract neighbors first, then their friends, and more individuals seeking solace through prayer and leaving offerings. By 2005, Will and Summer were overjoyed with the birth of their son Alex. Around this time, financial strains began affecting the Inman household since Bill's religious endeavors were not financially rewarding. This situation led the family to consider relocating to another state in pursuit of better employment opportunities. By 2006, the Inman family had fully resettled in Florida. Both Bill and Will promptly secured employment in hotel construction. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer dedicated themselves to homemaking and nurturing young Alex. 2 years later, the Inmans made their way back to Ohio from Florida. By then, they had forfeited their Logan home due to an inability to reclaim it and settled in a rental in Vinton's countryside. Starting a new chapter shortly after their relocation, in 2008, and Summer welcomed their second child, a daughter named Kelly. By 2010, their family grew with the arrival of another daughter, Alana. As young parents, Will and Summer often sought weekends away for relaxation and rejuvenation. During these times, Bill and Sandra, always supportive, took on the role of caring for their grandchildren. The weekends were filled with joy as they cherished moments with their 3 grandchildren. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman secured a pastor's license and proclaimed himself the head of the Skinnier Faith Church. Alongside his wife, he established a charitable entity named Ranch of Mercy to assist the jobless and homeless. His vision was grand. He wanted to construct a large dwelling for orphans and widows. However, financial resources were quite lacking. To address this issue, Bill conceived a lottery scheme. Each participant would purchase a ticket with proceeds earmarked for building the shelter. The grand prize was either a house or $200,000 plus 99 other significant rewards. The community became aware of this lottery through news and advertisements. Bill initially promoted it door to door, assuring participants of lavish rewards while emphasizing that surplus funds were destined for providing a haven for the destitute. Priced at $10 per ticket, Bill managed to sell 100,000 tickets, amassing $1 million for the project. The drawing was set for September 2010. In June 2010, personal upheaval struck the Inman family when Summer expressed her desire to divorce Will after 6 years of marriage. This declaration came not long after she had penned a significant entry in her personal diary. "I am utterly exhausted from constantly trying to please everyone around me. Do not deserve happiness. Do I not have the right to love someone and feel that love in return? I'm uncertain if now is the appropriate time, but I feel compelled to share everything with Will. Troubles me deeply, yet he deserves to know the truth. He should be aware that I no longer wish to be with him. I need to be alone to rediscover myself and understand my current identity. At this moment, I feel like a servant, perpetually running around and obeying others. I adore my children with all my heart and would never trade them for anything. However, I don't want them to grow up witnessing their mother merely following orders all the time. I'm unsure how Will might react to this revelation. There's a chance he could become angry, attempt to take the children away, or worse, resort to threats or harm. It's important for our children to see us as equals. I'm aware that Will's parents might turn against me and try to convince me to stay, but such actions won't change anything. Last night, when Will asked me what I wanted, my mind was blank. All I could think of was what I don't want. I don't want to feel unhappy and trapped any longer, but I couldn't bring myself to voice these thoughts. So instead, I sat there in silence. Every day feels like a battle. All I yearn for is rest, to cry and sleep without interruption. But finding a way out of this situation seems impossible at times. My hope is that by the time of my next journal entry, I'll have clarity on how to resolve everything. As the summer progressed, we moved forward with the divorce proceedings. Departing from the Inman residence, I took our son and both daughters along with my personal belongings. We sought refuge at my parents' home. Wanting not to disrupt the children's relationship with their father or grandparents, visits were scheduled regularly for them. 2 months following our separation in August 2010, I began a relationship with Adam Peters while also securing employment at a bank in Logan's downtown area, working in a cleaning capacity due to limited educational background. When September arrived, it marked another significant event, the Ranch of Mercy's house raffle, spearheaded by the Inman family. Although construction on the prize house was supposed to begin, both September and October passed without any progress. No raffle took place, and no explanations were given. The organization didn't seem to rush to refund participants either. By December 1st, 2010, the Inmans got a notice requiring them to leave their rented residence due to significant unpaid rent. In response, Summer and Adam went to collect her remaining belongings from the Inman home. However, they were denied entry. This led Summer to call the police, reporting that her estranged husband was intimidating her and preventing her from retrieving her possessions. When the police arrived and his parents continued to block access, Will even escalated matters by threatening Adam and clashing with an officer. Consequently, Summer filed a legal complaint against Will. She reflected on their relationship, recalling how idyllic it seemed before marriage, but lamenting its drastic change afterward. Will's behavior reportedly became very controlling, affecting everything from her diet to household responsibilities and even intimate aspects of their life. She wasn't allowed to sleep without his approval and was confined at home without access to her phone or keys. Summer revealed Will's aspirations for a large family, his interest in polygamy, and his activities on related websites, including posting inappropriate images. She also disclosed threats he made if she pursued divorce, and mentioned how her cats mysteriously disappeared, attributed their disappearance nonchalantly to them escaping through an open window. Following Summer's allegations, Will provided his version of events. He justified taking Summer's phone and keys by suggesting he suspected her of infidelity. Regarding the cats, he said that due to their wild behavior and damage caused to furniture and family members, he relocated them to a shelter. As a result of these conflicts and accusations, Will was subjected to a restraining order, preventing him from approaching Summer, and faced penalties and probation amidst further investigations. A fierce battle for custody emerged between the families. The Inmans filed police report against Adam Peters, labeling him a potential threat to the safety of Alex Kelly and Alana. Tragically, Summer's life took a dark turn. On the night March 22, 2011, Summerman, just 25 years old, was finishing her shift at the bank. She wrapped up her cleaning duties after the office had closed. Around 11 p.m., she stepped outside to dispose of the trash. Summer had texted her partner Adam to meet her after work, but he didn't find her by 11:30 p.m. Worried, Adam arrived at the bank and began his search. He discovered her personal items scattered near a dumpster in an alley, her phone, keys, and a music player still playing with headphones nearby in the grass. Her jacket lay there too. Alarmed, Adam immediately contacted Summer's parents to inform them of her disappearance and stressed the need to alert the police swiftly. Initially, Summer's parents called the bank, guessing she might have stayed longer for extra work and misplaced her belongings. Security personnel had no clues about her whereabouts. They then contacted Logan police to report Summer missing, emphasizing her punctuality and that she rarely stayed late at work. Police arrived at the scene where they found Summer's belongings. They heard accounts from 3 eyewitnesses who saw her abduction about an hour earlier. 2 women out for an evening jog reported seeing Summer as she threw out the trash. At that moment, a white Ford Crown Victoria, driven by a blonde woman, 2 individuals dressed in black balaclavas exited the vehicle and forcefully grabbed Summer, shoving her into the back seat despite her resistance and cries for help. One bystander's attempt to intervene was thwarted when the female driver incapacitated him with pepper spray, forcing him to retreat. The car quickly left the area. The 2 jogging witnesses immediately headed to the nearest police station to report what they had witnessed. Their account initially faced skepticism from the police, who found their narrative peculiar and doubted its authenticity. Expecting it might be a fabricated story. The police reached the abduction site of Summer Inman just an hour after her parents filed the missing person report. However, initial efforts did not lead to locating the missing 25-year-old. News of Summerman's kidnapping quickly circulated through all local media outlets, capturing the community's attention. Hundreds of Logan's residents united in a concerted effort to locate her. As 3 days elapsed, the possibility of finding Summer safe and sound grew increasingly faint. Throughout this harrowing time, her parents endeavored to maintain hope against despairing thoughts. Shortly before her disappearance, Summer Inman shared a photo on Facebook featuring herself, her new partner Adam, and her children. The image portrayed them as a content family unit. Will Inman, who had access to Adam Peters' Facebook page, surprisingly still on his friends' list despite being Summer's current partner, noticed this update. It raises an intriguing question. Why would a husband befriend his wife's new companion? The backstory revealed that Adam, a man without stable employment, had been hired by the Inmans a year earlier, in spring 2010, for various household tasks. It was then that Adam and Summer crossed paths and developed a bond. Despite initial reluctance, Summer eventually reciprocated Adam's affections. Her diary entry reflects this internal conflict. My mind screamed, "Run, get out of here now." But instead I stayed and let him embrace me and then delve deeper. I am very sorry about this. I am guilty. This encounter signified the unraveling of Summer's life within the Inman family. Yearning for happiness and love, she initiated divorce proceedings which were prolonged 5 days before vanishing. Will tested the proposed spousal support per child monthly, suggesting a reduction to $50, given his annual earnings of just $6,000. Will and his parents sought full custody of the children, but their petition was rejected by the court. After losing contact with their grandchildren, Bill and Sandra visibly deteriorated. They lost weight and were clearly affected, as those who knew them concurred that the grandchildren were the light of their lives. In March 2011, amidst the investigation into Summer's disappearance, the Inman family was located. They were found at the residence of Bill's 70-year-old mother in Jackson, Ohio. Bill, Sandra, and Will collectively asserted their ignorance regarding Summer's abduction. The Inmans recounted that on the night of Summer's kidnapping, they were en route to Cleveland to view a new property. However, they encountered car trouble after 3 hours on the road, leading to an overnight ordeal of vehicular repairs on the roadside before returning to Logan the next morning. They maintained that their interactions with Summer were generally amicable with infrequent disputes. Yet they attributed a shift in their familial harmony to Adam Peters' employment in their household, describing this phase as challenging. The trio consistently portrayed Adam as a negative influence, alleging he was the catalyst for the disintegration of their previously harmonious and tightly knit family. The investigation took a crucial turn when police noticed a white Ford Crown Victoria at the Inman family's residence. Upon inspection of the vehicle, a GPS receiver was confiscated. Subsequent examination revealed that on March 22nd, the day Summer was abducted, this car was in Logan. The GPS was deactivated at 5:30 p.m. that evening and reactivated the next morning again in Logan, contradicting the Inman's claim of traveling to Cleveland. Phone records further corroborated that all three family members were in Logan on both March 22nd and 23rd. Additional inquiries revealed that on the morning of March 23rd, around 7:30 a.m., the Inmans were at a car wash engaging in a thorough interior cleaning of the vehicle. Bill, Sandra, and Will were all present, but Summer was notably absent following this event. They visited an auto shop in Cleveland for a tire change. While there, a shop employee noticed something odd. Bill was choosing to replace nearly new tires with used ones, simply because he didn't like his current set change. There was also evidence that the Inmans attempted to modify the car's appearance. Notably, Bill had removed a police spotlight that had previously been mounted on the driver's side door next to the mirror. Bill, Sandra, and Will Inman were apprehended and brought in for interrogation. Prior to their arrest, Bill assured his elderly mother of their innocence, attributing the situation to a test from the devil. Throughout the questioning, they consistently claimed they were unaware of Summer Inman's abduction and didn't know who the kidnapper was. However, after several hours and faced with the possibility of capital punishment if convicted, Sandra Inman's resolve faltered. Eventually, she disclosed the truth. Sandra confessed that they were responsible for Summer's abduction on the night of March 22nd. She detailed how Bill and Will had disguised themselves in black masks. Sandra admitted that her initial plan was merely to abduct and intimidate Summer. However, events took an unexpected and tragic turn. According to Sandra's confession, when Summer was forcibly placed in the car's back seat, Will restrained her with plastic ties around her neck, hands, and feet, intending merely to frighten her into granting him access to their children. As the situation escalated, Will realized that Summer was on the brink of unconsciousness. He panicked and desperately searched for a knife to release her, shouting frantically to his mother, "Oh my God, Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." Amidst their collective fear and desperate search for the knife, the situation worsened. Summer ceased breathing and tragically passed away. Sandra maintained that their objective was never to take Summer's life. They merely sought a resolution to their custody dispute and hoped to ensure regular visits with their grandchildren. On March 29, 2011, a week after the kidnapping, Sandra Inman disclosed the location of the body. Summer's remains were found in a septic tank on the grounds of Skinnier Faith Church near Nelsonville, about 30 kilometers from her workplace. Bill Inman had been involved in the church's construction. This place held personal significance for him and Sandra, as it was where they had married 28 years earlier. The Inmans were regulars at this church. Bill participated in its musical ensemble. Police uncovered the well by removing a concrete slab and unscrewing 6 bolts from the metal lid. When they opened it, they immediately saw Summer's legs. She had been thrown headfirst into the septic tank, still wearing her work attire. Her black t-shirt bore an ironic inscription, "I don't have anger issues, I have issues with idiots." A forensic examination confirmed that Summer had succumbed to strangulation. Apart from marks on her neck, hands, and legs indicating she'd been restrained, no other injuries were found on her body. This highlighted strangulation as the cause of her tragic demise. Sandra revealed that she originally planned to dispose of the body in a river, but reconsidered and decided it would be safer to conceal it in the well near the church. She believed this location would ensure it remained undiscovered for a long time. Sandra admitted to feeling deep shame for her actions and their irreversible consequences. During the subsequent trial, 49-year-old Bill Inman and 28-year-old Will Inman did not take any responsibility for Summer's death. Throughout the proceedings, they stayed mostly silent, showing no visible emotions and avoiding eye contact with Summer's grieving parents. Sandra Inman, at 47 years old, stood out as the only family member who accepted responsibility for her part in the tragic events. She maintained that the plan to intimidate Summer was entirely her own idea. In a deeply emotional moment before sentencing, Sandra, overcome with tears, faced Summer's parents and begged for their forgiveness. Her speech, though broken by sobs and a quivering voice, clearly expressed remorse. Sandra admitted she saw Summer as a daughter and regretted her catastrophic decision. In 2012, the verdict was handed down. All three members of the Inman family were convicted. Bill and Will Inman received life sentences without the possibility of parole. Sandra Inman also got a life sentence but with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. However, among friends and church members familiar with the family's dynamics, doubts arose about Sandra being the mastermind behind the crime. It was commonly known that Bill had a dominant role in the family and usually made final decisions on all matters. Will, on his part, was seen as a pampered child whose desires were always met by his parents. Those close to the family speculated that Sandra's confession might have been a strategic move to reduce legal consequences for her husband and son. Currently, Alex and Alana are being raised by Summer's family. For quite some time, it was hard to explain to these grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. 16-year-old Kim Bryant lived in Las Vegas, Nevada in 1979. Attended Western High School. January 26, 1979 started out normal for Kim as she went to school. Thereafter, she went to a Dairy Queen restaurant near North Decatur Boulevard and U.S. Highway 95. Later in the day, when she did not arrive back home, her family got worried and called the police. An extensive search for Kim was then launched. Almost a month later, on February 20th, 1979, Kim's body was found in the desert. She had been indecently assaulted. Investigators collected DNA evidence belonging to the suspect from her body, but were unable to make an identity. Ortham is a Texas-based laboratory. They conducted genealogical research on the sample. Their testing led to a relative of the suspect who agreed to give a second sample. In late November of 2021, investigators announced that they had identified Johnny Blake Peterson as the person responsible for taking Kim's life. At the time of the crime, Johnny was 19 years old. He previously attended the same high school as Kim. Johnny passed away in 1993. He was never considered a suspect until it was discovered that his DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene back in 1979. Lieutenant Ray Spencer said during the press conference, 10 days ago, "We were notified that the genealogical profile built by Ortham Labs based on the DNA recovered from the body of Kim Bryant at autopsy revealed that Johnny Blake Peterson is responsible." Ray Spencer also read a statement from Kim's father, Edward Elliott, in which he thanked the investigators for never giving up on the case. "Kim was a beautiful girl with a bright future, and it makes me happy that something is being done to help solve cases such as hers." Kimberly Murga, the director of laboratory services for the Las Vegas police, said this, "We first attempted DNA on this particular case back in 2008. We were not able to get a DNA profile. Technology has continued to advance and revolutionize. We again attempted DNA on different items of evidence in January of this year. We were able to obtain a foreign male DNA profile on some evidence, and we put the DNA profile on the CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System, and at that time we obtained no hits. That's when the department turned to advanced genetic genealogy testing. It is not known if Kim and Johnny knew each other. 19-year-old Pamela Dorrington lived in Helena in 1968. She graduated from Helena High School and was working as a surgical tech at St. Peter's Hospital. Pamela was described as quiet but popular with plenty of friends. She loved animals, including her dog and horse, and was interested in languages with a hope of studying to become an interpreter. Pamela was last seen on the evening of February 16, 1968 at a restaurant in Helena. The next day, she was reported missing when her friends and family could not reach her. For months, law enforcement officers, family and friends looked for her, with flyers of her put up across the northwest region of the country. About 4 months after Pamela was last seen on June 13, 1968, the custodian of the gates of the Mountains Marina found human remains floating near the dock. After some testing, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to Pamela Dorrington. The man that lived in the apartment below Pamela was questioned by investigators, as he was acting strange, but there was not enough evidence against him, so the case went cold. In December of 2021, 79-year-old Courtney Brooke Atlas confessed to taking Pamela's life. He was the man that lived in the apartment below Pamela. According to him, on the morning of February 17, 1968, he called Pamela and said that there was a water leak in her apartment that needed to be fixed. He then entered her apartment and strangled her. Courtney then stored her body in a barrel at a hangar where he taught flying lessons. Eventually, he moved her body and disposed of the remains by tossing them off the York Bridge, where it was discovered by the custodian. Courtney is already serving a life sentence for taking his wife's life in 1983 and then burning their home down with his wife's body inside. Courtney demanded immunity from prosecution for what he did to Pamela, and then he'll tell them everything. It was discussed with Pamela's family, and then the offer was accepted. It's not really known, though, why Courtney decided to confess after all these years. Pamela's brother Jeff had this to say: "It's very emotional, of course, but it's been a relief and there is a certain amount of closure. I've been thinking about Pam every day for 53 years, and it's so hard to abruptly stop. But I woke up this morning and went, it's a new day. Things are different. It's great, I must say, that the confession was given and now we know what happened and how it happened," noted Jeff Dorrington. It is closure. 22-year-old Diana Hansen lived in Las Vegas, Nevada in 1983. She was a college student and was visiting her parents while on holiday break. At 4:30 p.m. on December 30th, she left her family's home to go on her daily jog. When she did not return, her parents got concerned and called the police. The next day, a construction worker stumbled upon a body in a desert area on West Spring Mountain Road. The body was quickly identified as Diana. The autopsy revealed that she had been indecently assaulted. Detectives were able to recover DNA from her body and preserve it for future use. Police also found signs of a struggle at the crime scene. They believed Diana had been abducted somewhere along her route and then driven to a second location. For the next 38 years, investigators from the Las Vegas Metro Police leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassidy realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and, naturally, Sheila chose an occupation to her liking. She became an operator of intimate phone services. Since she had a truly enchanting voice, men fell for the bait and offered to meet her in person. Among such guys was Kenny County, who at the time of their acquaintance was barely 24 years old. The young man was attractive in appearance, very good-natured and open. He had a low IQ level, due to which he was very gullible. This was exactly the kind of guy LeBar was looking for. Kenny was very close to his mother, on whom he actually depended, but Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, managed to break this connection and literally lure Kenny to herself. She made him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams, about which he informed his relatives, and then moved to live in Sheila's house. But soon Sheila showed the guy her true face, having arranged for him a real torture room in one of the rooms. Each time intimacy inevitably turned into a brutal beating or something worse. Kenny's body was covered with bruises, abrasions, scratches, cuts, and burn marks. But he could not leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila did not allow him to see and communicate with his loved ones, and his family could only guess what was happening to Kenny. The first alarm was raised by neighbors who periodically noticed the guy and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a picture of the young man on her cell phone camera, and later this picture was attached to the case file in court. In the photo, Kenny's condition could be described as deplorable. He was very thin. There were huge bruises under his eye and on his cheek, and his nose was probably broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all these injuries had been inflicted at different times, which suggested that the guy had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were also alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, as it later turned out, for his own cremation. The store employees were so puzzled and even frightened by the guy's appearance that they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila managed to get away with it, and they could not charge her with anything. Soon Kenny stopped contacting his family altogether, and when his worried mother arrived at Labar's house, the owner behaved aggressively and advised to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts ended similarly, at which point Kenny County's family filed a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he may be being held forcibly at the country ranch, a home crematorium, and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and claimed that Kenny had run away because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began visiting them frequently. As evidence, Sheila provided an audio recording in which she asks her lover if his own mother had attacked him, and he quietly gives an affirmative answer. It all seemed more than strange, and the very next day, an officer visiting Sheila secured a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had been on the police's radar many times before, and her name had been linked to another mysterious disappearance of a boyfriend. But over the years, Sheila had never been questioned, and her house and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they did not find Labar at home, but they did see several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires looked strange and were made of improvised materials: a mattress, fragments of wooden furniture, hay, etc., all doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires had bones in it that clearly looked like human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts, reporting all the findings. But that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg compared to what they discovered next. Almost all over the house were found poorly washed traces of blood. It was so much that it seemed as if there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood belonged to at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. I remember hearing her scream, "No, Mommy, no, don't go." After that moment, the full implications of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends, and his family hit me with full force. They will never see them again. Bruce was a great man, Sherry Miller wrote of her husband. He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He just wanted a family. The only man who loved me, and I ordered him killed. In 2022, Sherry gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved with the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. According to Sherry, she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Sherry admitted that she knew about Jerry's tendency toward depression and the briefcase of evidence, but was confident that she would talk herself out of anything and could manipulate the jury and the court. She was so convinced of this that she turned down a plea bargain that could have gotten her 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Sherry, it took a public story to find peace with herself. It's still very hard for me to look in the mirror, realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully get a sense of peace from it. Sherry Miller remains incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Who in one voice called her a crazy, unstable, and extremely violent woman. And Wayne Annis, the third husband, said that the ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. But despite the defense's attempts to convince the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was proven that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. She was found guilty in July 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of ever being released. All of her appeals were rejected. Sheila is now serving her sentence in Florida, at Homestead Correctional Facility, but he's not a murderer. During the final sentencing, excitement gripped the Eckerd parents. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day had taken 2 sons from them at once. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man and even a brother is clearly beyond the bounds of adequate human response. In the biblical story, the brother-killer Cain was banished from paradise as punishment. But he solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Mary Pryor and her husband Leonard lived in Flint, Michigan. They owned Sweet Marie's candy store for many years before selling it. They then moved to Lennon, Michigan to retire. In 1990, Leonard passed away. In the years since his passing, Mary became a fixture in the small village. She was a devout Catholic and often attended church functions. Lennon residents remember seeing her walk from home to the town diner for lunch and dinner most days. On February 27, 1997, Michigan State Police canine teams, taking part in training in the area, found 88-year-old Mary's body in a wooded area near her residence. She had been beaten, strangled, and indecently assaulted. It was a crime that shocked the small Lennon community. Investigators collected DNA of the crime scene that belonged to the suspect. They also conducted hundreds of interviews to gain evidence in the case and followed up on dozens of leads. Quickly, they zeroed in on Michael Burr. He lived in a residence a short walk from Mary's house. Investigators took his DNA sample so that it could be stored, as DNA was not advanced enough at the time to confirm that his matched what was found at the crime scene. Unfortunately, investigators could not gather enough evidence to meet the probable cause standard necessary to charge him in the connection to the case. Recently, the Genesee County Police Department partnered up with Michigan State Police Crime Lab to finally help solve the case. In November of 2021, they were able to match the DNA found at the scene to that of Michael Burr. Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton said, "The DNA evidence shows a 1 in 1.9 octillion chance that Michael was not responsible for what happened to Mary. Ultimately, what we all want here is closure for the victims' families," he said. "We want closure because when you lose a loved one in such a brutal manner, it never goes away from, you never have a peaceful day when you can't stop thinking about it." Michael is currently being held in Genesee County Jail without bond. He is now scheduled for a probable cause hearing in Genesee County District Court on November 24, 2021, when prosecutors will lay out the evidence against him. Not much is known about the next case. 48-year-old Jose Rafael Lero lived in Brooklyn, New York in 1993. On August 17th, he had an argument with an unknown man. The man then fatally shot Jose. Thanks to witnesses, the man was identified as 20-year-old Luis Carmona. Luis fled to the Dominican Republic before he could be arrested. Recently, members of the New York Police Department were able to track down Luis's location. With the help of the local government and the FBI, Luis was arrested. He was then extradited to New York in February 2021. It has not yet been made public why the two men were arguing that fateful day. 17-year-old Patricia Moreno lived in Malden, Massachusetts in 1991. She lived with her foster family in an apartment on Henry Street. This included her foster mother, the mother's 2 teenage daughters, and a boyfriend of one of the daughters, Rodney Daniels. At 3 a.m. on June 20, 1991, police responded to a call from the apartment where Patricia lived. There, they found her face down on the fire escape with a single gunshot wound to the head. She was still breathing but seriously injured. Patricia was then rushed to the hospital, but sadly, succumbed to her injuries. Patricia's foster family and Rodney were all in the apartment at the time that Patricia got shot. Each of them claimed that they heard the shots, but did not see who the shooter was. Rodney claimed that he was asleep in an armchair in the living room when he was awakened by the sound of the shots. He then apparently walked to the fire escape and saw Patricia. The foster mother called the police after the investigators learned that Rodney possessed multiple handguns close to the time and had engaged in threatening behavior toward Patricia in the weeks before her life was taken. While many people were interviewed and leads were followed, no arrests were made and the case went cold. In 2020, the Middlesex County's DA's cold case unit reconstructed Patricia's position on the fire escape. The DA's office then wrote this in a statement. Based on the position of the entry wound and the downward trajectory of the bullet, the path of the bullet was consistent with having been fired by an individual standing in the area of the doorway to the apartment, where the victim had resided with her foster family and where Rodney had been staying that evening. Investigators then began re-interviewing witnesses and located a witness who had been out of the country for a while. That witness lived in the apartment just below Patricia's on the second floor. They said they'd been woken by a loud noise and immediately looked to the fire escape. They provided a description of the person they had seen there, which was consistent with Rodney's appearance. They also said the man immediately retreated into the apartment and closed the door. With the new information, investigators went ahead and obtained a warrant from Malden District Court. With the help of South Fulton Police in Georgia, they arrested Rodney at his home in late September of 2021. He was arraigned in Georgia as a fugitive from justice and is being transported back to Massachusetts. Middlesex District Attorney Marion Ryan had this to say: "After 3 decades, we have taken the first steps today to hold accountable the person we allege took Patricia's life. It is always with mixed emotions that we make these announcements, as we know this will not fill the void caused by the loss of a daughter, a sister, and a friend to many. I do hope that it brings hope to some of the families who are still awaiting answers. This is a case that was solved not by new development in forensic science, but as a result of relentless investigative work and a change in circumstances for some parties involved. We will never give up on a case. This case is emblematic of that. We know whenever we make these announcements, it's bittersweet. On one hand, we are finally able to hold someone accountable. On the other hand, it certainly brings back a well of memories, takes people back to probably what was one of the worst incidents in their lives. Investigators are now looking into the possibility that Patricia's foster family knew that Rodney took her life, but protected him for all these years. 68-year-old Robert Wong lived in Memphis, Tennessee in 2017. He was a retired military man, having worked as an Air National Guardsman. He had been diagnosed with cancer and was receiving treatment. On November 23, 2017, Robert was looking forward to spending Thanksgiving Day with his family, but he wasn't feeling well. His family then went out to an Asian restaurant for their Thanksgiving meal while he stayed at home. When his family returned home, they saw that his blue Honda Odyssey minivan was gone, which was odd because his illness stopped him from driving. His family then found Robert's body on the ground. He had been fatally shot. Because of his stolen vehicle, investigators believe that it was a robbery that went wrong. The vehicle was found the next day a few miles from his home, but there were no clues leading to a suspect. The case went cold until recently. New evidence and witness interviews led detectives to 19-year-old Dallas Perkins. He is currently serving a non-related 7-year prison sentence for aggravated robbery. Dallas was just 15 years old when he took Robert's life. In November of 2021, he was arrested and charged in connection to the case. He is charged as a juvenile and is now awaiting trial. 32-year-old Janet Love lived in Bedford, Texas in 1986. She grew up in a big family in Louisiana, but made her way to Texas when she found work as a ticket agent for Delta Airlines. On April 23, 1986, Janet was working the 3 p.m. to midnight shift at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Thereafter, she went home to her apartment in Bedford. The next day, on April 24th, she did not show up for work. 2 of her coworkers who were concerned made their way inside her apartment to check up on her. Inside her apartment, they found Janet's body. She had been indecently assaulted and shot. Investigators collected DNA evidence from her body that belonged to the suspect. They also interviewed a lot of people but did not gather any useful leads. Recently, the DNA was used to create a DNA profile. It was then submitted to the combined DNA index system, but no matches could be made. Investigators then decided to send the DNA to the University of North Texas in Denton County, where the school's Center for Human Identification made use of genetic genealogy to identify the suspect. Finally, in September of 2021, they identified him as Ray Anthony Chapa. They also linked him to various other crimes. Investigators learned that he lived in a neighboring apartment complex less than 1,000 feet away from Janet. But as far as they could tell, Ray and Janet did not know each other before he took her life. Investigators are unable to arrest him as he passed away in January of 2021 from a terminal illness, but they are 100% sure that he would have been convicted if still alive. Janet's younger sister, Rebecca Roberts, had this to say: "It's probably best that he is not alive and that our family doesn't have to go through a trial and all of the roller coaster of emotions that would come with that. None of it's going to bring her back, but it is some sense of justice." Please say that Ray also lived in Montana and Chicago. It is very possible that he is involved in even more crimes. If you have any additional information, please call the Bedford Police Department at this number. 9-year-old Candace Rogers lived in Spokane, Washington in 1959. Her friends and family called her Candy. Candy was a member of the Campfire Girls, a youth group focused on outdoor activities. On March 6, 1959, she came home from school, played with her dog, ate a cookie, and then set out to sell campfire mints in her neighborhood. When Candy did not return by nightfall, her grandfather, mother, friends, and neighbors started to look for her. Over the next few days, thousands of people started searching for her. This included Marines, airmen, and military aircraft. Sadly, an Air Force helicopter involved in the search crashed and the 3 crew members passed away. On March 21, 1959, 15 days after Candy was last seen, 2 off-duty airmen hunting in the woods about 7 miles from her home noticed a pair of children's shoes. The 2 men informed the police about their finding. The next morning, when that area was searched, Candy's body was found. She had been indecently assaulted and strangled with a piece of her own clothing. It was a crime that rocked Spokane. Hundreds of tips came in, but investigators were unable to identify the person that took Candy's life. All they had was DNA of the suspect found at the crime scene. Sergeant Zach Stormont of the Spokane Police Department described the case in the following way: "But at the same time, nobody ever forgot." Recently, with advances in DNA technology, investigators were able to create a DNA profile from the evidence found at the crime scene back in 1959. They then made use of genetic genealogy and found a relative of the suspect. Investigators then interviewed the relative and took their DNA sample. Finally, in 2021, investigators revealed that they believe John Ray Hoff is the man who took Cindy's life. John grew up in Spokane and had a record of petty juvenile crime. When he was 17, he joined the Army and served in Korea. In 1959, when Candy's life was taken, he was 20 years old and lived about a mile from her home. In 1961, he was convicted of grabbing a woman and tying her up before strangling her. The woman survived and John served 6 months in jail. As a result of the conviction, he was discharged from the Army. John then sold cutlery and worked in a lumberyard. He also married and had children. In 1970, at the age of 31, he took his own life. To make sure that John is responsible for the crime, investigators exhumed his remains. He was buried in the same cemetery as Candy. After some more DNA testing, it was confirmed that John is responsible in November of 2021. Investigators are not sure if John knew Candy, but they did find one connection. John's stepsister was also a campfire girl who served as Candy's big sister in the program. While the identification brought some relief to Candy's surviving relatives, it was agonizing for Sergeant Stormont to have to tell John's widow and 4 children that he is responsible for such a heinous crime. John's daughter Kathy, whose DNA was used to link her father to the crime, said that she felt disbelief, anger, and sadness to learn that her father had been identified as the suspect. She was 9 when he took his own life. It's just really sad to find out. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City to Brian and Cindy Sanderholm. She was the third child of her parents. She had a brother called Jason and a sister called Jennifer. From a young age, Jody was fond of dancing, and although it played a large role in Jody's life, she also did not neglect her studies. She was one of 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. While in high school, Jody was a member of the National Honor Society, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and earned the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award presented by David Steinmetz. She was a member of the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. 2 of those 4 years, she was the captain. Jody was a member instructor of Ark City Dance and a Universal Dance Association instructor. After high school, she attended Cowley College, where she studied pre-pharmacy. While at Cowley, she was a member of the Cowley Tigerette dance line. In 2007, the population of Arkansas City was about 12,000. Jody's parents, like probably other locals, thought it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, after Jody disappeared and the details of what happened to her became known, many began to realize that safety was only an illusion and that man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her car, a Dodge Stratus, to college for a dance rehearsal that was scheduled to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she intended to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she didn't answer, which was highly unusual. Jody always kept in touch with her family, and even if she missed a call, she would call back soon. Cindy had a bad feeling about this. She decided to get off work and go home to see if Jody was all right. When she arrived, she immediately noticed that her daughter's car was not in front of the house, and this only increased her anxiety because Cindy knew that by this time, Jody should have been back from rehearsal. Upon entering the house and looking around, Cindy realized that Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she put in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not there or in the hamper for her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry, although Jody always showered after dance class. It soon became clear that Jody had no contact with her father or older sister, Jennifer, either. She had an appointment at noon, to which she never showed up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she might be. But after the morning rehearsal ended and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine of which Jody was the choreographer. She wouldn't have missed it of her own free will, but she didn't show up either. At about 6 p.m., still unable to learn anything and without waiting for their daughter to return home, Cindy and Brian contacted the police and reported her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately put together flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known whereabouts, and put out an APB on the vehicle she was traveling in. The police learned from Cindy and Brian that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he reported that he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. The police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect because his stay in another state was confirmed. The next day, January 6th, was very eventful. Lori Legleader, Jody's best friend with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, provided the police with important information. They both enrolled at Cowley College, where they went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left work at the Sonic Drive-In in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. Tuesday, January 2nd, and noticed a light blue car drive by the restaurant several times as she left. On her way home, she noticed a car following her in her rear view mirror. "I thought something strange was going on," Lori told the detectives. She decided to see if the car behind her was really following her, so she started turning onto different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the same thing, and it really scared Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, thinking that the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to go back to the parking lot near the police station because she saw the car chasing her again. Lori sat in the car for a while before driving home. She told the detectives that she didn't go to the station because she thought it was someone else's stupid prank, but that wasn't really all. On Friday, January 5th, the Tigerette dance line was rehearsing at the college. According to Lori, she and Jody got there around the same time and, as usual, parked not far from each other. Lori spotted the light blue car again. What's more, she recognized the man behind the wheel. It was a local resident, 23-year-old Justin Thurber. Lori did not know him personally, but had seen him several times in the company of his older brother and his friends. Lori and Jody left practice at the same time and were supposed to meet up later, but Jody never showed up for that meeting. Soon, several members of the dance team revealed that they too had seen Justin near the college during the past week. He always sat in his car in the parking lot and just watched. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police had driven all over the city but could not find her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and wooded areas. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from the air. The car was more difficult to hide than a person because of its size, so the police hoped to be able to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it was from a cell tower located near the Kaw Wildlife Area. This is a vast, wooded area along the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Justin Eugene Thurber, who was identified by Lori Legleader and other members of the dance group, was considered as a person who might be involved in the disappearance of Jody Sanderholm. It is important to note here that despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he had been charged with illegal possession of banned substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released. 3 months after that, he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and again found to be in possession of a controlled substance. On December 31, 2006, which was just 6 days before Jody disappeared, Thurber was arrested again for theft. That same day, after paying a $3,000 bail, he was free, having had a merry New Year's Eve. The next day, January 1st, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops came for him, Thurber complained of chest pain and was taken to the hospital instead of the station. Why he was not arrested after his discharge from the hospital remains unclear, nor is it quite clear why he managed to get away with it all the time. A relative of his who works for the Cowley County Police may have contributed to this, but that's only a guess. That same day, January 6th, a police officer saw Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to talk to him. His father invited the officer into the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City, in the morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 of his friend's buddies, whom he did not personally know very well. Next, the 4 of them began driving around the countryside in a car belonging to one of his friend's buddies until the car got stuck on a dirt road near Cedar Vale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked toward Arkansas City, which is about 30 miles from Cedar Vale. After 6 hours, he got tired of walking and called his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed what he said, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty, a couple of miles from Cowley State Fishing Lake. Justin also told the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story wasn't very convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with yet, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Swatzel, who recently ended a 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber often took her to the Kaw Wildlife Area, southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places she and Thurber would visit. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating the disappearance of Jody Sanderholm, she was very surprised and said that Justin had once said that he had begun watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would peep at her when she was swimming in the pool in her backyard and sometimes in the evenings, peek through the window in her room, and wait for her to start changing clothes. Police asked Alexis about her reasons for breaking up with Thurber, to which she said she had broken up with him because he was too abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more and more frequent. On several occasions, she said, during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he could not get aroused any other way. It was becoming more and more obvious to the police by the minute that Justin Thurber might be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police had no evidence to link him to the girl's disappearance. But late in the evening of January 6th, Thurber was arrested anyway. Detective Eric Mata arrested Thurber on bail revocation and suspicion of criminal trespass because the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus where the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber told Mata that he wanted to talk to his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' house with a search warrant. The officers took the shoes Justin had been wearing the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and were drying on a towel. Thurber's father told police he helped his son clean the mud off the shoes. The clothes Justin was wearing when his father picked him up were also recovered. But by this time, he had had time to wash them. The next day, January 7th, searchers trained to identify human activity in rugged terrain set to work in the Kaw Wildlife Area. They found shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber's, as well as several other smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue the search the next day. On the way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered a muddy tire track, muddy shoe prints near a public restroom, mail addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents in a chemical toilet, dance shoes in another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal in the Kaw Wildlife Area. On January 9th, specialists with sonar brought in to survey the bottom of the lake discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the hope of the Sanderholm family also died. Jody's naked body was found under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs at the Kaw Wildlife Area. Authorities found DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to both Jody's car and her body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, so police feared that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partly true. Forensics spent a great many hours before they found a short hair in the interior. Carrie Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, ran mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of Jody Sanderholm's car and concluded that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Lale, an employee of a private DNA testing company, tested samples taken from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and right side of her chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded as a participant, although 99% of the population could have been excluded. Cell tower data showed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same areas at the same time. Lori Legleader, Jody's best friend, said she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she disappeared. When the police looked at the camera footage provided by the college administration, they were convinced that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot at the same time rehearsal was going on, and he left that parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape showed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac. Based on the fact that letters addressed to Jody's parents were found near the lake, investigators speculated that Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she got out to retrieve the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print identical to the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was found. Impressions were found at the Kaw Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were the footprints of Jody's shoes found at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's footprints and Jody's footprints in the preserve were located side by side, walking along them. At one point, the searchers saw that Jody's footprints were interrupted, and Justin's footprints went deep into the woods. This meant that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were also found where the body had been found. All three of the people Justin said he had been with the day of Jody's disappearance denied what he said. They had not seen Thurber that day, which meant his story about the car being stuck near Cedarvale was a fabrication. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedarvale so he could show them where he said he was. Thurber was unable to determine where he said the car was stuck. Back at the police station, Thurber volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative, Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, be present during the questioning. The evidence found was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He himself denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber's attorneys tried to convince the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unable to do so. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for some time, so the judge found the defense claim of his mental retardation unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified at the trial. He said that the first time he looked at the body, he had no doubt that the last hours of Jodi's life were very painful. Her entire body and face were covered with bruises and abrasions. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. It was strangulation that was named as the cause of death of Jodi Sanderholm. I can't say all the information about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jodi. Without going into detail, and at the same time to give you some idea of what happened at the Kaw Wildlife Area, I will say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed the crime with a stick. At trial, in addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, each claiming that the defendant stalked her. One of them was a co-worker of his. In one case, she even had to call the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to go to the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under the windshield wiper of her car saying he liked her and wanted to get to know her better. Several witnesses said they saw Jodi Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Carrie Morris, a friend of Jodi's, noticed that Jodi was sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas City shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man behind the wheel of Jodi's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jodi's cell phone, but received no answer. 2 other women reported seeing a vehicle that looked like Jodi Sanderholm's car while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City around 3 p.m. One of them said the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury reached a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all accounts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Realizing what sentence the judge would hand down, Thurber tried to negotiate a plea bargain. His lawyer told the prosecutor that Justin would plead guilty if he were not given the capital punishment. Jodi's family opposed such a deal. The presiding judge took the jury's decision into consideration and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas signed the Jodi Act, which, among other things, expands police authority over stalking suspects and expands the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Since the sentencing, Justin Thurber has not abandoned his attempts to appeal the court's decision. His attorneys are trying to prove that Thurber is mentally retarded. In 2018, the Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence, citing a Supreme Court of the United States ruling that the execution of defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family said a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Jodi's mother, Cindy Sanderholm, sat in the courtroom 11 years after her daughter's passing. She said that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, and this should show that he was competent. "That's sick. It's just sick," Cindy said. "It tells you that he is competent enough to reach out to people and write letters. He knows what he is doing. I'm sure she, Jodi, pleaded for her life, and he didn't give it to her. She didn't get a second choice. She didn't get a second chance," she added. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to seek appointment by the Cowley County District Court of an attorney to assist in post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, even 16 years after Jodi Sanderholm's passing, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It should also be noted that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last time anyone was executed in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, besides Thurber, 9 other people have been sentenced to death, but no sentence has been was in the area of Little Rush Run. The Chaos divers knew that the Ohio River was the nearest body of water. Then the diving teams decided to search for Brian and Joni there. It was November 11th. With their motorboats, the Chaos divers team was ready to search for Brian and Joni. They used their sonar technology and magnet to find the vehicle. The diving angels jumped into the water and the sky started to turn dark. Fortunately, the mild light from the sky was enough for the diving angels to read the license plate they had found. It was an Ohio license plate that read EYA 7482 and it belonged to Brian. The diving angels notified the FBI and Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Crime Scene Unit, and Jefferson County officials, and they discussed the recovery of the vehicle. Finally, they planned to pull the vehicle out of the water the following day. When the sun's rays hit the early morning hours in Ohio State, the diving angels found that the license plate belonged to a light blue 1990 Oldsmobile 88 four-door sedan. The sedan was submerged in 8 feet of water about 15 feet off of the shoreline. The vanished couple strapped in their seat belts. The diving team found the vehicle just 1 mile south of where the couple's cell phone pinged. The vehicle was in a shallow portion of the river off Old Route 7. So the Jefferson County officials and chaos divers carefully pulled the car out with human remains. The officials mentioned that the autopsies had to be completed to confirm identities and determine the causes of death. Then the Jefferson County officials added that a team of forensic experts would process the vehicle to gather evidence. And finally, the medical examiner confirmed that the corpses belonged to Brian and Joni. After being missing for more than 3 years, the discovery of the bodies of Joni Davis and Brian Goff finally brought some closure. Throughout the case, the law enforcement became friendly with the Chaos Divers team, and one of the sheriffs on the case took the diving angels to dinner. Also, the Toronto Fire Department helped the diving team with a cylinder refill. It was a sweet gesture that the Chaos Divers fully deserved. Mysterious Hook salutes the Chaos Divers team and the law enforcement officials involved for their commitment. Rarely do we come across such selfless individuals who strive persistently to bring closure to the family of the disappeared ones. You will always have our support, Chaos Divers and all real-life heroes. Due to the people's outstanding support, such volunteer search teams have solved many missing person cold cases. So, let's make it possible for the selfless heroes to provide free services to families in law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. Case of Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and vanished without a trace. How often do laws enacted at the state level or the rules and policies of individual companies designed to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing harm rather than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide the location of a missing girl citing privacy laws. In reality, however, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying the process. Although tragically, it was too late to assist the girl. In other cases, timely access to such data could save someone's life. The case of young Kelsey Smith, who was tragically killed just a month after celebrating her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States, but also captured the attention of the world, as it was widely reported in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded location, and her body, bearing signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey took almost a week due to the inability to track her movements through her cell phone signal. This circumstance led to much debate and set a precedent that resulted in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's look at Kelsey Smith's story from the beginning and try to understand how she was abducted right outside a shopping center under the watch of dozens of surveillance cameras and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also explore the personality of the abductor and criminal who was considered by all to be a loving husband and caring father. Who is Edwin Hall? We will begin our examination of this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, friends knew him as Jack Hall, was born in 1981, April 17th in the small town of Lee's Summit, located almost on the border of the states of Missouri and Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income and extremely disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was hard, if not to say harsh. The parents of the boy used large quantities of hot drinks and illegal substances, did not engage in the upbringing of children and mistreated them. Later, Hall will tell about the fact that at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but unequivocally confirm or deny this statement is simply not possible. Many thought that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client look like a victim of circumstances at the trial and try to mitigate his punishment. But be that as it may, at the age of 6, Edwin found himself in an orphanage after his father was behind bars and his mother was deprived of parental rights. In the following years, the boy changed several foster families. But each time he was abandoned after a while and returned back to the orphanage. This was due to the uncontrolled aggression of the child, as well as his cruelty. From an early age, Hall showed sadistic tendencies towards animals. He liked to torture them and watch the suffering. The boy did not recognize anyone's authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole and ran away from home. His last foster family returned Edwin to state custody at the age of 15. This was after the teenager attacked his stepsister with a knife. Then the tragedy was avoided and the boy was pitted and not prosecuted. However, a year later, he again came to the attention of the police when he deliberately hit another orphanage pupil who was much younger than him on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no record with the police and he seemed to have matured, taken charge, and finally reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Alida, who bore him a son a year and a half later. Edwin got an old Chevrolet truck from the 70s on which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly guy, as well as a good family man. However, he also had another secret life which became known only when Hall found himself in the dock for committing serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey and Smith was born in 1989 on May 3rd in a place called Overland Park, which ranks as the second most populous city in the state of Kansas. She was the third of 5 children in the large and very close-knit family of Gregory and Missy Smith. Growing up alongside her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings, Katie and Zach. She was very close to all of them. The family patriarch, Gregory "Greg" Smith, was a former military man and a veteran of the United States Navy. He had also served in the police force for over 2 decades and was now enjoying his well-deserved retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Missy Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having worked for many years at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly managed to balance work with raising her numerous offspring and creating a cozy home environment. From a young age, Kelsey was an extremely active, sociable, and theatrical child. She loved to sing and dance, attended a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school theater productions and choir performances. In addition to this, she thoroughly enjoyed gymnastics and loved soccer, often attending various sporting events with her father and brothers, and she was a fan of the local team. Young Smith had many friends, possessed a great sense of humor, was talented in numerous areas, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She also had a profound love for animals from childhood and dreamed of going to college after high school to pursue a career as a veterinarian. In her senior years of high school, Kelsey took a job in the local orchestra, where she played the clarinet, performing at various city events. This job allowed her to save enough money in just 6 months to buy her first personal car, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents weren't too fond of the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add some money from the family budget to buy something more recent. However, it was crucial for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she declined their offer. Kelsey's personal life. It's noteworthy that the Smiths went to great lengths to provide their children with the very best, caring deeply for their education and holistic development. However, they also raised their offspring with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone abided by without exception. For instance, all family members were expected to share their plans and always inform each other if they were going to be out late. Kelsey herself was always punctual, never late, and would always tell her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey entered into a romantic relationship with a young man named John Beersmith. According to Kelsey, it was a deep and mutual love at first sight, the kind you read about in books or see in movies. The couple rang in the new year of 2007 together, and from then on were practically inseparable. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost care and respect. Both sets of parents approved of their children's choice and did not stand in the way of their relationship. In May 2007, Kelsey celebrated her 18th birthday. That same month, she graduated from high school and was thrilled to learn that she had been accepted into a prestigious college in Kansas, where she intended to study veterinary medicine. The following days were, without exaggeration, some of the happiest in the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they turned out to be her last. Smith, along with her classmates, attended parties celebrating the end of high school. She had a great time, fully enjoying the festive atmosphere as well as romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she'd achieved everything she had wished for: admission into her dream college, a relationship with a worthy young man who was about to propose, and it seemed a long, happy life lay ahead of her. The disappearance from the mall parking lot. On June 2, 2007, Kelsey and John were preparing to celebrate a significant milestone in their relationship, the 6-month anniversary of when they first started dating. John planned to make the day even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was set to be one of the happiest in their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was meant to be a surprise. She too was looking for a gift to surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, did her makeup, dressed up, and drove her car to a Target Corporation store located just 10 minutes from her home. There was no indication of the tragedy that was about to unfold. Around 7 in the evening, she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John, but needed to find the perfect gift bag for it, preferably something with a romantic touch. Missy suggested checking a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what Kelsey was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and said she would be home soon, where John was supposed to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never made it back home. When John arrived at 8 with a large bouquet of flowers, he was shocked and frightened to find that Kelsey was not there. Her parents were equally terrified, as it was completely out of character for her not to answer phone calls or texts. She vanished in broad daylight, in a busy area, and no one noticed her disappearance. Search and investigation. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to search for their daughter. Upon finding her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, a sliver of hope emerged that Kelsey might still be inside the mall for some unknown reason. However, after searching through all the floors and stores and inquiring with the salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were convinced she was not there. Returning to the car, which appeared undisturbed without any signs of struggle or violence, the father, leveraging his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible the car was part of a crime scene, and it was crucial not to tamper with or destroy any evidence. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police that same day, but were initially met with resistance to start an immediate search. The explanation was that since Kelsey was 18, she wouldn't legally be considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. However, Kelsey's father, not one to back down and using his old connections, insisted on an immediate search for his daughter. Moreover, he made inquiries to see if any hospitals in the city had admitted women matching their daughter's description. Kelsey's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, a standard procedure. Surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then, while talking on the phone, leaving the building to head back to her car. At that moment, she was speaking with her mother, asking where to find a gift bag, and then headed to the mall across the street, following her mother's advice. Essentially, Kelsey simply drove out, turned around, and parked at the Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance almost against the wall. Her car was thoroughly inspected by experts. It seemed untouched from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her backpack with personal items, a tablet, and a wallet containing about $300 in cash was in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. It appeared that the car's owner had left only with her credit card and phone in her pocket, as everything else remained inside the car. No signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were found. There were no foreign fingerprints except for one found on the driver's seatbelt. This fingerprint belonged to neither Kelsey, her relatives, nor her boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been possible through the signal of her mobile phone. By that time, the device itself had become inaccessible, presumably turned off or damaged. But it was still feasible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow down the search area. However, Verizon Communications, the wireless carrier, did not provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but kept promising to look into the matter, effectively dragging out the process. Back in 2007, telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, including the police or FBI, without a specific court order. They cited information privacy laws, and even situations where an individual's safety or life might be at risk were not considered exceptions to this rule. The disturbing stranger. Upon closer examination of the surveillance footage, a chilling detail was uncovered. A mysterious stranger following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he always kept his distance and didn't attempt to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, estimated to be in his early to mid-20s, sporting dark, short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually in a plain white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store roughly half a minute after the girl and followed her through all the sections she visited, maintaining a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all the surveillance cameras that Kelsey was, and later during the trial, the prosecution would describe his behavior as akin to a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and making sure she was alone, followed her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. It's likely that he overheard her conversation with her mother, as he was practically behind Kelsey while she was on the phone. Consequently, he could have learned about her plans to visit the neighboring shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in a poorly chosen spot next to a side door near a storage area where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. While Kelsey was still seated in her car, the truck parked beside her and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her from the driver's side door, and then she, presumably under the threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, and the truck drove off in an unknown direction. Media attention and alert viewers. From the outset, largely thanks to the connections and experience of Gregory Smith, the media were enlisted to cover the investigation. Smith knew that the louder the outcry, the broader the coverage in the press and the more attention it garnered, the higher the chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered not only in national but also in international media, including on the popular show, America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame showing his face most clearly were broadcasted in the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, the police began receiving calls from individuals claiming to have seen the man in various cities and even states. Although most of these reports were mistaken, each one was investigated. On June 6th, a Mrs. Miguez called in, stating she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had hesitated to report it initially due to doubt. However, seeing the information about the truck removed her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Horrific discovery at Longview Lake and suspects arrest. On June 6, 2007, several pivotal events unfolded in the investigation. First, crucial data regarding the last known location of Kelsey's phone signal was finally obtained from Verizon Communications. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, establishing a search radius of 1.1 miles to the north of it. Within 45 minutes of initiating the search operation, the lifeless body of the young woman was found in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, approximately 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiners determined that Kelsey had been brutally assaulted and then strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered without clothing, except for the belt used to strangle her around her neck. After the assault, her body was callously discarded in the bushes, covered only slightly with dry branches. Over the 4 days it lay exposed under the June sun, her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, making them almost unrecognizable. Nonetheless, The examination confirmed that it was indeed the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the main suspect. When the police arrived at the man's residence, he was completely calm, acknowledged that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to provide a statement at the station. During the interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall. Presented with a photograph of Kelsey, he claimed never to have seen her before. Even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him following her closely, he insisted he had merely visited Target for personal reasons and hadn't noticed her, suggesting their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence. Irrefutable evidence. Edwin was evidently confident that he had left no trace behind and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He had assaulted the victim using contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. Therefore, he agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even volunteered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. Crucially, his thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car's seatbelt buckle, becoming a pivotal piece of evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was found with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then officially charged with the abduction, assault, and termination of the young woman's life. Since Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, there arose a question regarding the jurisdiction of the trial. This detail was significantly important as it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the possibility of capital punishment. Trial and Sentence Hall, realizing the gravity of his situation and after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He recounted how he noticed Kelsey as she entered the store and followed her. Indeed, he was close enough to overhear her phone conversation, learning she planned to visit the shopping center across the street. Edwin made sure Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a secluded spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, waited for the victim to return to her car, and prevented her from closing the door as she was getting into the driver's seat. Apparently, she had already pulled out the seatbelt, but he didn't allow her to buckle up, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he placed the pistol barrel in the unfortunate girl's mouth, coercing her to move to his vehicle's driver's seat under threat. Smith drove Hall's truck while he aimed the weapon at her and instructed where to go. Upon reaching a remote area at the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. There, he assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and covered her body with branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence, and hid the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at his home, confident it would never be found. When asked about his motive, he couldn't provide a clear explanation, but indifferently commented on her fantastic legs. Additionally, during the investigation, several other women and girls victimized by Hall's actions came forward. As a result, charges of corruption of a minor, harassment, and theft were added to the existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to appeal to the court's sympathy, highlighting his client's troubled childhood, past victimhood, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only person to speak on the defendant's behalf and support him. Hall's wife was present at all court hearings, but sat quietly in a corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences without the possibility of parole. After hearing the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions and then broke down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas. The Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which hesitated for 4 days to provide data regarding the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the absence of a court order, the issuance of which would take time. Although it was later determined that this information wouldn't have saved young Smith, in other situations, it could help preserve the lives and health of individuals in danger. This led to the enactment of the Kelsey Smith Act by Kansas in 2009, mandating telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when there is a risk of death or serious physical harm to the individual. An additional 29 states, including Missouri by 2012, adopted similar legislation. In 2021, Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois also passed the Kelsey-Smith Act. Since its enactment, this law has helped save many lives. For instance, in 2015 in Lenexa, Kansas, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat, the police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the mobile phone left on the back seat by the child's mother. In 2021 in Illinois, a similar method was used to find a young woman who attempted to end her life by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with significant injuries. Prompt tracking of her phone signal led to her rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family never requested the law to be named after their deceased daughter. The idea came from Kansas Senator Rob Olson. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to assist crime victims and continues to raise awareness among young people about safety issues. Early in May 2022, the Danville police were notified that a 26-year-old woman and mother of two named Abigail Brandenburg was missing from her home in Danville, Illinois. She was last seen driving up the Denmark Road Bridge early one night in May, never to be seen again. Her fiancé and two young children were worried for days regarding her whereabouts, knowing that her mental health had gotten worse in the days before she went missing. Several days passed by and the family grew increasingly concerned for her well-being. It appeared that she had driven off into the night, leaving no trace behind, or so they thought. What happened to Abigail Brandenburg? Where did she go that fateful Thursday night? What brought the chaos divers onto the scene to help? Nestled in the heart of Vermilion River County, Illinois lies Danville, a quiet little town home to an abundance of parks and recreational activities available for its small number of residents. The quiet town is known for many of its remarkable historic sites, giving visitors lots to see. Danville is home to Lake Vermilion, a 1,000-acre reservoir popular for fishing and water activities. No one would suspect that Lake Vermilion would also be associated with a great deal of sadness and pain. Abigail Marie Brandenburg was born in Danville, Illinois to Nathan and Julie Brandenburg. A warm and generous person, Abigail was a well-liked child who blossomed into a headstrong and successful woman. She graduated from her high school Schlarman Academy in 2013 and went on to obtain her bachelor's degree from Indiana State University and Danville Area Community College. Abigail had two children, all while pursuing higher education, but that didn't stop her from being a completely hands-on and fully devoted mother and partner. She spent time with her two young daughters doing arts and crafts and going on walks with her fiancé, to whom she was newly engaged. She was known to her small circle of friends as being a gentle and soft-spoken person that had the ability to light up any room she entered. Unfortunately for Abigail, she had demons of her own, with many circumstances in her life causing a rapid deterioration of her mental health. Her worsening mental health became too much of a burden for her to bear, and she began to have thoughts of taking her own life. Despite the love and support from her family, Abigail's suicidal thoughts grew increasingly worse. She was loved and cherished by her family and her friends, and that is why her disappearance on the 5th of May prompted a large community response who were increasingly concerned for her safety and well-being. With her mental health getting to the point it did, many had reasons to be concerned. Groups gathered together in the town of Danville, praying for her safe return. Abigail was reported to have been last seen at 8 p.m. on the 5th, driving across Denmark Road Bridge above the lake. Surveillance cameras had captured her 2009 red Ford Edge going north over Lake Vermilion. The Chaos Divers, a team of rescue divers, were alerted by a subscriber on their channel of Abby's disappearance. The Chaos Divers are a team of rescue and search divers who are often the lifeline to the many families who are looking for answers, sometimes offering more assistance than the authorities themselves. As many of you may know, Chaos Divers are a compassionate group of people who initially started off as an environmental cleanup group aiming to improve aquatic life. Through their many dives, they transformed into a group of selfless, where they shared the additional details that would help them with their search for Abby. The Chaos Divers team explained to the family how they would be conducting the search on their boats with the necessary sonar equipment. They began their search of Vermilion Lake since her car was last spotted traveling on the Denmark Road Bridge. The team began by investigating established boat ramps and boat docks, as this is usually where most evidence is found. They explored the area around the lake, picked up a signal on their sonar equipment. Not too far along into the search, the team of divers noticed a gaping hole in the trees on the other side of the boat dock. The shrubs and trees appeared fresh, as though something had driven through them. This immediately signaled to the team of experts that something was out of place and needed to be investigated. The divers approached this section of trees and immediately sensed an anomaly in the water and detected the presence of a large metal object. Through their sonar readings, they could tell that the car they had detected was submerged in the water upside down. Could this be the missing forward edge that belonged to Abigail Brandenburg? The investigation continued and the search team looked for more answers. The team of divers was almost certain that they had found the missing vehicle and dropped their mega life in the water to capture a clearer image of what lay beneath. They discerned that there was a vehicle there and it was upside down. The team met back with the family at the boat dock to discuss their findings and outline the next steps they would take. Britain from Depths of History and Jacob from the Chaos Divers team dressed in their diving gear to explore the vehicle that they found. The divers made their way from the dark to the marker line that had been set up by the team venturing through the murky waters of Lake Vermilion. A short while later, the divers found the license plate of the Ford Echo on the dock, signifying with absolute certainty that the car they had discovered at the bottom of Vermilion Lake was in fact Abby's. The divers presented the plate to the family, who confirmed it was Abigail's. From that moment onwards, the next steps were to carefully extract the car from the lake. The local law enforcement of Danville arrived, along with the county's own dive team, preparing for the removal of the car. The team at Chaos Divers shared all their information and findings so that the authorities could navigate the water with ease. It was an extremely daunting task, as the car was upside down and would have to be carefully maneuvered. Abigail Brandenburg's car was extracted from the water, and they found her body inside her vehicle. An autopsy was conducted on her body after it was extracted from the lake. The authorities have not yet announced the cause of death, but have remarked they found no reason to suspect foul play. The details of this case are still being investigated. Despite the trauma of losing Abigail, had it not been for the team of Chaos Divers, the family would have gone on for years without any closure. It cannot be easy for these divers to find bodies and pieces of evidence that point to no signs of life. It is essential then to look at the positives, such as helping a family find the answers that they had been looking for. Jacob from Chaos Divers remarked that the body was not found anywhere near a boat ramp, indicating to them that she did not want to be found. Abigail Brandenburg is no longer in pain, but leaves behind a grieving family who miss her every day. The assistance of experts like the Chaos Divers and Depths of History brings so many families the much-needed closure they require to move on. We thank the team at Chaos Divers and Depths of History who voluntarily perform such selfless service. It's only due to support that volunteer search teams have been able to solve crimes that have been cold for decades. So let's make it possible for Chaos Divers and Depths of History to provide their services. Please head on over to their channel. Support them by buying their merchandise or directly donating. It is only because of them that so many families finally have some peace of mind. We hope that cases like this bring a sense of hope to many who hope for the closure that they don't have. It was the hottest month of the year in Oak Ridge, Tennessee in 2005. And it was the year when Miriam Ruth Hemphill, a woman from Tennessee, lost her daughter. On a fine Friday, Miriam took her beige or bronze-colored 1999 Buick LeSabre with the license plate ABA 676 and began to drive. But neither her husband, Bill Hemphill, nor Miriam ever saw her again. What happened to Miriam Ruth Hemphill in Oak Ridge? Did she commit suicide due to the loss of her daughter? What made the Depths of History and Exploring with Nug enter the scene? The city is known for Melton Hill Lake. It is a place for relaxation and recreation. Anglers cast their lines out to capture bass. Boaters leave ripples in their wake as they cut through the calm surface. Rowers from all around the nation go to compete in elite events. But Melton Hill Lake in Anderson County has a darker side that everyone was unaware of. The captain of the Oak Ridge Police Department had stated that the water seemed to draw those who wanted to end their lives. It is an excellent location to visit and sit by the lake. But regrettably, in a few instances, people have met their end in that lake. Melton Hill Lake and its surrounding bodies of water have experienced such sadness. Many police forces near a lake or river reported crimes or fatalities connected to the water. However, Melton Hill Lake has received more coverage recently. A newborn boy's body with his umbilical cord still connected was discovered in the lake in March 2020. The mother was suspected to be a young girl. In addition, authorities were aware of at least a half-dozen automobiles currently resting on the bottom of the lake, frequently used as a disposal site for unwanted or stolen vehicles. Many times, cars drove off the road and landed right into the water. While Melton Hill Lake was turning into a crime spot, another discovery connected to the 16-year-old mysterious disappearance case was made. It was the disappearance of Miriam Hemphill. Who was Miriam Hemphill, and how did she end up in the lake? Well, to find out, we need to go back to 2005. Our story began in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. 84-year-old Miriam Hemphill was living in there with her husband, Bill Hemphill. They both had a daughter named Connie Chapek. Everything seemed fine for the Hemphill family until 2005. Unfortunately, the initial months of 2005 brought misfortune to the family. First, Bill and Miriam's 44-year-old daughter, Connie Chapek, was found dead inside her car in a university parking lot in Dayton, Ohio. The news devastated Miriam and her family, and Connie's death was ruled a suicide. A few months later, on July 22, 2005, and months after Connie's demise, Miriam took her 1999 Buick LeSabre with the license plate number ABA 676 and began driving. Hours passed, but there were still no signs of Miriam or her car. Bill Hemphill thought she had vanished and immediately reported her disappearance to the officials. Bill contacted the officials and told them that Miriam had disappeared with her car. He added that Miriam left behind a note for him that alluded to their daughter who had committed suicide 3 months earlier. When the officials questioned Bill about Miriam and her whereabouts, Bill described her as an exceptionally social individual with an excellent memory who had been recently active in her church. Bill mentioned that Miriam didn't take extra clothes during her disappearance. All that she had was very little money. Also, while going through her activities, they noticed that Miriam had made no transactions using her bank accounts or credit cards since her disappearance. After gathering all the information, the officials marked Miriam's case as a disappearance case and started to look for Miriam and her car. Authorities had wondered if Miriam might be in the lake somewhere. So the Oak Ridge Police and the Blunt Special Operations Response Team, or BSORT, searched parts of Melton Lake for her. But the case soon went cold. Years went by, but there were no leads. Miriam's husband left their Kingsley Road house. As time went by, began to believe that Miriam could have committed because she could not take the loss of their dead daughter. Bill passed away in 2016 without knowing what happened to Miriam. After 16 years, the case was still unsolved. Nobody anticipated the unexpected turn this disappearance case would take in November 2021. Exploring with NUG and Depths of History were behind the new leads. Exploring with NUG. Exploring with NUG are compassionate people who started out as an environmental cleanup and later transformed into selfless heroes. These diverse always believed that many people disappearing with their vehicles for an extended period had a high possibility of being found in nearby bodies of water. As a result, they were gaining an international reputation. While dedicating their time to finding missing people, Miriam Hemphill's case got their attention since Oak Ridge was close enough to North Georgia. They also thought that there were enough clues to solve the case. In Miriam's case, all the indicators showed the diving angels that she could be in a body of water. And so when they looked deeper into it, there was a big lake near town, and it was Melton Hill Lake. The Exploring with NUG team partnered with Depths of History while searching for Miriam and her vehicle. The diving angels used sonar, which can outline objects of interest resting on a bottom of a lake. Sonar revealed 4 vehicles of interest. Of the 4 cars, they hit pay dirt on the third one, which was 25 feet down. Unfortunately, it was not something people could spot from the surface with the naked eye. Zebra mussels, a notorious nuisance in Melton Hill Lake, had covered the vehicle. Nevertheless, it was a sure sign that the car had been there many years. Often the water seemed so cloudy that it was hard to see beyond a foot in front of you. A diver swam to one end, brushed away the mussels, and discovered an easily readable Tennessee license plate, ABA 676. It was Miriam's car. At that moment, the divers understood that they could find Miriam's car more easily than the police could since they had sonar technology. The diving team even had the luxury of hours and days of free time that the police might not have had. Once the vehicle was verified, the diving angels alerted Oak Ridge police. Miriam's car sagged under the weight of thousands of mussels as the tow truck pulled it out and put it on a truck. The rescuers had tried to lift the vehicle with airbags to counter the weight of the mussels. However, they tore apart as they were trying to bring them up. The official said they had never seen anything like that come out in one piece. Later that night, the entire crew pulled the car out of Melton Hill Lake with human remains. A 16-year-old mystery was finally solved with the discovery of a vehicle towed from a lake in Tennessee. Police in Oak Ridge also confirmed that the car was registered to 84-year-old Miriam Hemphill, who went missing in 2005. However, authorities can't be sure how the car ended up there. The officials applauded the divers for their work. Authorities said they were awaiting test results to see if the remains in the car were in fact Miriam Hemphill in the hopes of finally giving her family some long-awaited answers about what happened to her. Mysterious Hook would like to honor the depths of history and exploring with NUG team for their dedication. It is infrequent to see such selfless people worldwide who tirelessly work to bring families closure. Search and recovery dive teams including Depths of History and Exploring with NUG had the chance to bring out closure to the families of disappeared loved ones lost underwater. Due to people's outstanding support, they are solving missing person cold cases. So let's make it possible for them to provide this free service to families and law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. Ben Rank was just 29 years old when he was found deceased in his renowned snake breeding facility. Benjamin Blue Birch Rank was born in August 1987 in Missouri. He grew up in the countryside alongside his family. Ben had an older brother, Sam, with whom he shared a very close bond. In 1989, the Rank family moved to a picturesque farmhouse. The boys spent a lot of their time outdoors, and it was then that Ben began to take an interest in snakes. A tragic incident in September 1992 triggered a series of unfortunate events. The family was away when a gas leak occurred, leading to an explosion in their beautiful home. The Ranks were forced to move into a trailer. After some time, Ben's mother Kim was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Despite these hardships, the family overcame them. They were very close-knit and always supported each other. In any situation, recovering from previous tragedies, in 2002 they moved to a new home, where a special room was designed for Ben to keep his snakes. In 2009, after a long battle with cancer, Kim passed away. Before her death, she made her sons promise to look after the farm and pass it on to their children. As time went by, Ben's love for snakes knew no bounds, and the young man founded Renwick Reptiles, which soon gained recognition. This allowed him to sell snakes worldwide, from the United Kingdom to Japan. Breeding snakes became the meaning of his life. He was described as a great breeder who was devoted to his work, caring more about the snakes than the money. The reptile farm bred a multitude of reptilian subspecies, growing and reproducing both the most common species and some of the rarest subspecies on Earth. Ben's reptiles were of immense value. Just a portion of his python collection was valued at over $1 million. Ben was a solitary man who had long aspired to start a. In 2010, at a party, he met a woman named Lindley. Their relationship moved forward quickly. Within weeks, Ben introduced his girlfriend to his brother Sam and Sam's fiancé, Eli. Eli and Lindley had sons from previous relationships, so they found common ground quickly and became friends. Lindley soon became part of the Rank family. The couple began living together. Lindley helped Ben at the snake breeding farm. They were in love and lived as a full family. In March 2012, Lindley gave birth to their daughter Amelia. Ben was thrilled to become a father. However, the happy family life faced challenges again. Frank Renck, Ben's father, encountered significant business troubles. Previously, he had engaged in fraudulent stock transactions to cover medical bills and Kim's treatment expenses. Just a day before the FBI planned to visit the farm, Frank took his own life. Frank's passing halted the investigation. The sons were deeply affected by another parental loss, but managed to pull through by supporting each other. Ben inherited the house and farm, while Sam received an amount of money far exceeding the house's value. Each brother had their own family and children, but this didn't stop them from living as one big family in their parents' home. They lived together harmoniously, with Sam spending his inheritance on repairing the farm without hesitation. Initially, things were fine, but soon financial disputes caused friction between the brothers after their father's death. Ben focused on his business and family and decided to formalize his relationship with Lindley. On April 14, 2014, they married officially, adding Lindley as a full-fledged member of the Renck household. Ben and Lindley also opened a second business, a spa named Essentia Spa Incorporated, but it faced financial difficulties under Lindley's management. Financial issues often led to arguments between them, despite Lindley's hard work being insufficient to cover all salon expenses consistently. At the same time, Sam and his wife faced significant financial challenges. Ben allowed them to sell some of the furniture of the house. Lindley disapproved, leading to a rift between the families. The relationship was irreparably damaged. Ben decided to improve the family's financial situation by arranging to sell some rare reptiles for a significant sum. However, the deal fell through due to a tragedy that occurred on the farm. On June 8, 2017, Lindley walked into one of the farm's barns. There, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay Ben. Lindley called her brother Sam for help and dialed the emergency number. She reported that she had found her husband unconscious on the ground. During the conversation, Lindley dropped the phone and ran outside. Sam continued the conversation and confirmed that his brother was dead. Sam suggested that a snake might be to blame for what had happened. Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies were called to the snake breeding facility for the first time in a long while. Law enforcement officers were afraid to enter the farm facing over 3,000 snakes and having to conduct an examination of a man lying in blood, wary of a possible attack from a deadly viper believed to be the assailant. However, when coroner Dave Colbert arrived and took a closer look, he discovered a shell casings on a shelf at eye level. This was something far more sinister than a venomous snake bite. Shell casings were found near the body, but no weapon was discovered. The assailant had shot Ben multiple times in the back and head. None of the relatives heard shots or saw the attacker. Sam and Lindley were taken to the sheriff's office for questioning. Lindley suggested that Sam might be involved in her husband's death, even citing a motive. Apparently, Ben wanted to sell the house, but Sam was opposed. Sam was asked to undergo a lie detector test, which he passed. The police had no reason to detain Lindley and Sam, so they were released. The investigation into who might have wanted Ben Renck dead began with various theories proposed, the first being robbery. But it remained unconfirmed, as none of the rare snakes were missing and all valuable items remained untouched. Just days after Ben's demise, police interrogated Lindley again and tested her hands and clothing for gunpowder residue. However, results came back negative. Following her husband's funeral, Lindley ceased communication with Sam and Eli altogether. She sold her husband's business, inherited the house, and sought to claim a life insurance payout for Ben worth $1 million. After receiving the insurance money, Lindley planned to sell the Rennick family home for $740,000. Sam's family was notified about the eviction. Discovering the rapid insurance claim and business sale following her husband's passing, Sam Rennick suspected his brother's wife in the tragic event. Sharing his suspicions with investigators, Lindley was called in for another interrogation. There she admitted to having complex relations with Ben and occasionally meeting with a man named Eric. Eric had an alibi, so he was excluded from the list of suspects. Lindley's admissions were startling. It turned out about 3 years after their marriage was officially registered, she was unfaithful to Ben with at least 2 different men. Messages between the couple showed that Ben suspected his wife of infidelity, which had indeed strained their relationship lately. On October 5, 2017, the Missouri State Highway Patrol conducted a polygraph test on Lindley and informed her that she had failed it. However, without solid evidence linking her to the crime, she was released. Nevertheless, the investigation into Ben Rennick's case slowed but did not cease. Later investigators learned that a month before Ben Rennick's passing, Lindley had made her first attempt on his life. She concocted a story of Ben being a cruel tyrant who oppressed her daily and even physically assaulted her. She shared the story with a spa salon coworker to garner support and assistance. They plotted to end Ben's life by giving him a poisonous protein shake laced with 15 Percocet pills. Unaware, Ben drank it. He fell severely ill during that period but survived, oblivious to having been poisoned. Lindley Rennick was interrogated by investigators 6 times in total, and further assistance in the investigation came unexpectedly. On January 14, 2020, information from a state prison emerged. A witness claimed to know about Ben Rennick's death. The witness was Brandon Blackwell. He told Missouri State Highway Patrol investigators that Lindley had shot Ben and conspired with her ex-boyfriend. Brandon mentioned that he had dated Lindley while she was married to Ben. 1.5 years after Ben's death, they had a child together, but by 2019, they had separated. Brandon claimed that Lindley confessed to the act and conspired with her Sparkland coworker, Ashley Shaw, and another ex-boyfriend, Michael Humphrey. Years after Ben's demise, Lindley Rennick and her former boyfriend Michael Humphrey were arrested for his death. However, following their arrest, Lindley and Humphrey pointed fingers at each other. So who really pulled the trigger? According to Michael's testimony on the day of the event, he went to the farm with Lindley, who asked him to pose as a buyer. He put on gloves and was supposed to shoot Ben, but couldn't do it. Eventually, Lindley took the gun and shot her husband herself. The investigation into Ben Rennick's death continued for 3 long years. On January 16, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Lindley Rennick, Michael Humphrey, and Ashley Shaw. Ashley was offered immunity in exchange for her cooperation and testified against her boss. The former Sparkland employee shared that Lindley had complained about her husband and convinced her to assist in a plan. She claimed that Ben was constantly belittling, demeaning, and even physically harming her. Fearing divorce would lead to Ben gaining custody of her children, Lindley decided to eliminate him. Planning together to poison him with a lethal cocktail during questioning, Lindley and Michael accused each other of Ben's demise. In October 2021, Michael Humphrey faced trial in Ine County. His lawyers hoped that revealing the murder weapon would lead to a second-degree murder charge. Despite possessing the gun, no conclusive DNA evidence was found on it. To lessen his sentence, Michael Humphrey made a deal with the prosecution by disclosing the location of the murder weapon. His cooperation led to a life sentence on a less severe charge of second-degree murder without defense at the trial. On January 3, 2021, Michael Humphrey was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The against Lindley Rennick began on December 6, 2021. She was charged with the shooting and demise of Ben Rennick on June 8, 2017, at his snake breeding facility in New Florence. Court documents stated that the plot to end Ben Rennick's life originated in Lindley's spa salon. The probable cause statement mentioned that Ben was aware of Lindley's financial troubles and that Lindley feared Ben could take her children away. This led her to fabricate a story of domestic abuse. The first attempt to end Ben Rennick involved a protein shake laced with narcotics. Search warrants for Ben and Lindley Rennick's Facebook accounts confirmed the protein shake story and Ben's awareness of Lindley's financial issues. The court hearing detailed the events of the day when Ben Rennick was killed, fully reconstructing the sequence of events through cross-examination. On the day of the incident, Michael Humphrey picked up Lindley from the spa salon, while Shaw sent text messages from Lindley's phone inside the spa to conceal their true location and mislead the investigation. According to court documents, Humphrey intended to end Ben's life but asked Lindley to do it. After firing shots, Humphrey collected most of the casings but missed some in his haste. He also disposed of Lindley's clothing after returning to the spa, where Lindley took a shower, which helped avoid detection of gunpowder residue on her hands and clothes. Defense attorney Catherine Barrere asked Lindley Rennick to share her personal and family history, education, relationship with ex-boyfriend Michael Humphrey, work history, and the lead-up to her marriage with Ben Rennick. This was aimed at portraying her as a victim of domestic violence. However, no evidence of such violence was found, undermining this defense narrative. Michael Humphrey was part of a group that allegedly planned to end Ben Rennick's life. Lindley Rennick described her relationship with Humphrey as codependent, involving his drug dealing and her addiction. She ended her relationship with Humphrey at the end of 2010, according to previous witness statements, but reconnected with him about a month before Ben Rennick's death. Lindley Rennick firmly denied the prosecution's allegations regarding the alleged plans to end Ben Rennick's life. This included the supposed failed attempt to poison Ben with a protein shake containing narcotics. The couple faced financial and marital difficulties. The spa center wasn't doing well, and contractual deals for selling snakes had yet to provide financial benefits. In court, Lindley admitted to having extramarital relationships with several men, expressing deep regret for her actions. By the time she considered discussing divorce, she was unsure who to turn to given her father's history with divorce and his strong views on both divorce and affairs. Seeking someone to support her in her conversation with Ben, she reached out to past boyfriends and reconnected with Michael Humphrey. During cross-examination by the prosecution, Lindley confessed to willingly participating in her husband's death and intentionally concealing Michael Humphrey's involvement. She cited marital difficulties, including disputes, alleged physical and sexual abuse by Ben, and the stress associated with his snake breeding business. Lindley feared Ben and worried about his reaction whenever she brought up the topic of divorce. On June 8, 2017, she brought Michael Humphrey to the farm that day. She claimed her presence at the farm was not meant to end her husband's life, but rather to discuss a divorce. Lindley mentioned taking out some trash from Ben before entering the nursery where she saw Humphrey and Ben washing their hands. Lindley described being unable to hear their conversation as she was preoccupied with how she would tell Ben she wanted a divorce. Her voice trembled while recounting seeing Humphrey draw a pistol and shoot her husband. Hence, she heard more shots. Reality hit hard. When Lindley returned to the snake breeding facility and found Ben's body, she called Ben's brother Sam, who arrived soon after. They checked for a pulse and whether Ben was breathing, hoping he might still be alive. Lindley expressed regret for not immediately informing police that she had been at the breeding facility earlier with Michael Humphrey. The life insurance policy that Ben had taken out years earlier could have resulted in a payout of $1 million. However, Lindley waived her rights to this money. During the court hearing, Lindley expressed regrets about her ongoing deceit. "I was just trying to escape from the truth of what happened," she stated, clarifying that she never wished for her husband's death. Following the final verdict, Lindley Rennick's defense team chose not to petition for a new trial, and no appeals were filed against her conviction. Lindley Rennick filed a defamation lawsuit against Blackwell, asserting that his statements about her involvement in her husband's death were false. However, prosecutor Kevin Zellner questioned Lindley's testimony during cross-examination. He queried why she didn't check on her husband after hearing gunshots, and why she didn't call 911. Furthermore, he asked why she sent friendly messages to him and Humphrey after the shooting, and continued to lie even when emergency responders got involved. During sentencing for second-degree murder and armed criminal action, Lindley Rennick broke down but did not admit guilt. On December 9, 2021, she was found guilty of second-degree murder. The 33-year-old was sentenced to 13 years for murder and an additional 3 years for armed criminal action in January by Judge Kevin Crane, a total sentence of 16 years. Sam Rennick's final words conveyed deep disappointment. He was astonished that an individual's life in Missouri could be valued at just 13 years. Ben Rennick, a young man brimming with hope and a promising future, found himself in a dire situation due to the actions of one woman. The unpredictable month of April brought the crisp mid-spring weather to Sparta, Tennessee. On the 3rd of April, 2000, 18-year-old Erin Leigh Foster was getting dressed up at home at night. Erin and her high school best friend, Jeremy, took her black Pontiac Grand AM and left to attend a party. Before leaving for the party, they picked up Aaron's brother, Will Foster, earlier from an arcade. Later that night, after attending the party, at around 10 p.m., both of the Tennessee teenagers were about to reach home. But neither Aaron nor Jeremy were seen again. It was said that Will Foster was the last one to see them both. What happened to Aaron Lee Foster and Jeremy Lee Betchel on their way home? Are they still alive? What prompted Exploring with Nug to enter the scene? Sparta is located in White County, Tennessee. It is a fascinating small city with a historically significant downtown neighborhood. The city was named after the ancient Greek city-state Sparta. There are boutiques and fantastic local restaurants. Everything is family-friendly and the city is usually booming in the summer. The Calf Killer River flows through Sparta and brings a much-needed air of tranquility to the city. Our story begins here in this peaceful spot in river country. On February 28, 1982, a baby girl was born to Cecil Aaron and Lee and Williams Foster named Aaron Lee. She grew up as a perfectionist in everything she did. She assisted her mother around the house and helped her dad with mechanical work. Aaron aspired to become an airplane mechanic after high school with her mechanical talents. She had great pride in herself and her family, always willing to help her younger brother, Will Foster, if needed. Aaron was a White County High School student, and it was there that she met Jeremy Lee Betchel. He was born on the 7th of November, 1982 to Ronnie Lee Betchel and the late Rhonda England Betchel Ledbetter in Smithville, Texas. Jeremy loved music. He enjoyed playing and became an athlete in high school. Aaron and Jeremy turned out to be two of White County High School's best friends. Everything seemed normal for Aaron and Jeremy until the year 2000. Sparta was stuck in the middle of the spring season during April. When the sky grew dark on the 3rd of April, 2000, Aaron and Jeremy took Aaron's 1998 black Pontiac Grand AM with the tag 473 EJR and left her home. They were heading to pick up Will from the arcade to go to a local party. At around 10 p.m., they both left. Neither Will nor the teenagers' friends could imagine that they would never see them again after the party. The following day, Aaron's mother, Lee, informed her husband Cecil that their daughter hadn't returned home from the party. However, Cecil persuaded and consoled her by saying that Aaron was planning to move out. Cecil reassured Lee by saying that their daughter probably would be back in a few days. So they both patiently waited. Then one night turned into another and panic sank in. As days passed, the teens' parents grew concerned for their daughter and reported Aaron and Jeremy missing. It was a week after their disappearance that the concerned parents reported their missing teens to the White County Sheriff's Office. When the officials questioned them about the whereabouts of their kids, the teens' family recounted the incidents on the 3rd of April as best as they could remember. The officials started their search and reportedly followed leads that did not have a connection to Aaron or Jeremy. And as expected, it all led to multiple dead ends. The missing case turned into a hopeless situation, and the missing teens' parents weren't satisfied with the investigation, since their children's rooms had never been searched. Also, none of their friends from the party had been brought in for questioning. Nothing could stop the case from turning cold. But 12 long years after Aaron and Jeremy's disappearance, in 2012, White County officials got a tip about two individuals being murdered and left abandoned near a well site. So the police periodically tried to dig up and recover the bodies after they received reports. But unfortunately, nothing came up. After 2012, there were no leads in the case. So understandably, the people in and around Sparta started to give their personal views on that. But nothing seemed to help the families recover their loved ones. Tragically, Jeremy's mother died of cancer without ever knowing what happened to her son. Almost 2 decades after their disappearance, in 2021, a selfless divers team named Exploring with Nug became aware of the case. As many might already know, the underwater scuba diving Angel team has solved the most challenging cold cases while exploring creeks and rivers. The group specializes in employing sonar technology. While every PD looked for clues and tips on the surface, Jeremy Sides and his team looked underwater to bring closure to the missing person's family. As a result, they have become a lifeline for families seeking answers. When Jeremy Sides of Exploring with Nug came across the case, the selfless hero decided to search for Aaron and Jeremy. During the initial search in Sparta, he didn't inform anyone. On the 24th of November 2021, the scuba diver tried to track down evidence in the missing teens case. The first search was an unsuccessful attempt. However, the search video was uploaded, and he told his viewers he would visit again to bring closure. And luckily, one of Aaron's family members saw that video. On the 28th of November 2021, when Aaron's family member was attending the church, she spoke to Sheriff Page, the man in charge. She asked the officer whether he knew Exploring with Nug or had seen his recent video, and the officer said no. So they spoke about the video, and Sheriff Page asked her to send him the link to that website. Eventually, when he got home, Page viewed that video and realized that Exploring with Nug was using an advanced scan sonar technology that their department didn't have access to. Also, he thought sides might have been searching in the wrong area. So after reviewing the case thoroughly, the official found that the missing teens were both lost near Aaron's home. After a close inspection, he also fixed the precise location where the teens had gone missing 21 years ago. It was precisely between the center of Sparta and a big river near Aaron's home. He then contacted the scuba diving team and told them that they had been searching in the wrong area and gave them the correct location, which was the Calf Killer River. The lead investigator also said that while he was keeping the case open, they had ruled out foul play in the deaths. After collecting all essential information from the official, the diving angels changed the search location to Highway 84, Calf Killer River. When Sides came upon the case, he was determined it was worth a trip to the small Tennessee town to see if he would have more success than during his previous efforts. So on the 30th of November 2021, the diving team reached the Calf Killer River and utilized advanced sonar technology to search for any submerged vehicles. It didn't take long for Sides to detect a car. As soon as he spotted the vehicle, he dove in to see it for himself. Then he retrieved the license plate from the vehicle, indicating it was in fact Aaron's car. Sides had also found human remains inside the vehicle. The Calf Killer River was turned into a crime scene. Sides called Sheriff Page as soon as he made the discovery. Sheriff Page contacted Major John Meadows and his team to help them with the identification. They arrived at the crime scene within minutes to investigate, which led to the confirmed identification of the vehicle. While pulling the vehicle out, new questions surfaced about it as it was found 12 feet underwater. There might have been fishing happening there, and the team felt badly that nobody had noticed such a submerged vehicle for 21 years. However, the car was finally pulled out of the water. Some identified human remains were sent to the medical examiner for examination. Page was confident that the remains belonged to the missing teens, and he thought that the highway likely didn't have a guardrail in 2000. The police suspected Aaron and Jeremy had lost control of their vehicle and landed in the water. Aaron and Foster's family were notified after the discovery. The officials felt terrible for the teens' family, both for the loss and for the haunting rumors and horror stories that had been told over the years. Sheriff Page thanked everyone involved, especially Exploring with Nug and Jeremy Sides. Even the local Pizza Hut showed their support by supplying food for the team. Mysterious Hook would like to honor the Exploring with Nug team, who voluntarily performed such selfless service. Unfortunately, we rarely see such altruistic people who tirelessly work to bring in grieving families closure. Due to the people's outstanding support, such volunteer search teams have solved many missing person cold cases. It was the coldest month of the year in Ohio 2022. During these cold and snowy times, the Chaos Divers were called to Ohio to solve the case of a missing woman. The diving team was about to begin a search for a 2005 Suzuki Forenza in the bodies of water with lower visibility. Unfortunately, while the diving team was putting in tireless efforts into finding that vehicle in Ohio Valley, they found 13 vehicles submerged in the bodies of water, including a black-colored Ford F-250 truck. It was a game-changing moment when the Ford found among those 13 vehicles turned out to be a lead in a 23-year-old FBI cold case. Who owned the black-colored Ford F-250 and what was inside it? How knew that the discovery would bring closure to an unsolved 23-year-old FBI cold case of a disappeared older man named Charles Floyd Hanlon? But that was the time when Chaos Divers started to know more about Charles and his mysterious disappearance that haunted his family for 2 decades. Who was Charles Floyd Hanlon? Well, let us go back to 1999 to understand Charles a bit better. It was a blooming season in Bloomingdale, and the calendar pointed to October 10th, 1999. Born in 1940, the 59-year-old Charles was getting himself ready to leave in his four-door extended cab, 1999 Ford pickup truck with Ohio license plate number BGA 4049. His truck's wheels were heading towards Florida to pick up a motorcycle. But soon after that, neither Charles nor his truck were ever found. Also, his family members never heard from him again. After his disappearance, the family members were shocked and immediately notified Jefferson County Sheriff's Office about Charles. When the officials questioned Charles's whereabouts, the family told them he was about to pick up a motorcycle in Florida. The family members added that they had no idea about his whereabouts. Also, they characterized Charles as 5 feet 11 inches, 178 pounds, Caucasian male with brown hair, eyes, and a mustache at the time of his disappearance. They even mentioned that Charles had medical conditions, including asthma and diabetes. Gathering all the information about Charles, officials confirmed that they were searching for him in Bloomingdale, Ohio, but no clues led them to Charles. Also, it was the late 1990s period when there were fewer technological advancements. Such factors contributed to converting the endangered missing person case into a cold one. Decades had gone by since Charles's disappearance, and still his family was left unanswered. After getting to know the mysterious disappearance story of Charles, the diving angels understood that they were connected to one of the most prominent disappeared person cases in the Ohio Valley. Charles would currently be 81, but at least after 23 long years, the angels were kind enough to bring closure to the case. So after finishing their ongoing search for the vanished woman, the Chaos Divers were back in the Ohio Valley with another public-spirited team named the Depths of History. It was their second visit to this area, and they started to dive into the water to get back to the truck. When they got into some of the deeper areas of the Ohio River, of course, they might have felt that it was utterly dark. However, they tried to stand on bedrock. Usually the bottom was mostly gravel if people were diving and got about 10 feet away from the shore. Most of the mud seemed to be near the shoreline. Nevertheless, nothing stopped the diving angels from discovering the vehicles. The first car was a Lincoln Navigator linked to an insurance company, but the second vehicle was one of interest to local law enforcement. The diving angels found the truck similar to the description of the one belonging to Charles Hanlon, a Bloomingdale man who had been missing since 1999. So the Chaos Divers, Depths of History, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, and Toronto Fire pulled out of the river at the Steubenville Marina. Charles's family members, Carolyn Parr, kept one hand on her aunt, Ethel Stevens, and the other on her phone. As the two of them stood on the riverbank, their attention focused on the tow truck pulling a long submerged Ford pickup out of the Ohio River. She felt that they had a lot of unanswered questions, but hopefully the discovery would help them discover what happened to Charles 23 years ago. The family members said that they were excited about this development. But unfortunately, since the truck was too bad a shape, Jefferson County Sheriff Fred Abdallah said it was hard to identify it at the scene correctly. They didn't get any VINs in the normal areas where they would be marked. The vehicle seemed so deteriorated and dirty. So after recovering, they just thought of moving the truck to a secure spot and getting it cleaned up so they could locate the VIN on the engine block or the frame. It was a tedious, time-consuming operation since they were going through every piece of dirt, silt, and debris in that vehicle. Fortunately, they matched the VIN found under years of dirt and debris on the truck's windshield to the VIN Ford Motor Company and had supplied them years ago after Charles had turned up missing. Later that day, Sheriff Fred Abdallah Jr. gave the family members the news that they had waited 23 years to hear. He said that Green's Towing had been positively identified as the 1999 Ford extended truck Charles was driving when he disappeared in October 1999. And after announcing, the officials thought it was heartbreaking and sad for the family, but Charles Hanlon's family would have slept easier that night as they finally got some closure. Finally, the Chaos Divers of Southern Illinois were back in Jefferson County to take another stab at closing the book on some decades-old mysteries of the Ford truck, which they believe belonged to Charles. Ford F-250 come out of the water. He thinks it's a good day to watch. Funded by Facebook and YouTube, their services are provided free of charge. It is a humbling and beautiful thing these diving angels are doing. Also, other teams across the country are doing the same thing, and the teams never stop there. These diving officials also believe that getting those cars out of the river was good for the environment. So after many hardships, the Chaos Divers, Toronto Fire, and the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office marked other vehicles with magnets and floating buoys, pulling several vehicles out of the water. Finally, Green's Towing pulled them out of the rest of the way. Officials confirmed that they found roughly 13 vehicles in the Ohio River from a green buoy to the train bridge. Sheriff Fred Abdella Jr. said that they were ecstatic the Chaos Divers came, but he added that they wouldn't be able to tackle such kind of a project alone. We believe that offering such closure would help the investigators further their investigations and give the families of the disappeared ones some peace and healing time. Mysterious Hook would like to honor the Chaos Divers and Depths of History team who voluntarily performed such selfless service. Their work was a collaboration between the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Toronto Fire, and other local agencies. Due to people's outstanding support, such volunteer search teams have solved missing person cold cases. So let's make it possible for Chaos Divers and Depths of History to provide free service to families and law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. The case of Brett Ryan. Brett grew up in a prosperous and large Canadian family. His parents, Bill and Susan, had 4 sons. Brett's parents tried to teach him through their own actions. His father held a prestigious job at the Toronto Star daily newspaper and had various hobbies like sports, yoga, and psychology. Likewise, Susan was very hardworking. Their entire household rested on her shoulders. She not only devoted time to her husband and children, but also managed the huge house in Toronto's prestigious area without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. Just like his older brothers, Brett went to university after high school. He always aimed to be better than his siblings, so he advertised painting services in a local newspaper for Toronto residents' houses and fences. Initially, things went well. He made his first earnings, and Susan was proud of him, often using him as an example for others. However, making money as a part-time job is one thing. Dropping out of university to spend all your time inhaling paint fumes without proper education is another matter altogether. After some time in university, Brett decided to drop out. For the first couple of years after this decision, Brett still felt confident compared to his older brothers. After a while, when Christopher and Leland graduated and found jobs in their fields, Brett's authority began to wane. Christopher started working for the City of Toronto Transit Commission and Leland became the family artist and designer. Following their studies, they moved out of their parents' home. Brett, to avoid spending part of his earnings on rent, stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother who attended a school for gifted children. With each passing year, Brett grew more desperate due to his mounting debts and his inability to pay them off. He developed depression. By 2007, when Brett was already 26 years old, his debt had ballooned past $60,000. Although Brett was considered an intelligent individual, he did not know how to effectively use his mind. He always put on a cheerful face and helped everyone around him. He was a participant in volunteer initiatives. Consequently, no one could fathom the depth of despair within him. Eventually, a fateful moment arrived when nothing could be done. On October 28, 2007, Brett had no work orders for house painting or any other tasks around the house. Orders were always scarce in the fall, since everyone typically painted their houses in spring or summer. With winter approaching and no prospects for earnings, there was no time to wait. Brett donned all the old clothes he had in his closet, a hat, a long sweater from his older brother, and a scarf knitted by his mother. This particular scarf was comically long. Brett hadn't worn it before, but now found it useful. He wrapped it around his face, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, and headed for the bank, located on the outskirts of his neighborhood. Clutching a thick folder, Brett waited for his turn at the bank. When an employee finally summoned him, he approached her and quietly informed her that he had a gun with him. He instructed her to take all the money out of the bank's cash register and give it to him. The girl, shaken with trembling hands, handed him all the cash from the register. Brett then quietly exited the building to avoid drawing the attention of the guards. Once outside, he ran. Upon counting the stolen money, he realized it amounted to just over $1,000. This sum was far from sufficient to clear his debts. He calculated that robbing about 60 banks would be necessary to meet his financial obligations. Despite how improbable that seemed, he saw no alternative. In the initial days following the robbery, Brett was consumed with fear that the police might track him down. To avoid detection, he refrained from going home and informed his mother that he had a job in a neighboring town. Instead, he spent nights in his car, cautiously approaching his house periodically to check if any police cars were hidden nearby. Each visit confirmed silence and no signs of pursuit. This reassured Brett that his plan was working. The success of the first robbery led to more, a second, a third, and a fourth. Each time, Brett took precautions to change his appearance by wearing different clothes, purchased secondhand or even retrieved from trash, and burning them afterward. He also invested in a fake beard from a costume store, since bank employees always mentioned his beard in their testimonies. News outlets in Toronto began covering stories about the bearded robber, but despite this notoriety, he never managed to gain substantial amounts through these crimes, the most being just $3,000 per robbery. Brett hit a snag when police identified his vehicle on surveillance cameras and traced it back to his residence. Lacking solid evidence for an arrest, law enforcement decided simply to monitor him closely. For about 15 days following this new development, Brett refrained from further robberies, even though no more than 3 or 4 days typically passed between crimes before this. His unusual hiatus led some officers to believe they were tailing an innocent person and wasting resources on a dead end. But then fortune turned in favor of law enforcement. Brett left the house, got into a car, and later exited not far from the bank. Wearing a different and unusual outfit, he entered the branch and remained there for some time. Upon leaving, he was immediately apprehended by the police, who announced that the much-discussed bearded robber had finally been caught. Brett had been under investigation for 7 months and was charged with armed robbery. Interestingly, despite having a gun permit, the bearded robber always entered the bank unarmed. He did not even carry a kitchen knife. In total, he faced 19 charges and was subsequently imprisoned. Brett and his family filed multiple appeals, which led to only 8 of the 19 counts being upheld. However, Brett didn't stop there. At the first opportunity to apply for parole, he submitted a petition. In it, he requested consideration of his severe depression, caused by 2 failed relationships and substantial debt. Additionally, he emphasized that he committed these crimes without intending to harm anyone and without carrying any weapons. His remarks were taken into account. However, to secure early release from prison, he had to undergo sessions with a psychologist. These sessions had a positive impact on Brett's behavior and mindset while incarcerated. During this period, he did not communicate with his family but eventually took steps to mend those relationships. The positive changes in Brett were recognized by the commissioners overseeing his case. Consequently, on November 24, 2010, Brett was released from prison. Nonetheless, this hard-won freedom turned out to be more challenging than anticipated. Before becoming known as Brett the Bank Robber, he was simply a painter burdened with personal struggles. Post-incarceration life proved difficult. Few companies were willing to hire an ex-convict with such a tainted background. Even when hired for house painting services, clients would cancel upon recognizing him as the infamous bearded robber. The social repercussions extended to his family as well. Neighbors who once praised Susan's garden began spreading unpleasant rumors about them. The Ryan family decided to sell their house hastily and move to Scarborough, where Susan started cultivating her new garden afresh. Despite these challenges, Brett managed to find employment at a trading company. However, his salary was modest. His parents also assisted financially in helping him rebuild his life and continue his university education. Brett continued to see a psychologist. Each session, the specialist advised him not to sever ties with his family. The psychologist's advice proved effective. However, Brett's financial situation remained precarious. Then, in September 2011, a significant positive event occurred in his life. He met Kristen Baxter, Kristen was an exceptional girl. She owned an apartment with windows that offered a stunning view of the sea, which provided the young couple with a picturesque landscape to enjoy. She was also athletic, maintaining excellent physical condition. Crucially, she was unconcerned about Brett's past. As a couple, they traveled periodically and had even visited Australia. Brett's parents were delighted to observe his relationship with Kristen flourish. They were confident that Kristen would encourage him to advance in life and secure his place in society. Life seemed to improve for Brett until his father passed away. This loss profoundly affected him and triggered a return of depressive symptoms. Consequently, he had to increase his visits to the psychologist and spend time supporting his mother, both emotionally and financially, despite his limited resources. Realizing that their relationship needed to advance beyond casual dating, given their maturity, Brett decided to make a commitment to Kristen. He had saved some money and discussed his intentions with his mother. He expressed his desire to propose to Kristen, the goal being a memorable proposal she couldn't refuse. Understanding her son's intention, Susan provided additional funds for him to purchase an engagement ring. Notably, the couple had previously discussed their future together, and it was clear that Kristen did not require an extravagant gift or similar symbols of commitment. Brett's proposal to Kristen meant the world to her, signaling his serious intentions. Despite this, he decided to go the extra mile and purchased a gold ring adorned with a sizable diamond for his beloved. Naturally, Kristen accepted his proposal. From there, they began planning their wedding. Brett, agreeing with all of Kristen's decisions, nodded in approval. However, the rising costs and financial implications unsettled him. He started worrying about his career prospects and financial stability. Determined to secure a stable job, Brett found an engineering position at a prominent tech company online. He meticulously prepared his resume and applied for the job. To his delight, he was invited for an interview and subsequently received a job offer. Elated by the news, Brett shared it with Kristen and his mother. Eager to make a good impression at his new job, he asked his mother for money to purchase an expensive suit. As always, she didn't refuse him. Yet, just when everything seemed perfect, Brett received a disappointing call from the company. Their security team had uncovered details of his criminal past, leading them to rescind their offer. This news hit Brett hard. It was like a bolt from the blue. His spirits dropped immediately. Frustration set in as he considered the futility of ongoing interviews, each ending in rejection due to his past. Faced with repeated setbacks, Brett decided that rather than continuing with futile efforts and investing time in studies that seemed pointless due to his tarnished record, he would use the funds allocated for university studies on their wedding instead. Brett thus found himself back where he had recently escaped from, but kept certain truths hidden from loved ones, including dropping out of university and being rejected from the engineering role. He maintained appearances by dressing in professional attire each morning before heading to paint houses, changing clothes en route. To further sustain this facade among friends and family, Brett frequently updated his social media profiles with pictures seemingly originating from an office environment or business events, images sourced off the internet, and would even pretend he was resolving urgent work-related matters during family gatherings by faking phone calls regarding work issues. In September 2016, after a 5-year relationship with Kristen, Brett sought to plan a wedding. He demonstrated a remarkable ability to conceal his true situation, successfully creating the illusion of a stable life. Despite being a common painter, he projected an image of success and prosperity. He agreed to rent an expensive restaurant requiring $100 per guest. The entire Ryan family was thrilled seeing Brett's apparent transformation: a prestigious job, a fancy apartment, and an attractive bride. However, the truth of Brett's deceit was far more complex. With the wedding just a month away, Brett needed funds for the event. He repeatedly borrowed money from his mother until she could no longer assist him financially. Desperate, he even demanded that she seek higher-paying employment. Planning his party for August, he invited all his friends and brothers. As the pressure mounted, he confided in his counselor about his deceptions. He had been lying to his family for a year about working as an engineer at a technology company. The psychologist expressed deep disappointment and advised Brett to come clean to his mother. Though reluctant, Brett eventually told his mother the truth. Her devastation was profound. She had spent years boasting about her wonderful son. She insisted that Brett also confess everything to Kristen, or she would do it herself. His brothers were already aware of the lies and supported their mother's stance. Unable to face telling Kristen the truth himself, a shocking task after barely managing to reveal it to his mother, Brett found himself in an untenable position as the wedding approached. He knew that informing Kristen would prevent the ceremony and considered if honesty might have been better. Facing pressure from all sides, Brett still couldn't admit the truth to Kristen and feared his mother might do so before long. Each time Kristen's phone rang, he tensed up until realizing it was not her discovering the secret, but rather another friend discussing wedding plans. Desperate for resolution and unable to handle the mounting stress any longer, he needed a final solution. He was forbidden to use firearms, so the boy decided that the best way to carry out his plan was to use a crossbow. Besides, it's quite a silent murder weapon. One of his late father's hobbies was bow shooting at targets. He taught Brett how to. Yes, Brett was good at target shooting, though it was unlikely his late father thought his son would use that skill in such a manner. Brett bought a crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store and hid it behind the construction debris lying in Susan's garage. At home, he arranged what he thought was an ingenious alibi invention. He tied a spoon to a fan and set the fan on a timer. When the timer went off, the fan turned on and the spoon moved across the computer keyboard, sending pre-prepared comments to YouTube. From an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed like Brett had spent all day at home watching videos and commenting on them. On the morning of August 25th, Brett, dressed in strange clothes that hid his face, left the house through the back door to avoid security cameras, and took a train to his parents' house. His aim was to eliminate anyone who might disrupt his and Kristen's well-being once and for all. Susan was very surprised at her son's unexpected arrival. She had not been feeling well that day, but Brett, despite his mother's condition, began once again to persuade her, and even demand, that she not tell his future wife anything. The mother categorically refused him. Then Brett began to get angry. Susan sensed something wrong seeing her son's mad eyes, and warned him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way. Brett went berserk. He ran to the garage to get the crossbow, but found that his anger and adrenaline overflowed him with such force that he couldn't even make a shot. Instead, he bludgeoned his mother with the butt of the gun, and finally ensured she was dead by tightening a rope around her neck. After throwing plastic bags over the body, Brett loaded the crossbow with arrows and hid in the bushes, waiting for his brother to arrive. After a while, Christopher arrived and started calling for their mother or brother, but received no response. Only an arrow shot from behind which pierced his neck, causing him to die within minutes. The next victim was Alexander, their youngest brother. As it turns out, Susan had managed to call him too before everything happened. He was also shot in the neck, but either the arrow did not penetrate deeply or it missed vital arteries. Thus, Alexander did not die immediately, but began to scream and call for help. During this time, Leland was in the house, sleeping in his room on the second floor. He had no idea of the carnage occurring in the garage and garden, much less that his own brother was committing the crime. Leland's sleep was disturbed by a scream. Coming downstairs, he saw Brett trying to strangle Alexander. A fight broke out between Leland and Brett. As soon as Leland gained the upper hand and managed to push Brett aside, he ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed in the house. He had nowhere to run. He realized this was the moment he had completely ruined his life. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and wrote Kristen a letter asking her to forgive him. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they saw a bloody Brett sitting next to his equally bloody, but still alive brother Alexander, who would later die in the hospital. Brett himself asked the policeman to handcuff him and take him to the station where he confessed everything. Brett also informed them that his mother's body was hidden under packages in the garage, but it was impossible to help her. At both the police station and later at trial, Brett admitted that he did not intend to kill Susan. His plan was merely to scare her. However, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day since they were witnesses, and if they hadn't arrived, they would still be alive. Almost 10 years ago, he tried justifying everything with his depressive state, but it did not soften his sentence. Despite acknowledging that Brett confessed everything on his own accord and did not hinder the investigation in any way, the judge sentenced him to 3 life terms, 1 for each murder, with parole eligibility in 2041. As for Leland, he is not speaking to reporters but is known throughout Toronto as the sole survivor of that dreadful incident. On June 15, 2023, Chad Dorman returned home early from work and requested that his 3 sons and wife join him in the primary bedroom for a nap. Sometime after they lay down on the bed, Dorman opened his gun safe and retrieved a rifle. Dorman then shot Hunter twice, killing him. His wife began trying to help Hunter while telling the other 2 sons to run. At this point, the stepdaughter, who was watching television, was entering the bedroom and witnessed the first shots. She ran after Clayton, telling him to keep running. Dorman chased him into a nearby field, shot him from behind, and then point blank in the head. The suspect carried Clayton's body back to the house's yard. The stepdaughter then re-entered the house, picked up Chase, and escaped to the road. Dorman followed her and aimed the rifle at her, telling her to put Chase down. He tried to fire but was out of ammunition. Chase ran to his mother, who was now outside in the yard trying to render aid to Clayton. The stepdaughter got away and informed a passerby what her stepfather was doing before continuing to run towards the nearby Monroe Township Fire Department. Dorman then went inside and carried Hunter's body outside, laying him in the yard. He then tried to wrestle Chase from his wife, reportedly biting her in the process. When she managed to grab the rifle, Dorman fired, shooting his wife in the thumb. She dropped Chase, whom Dorman then shot in the head. Dorman then laid Chase's body down next to his brother's and sat on the side stoop of the house, watching his wife try to resuscitate the boys until police arrived at 4:25 p.m. Chad Dorman was born in 1990 in Ohio, USA, and was the cherished only child of Kit and Gloria Dorman. From the start, he was the apple of their eye. Chad had what you'd call a normal childhood. His family was middle class, so he managed to get through elementary and high school without any major issues. He wasn't exactly a standout student, but he got by, passing his classes and staying out of trouble. However, things took a turn once Chad hit adulthood. He started drinking heavily and driving recklessly, which led to numerous traffic tickets and fines. At one point, he even crashed his car and fled the scene, ignoring multiple court summons. The real wake-up call came in 2010 when Chad was accused of domestic violence against his own father. Despite the charges, his father refused to testify against him, not wanting to see his son in trouble, so the case was dismissed. But history repeated itself, as Chad faced another domestic violence accusation, this time from a partner. Like before, the case went nowhere because no one would support the charges, holding on to hope that Chad would change. And change he did, at least for a while after meeting Laura. He fell head over heels for her. Unfazed by her having a daughter, Alexis, from a previous marriage, they soon started a life together, moving to a residential neighborhood in Monroe, Claremont County. The family grew with the arrival of 3 sons, Clayton, Hunter, and Chase. By early 2023, Chad was 32, Laura was 34, Alexis was 16, and the boys were 7, 4, and 3 years old, respectively. The Dormans settled nicely into their peace. 4,000 volunteers joined the efforts, combing through neighborhoods near her home, vacant lots, and larger estates in the vicinity. Police attempted to identify drivers who resembled a sketch of the suspect, but were unsuccessful. Officers aimed to find Polly within 24 hours of her disappearance because finding her alive would become increasingly difficult after that period. The FBI was involved to assist with the investigation, launching their efforts to locate her as quickly as possible. Despite their best efforts, days went by and hope of finding Polly alive started to wane. Police questioned neighbors about any unusual activity on the night Polly was abducted. Several neighbors reported seeing an odd man wandering around the area, but they did not suspect he would kidnap someone from a neighbor's house and thus did not alert emergency services. When police shared a sketch, based on descriptions from Polly's friends with these neighbors, they all confirmed having seen the man. Officers also spoke with all the teachers and staff at Polly's school. They aimed to find out if anyone knew the man, or had any information regarding Polly's disappearance. Alas, no one had any knowledge, and everyone had an alibi for the relevant time period. None of the school staff matched either the sketch or the description provided. The police even compared fibers found in Polly's house with car mats from teacher staff members' cars, but none were a match. As days turned into weeks, the desperation of Polly's family, authorities, and the public increased. There was a growing fear that the man who kidnapped Polly posed a significant threat to society. This added more pressure on the police to resolve the case swiftly. A reward of $200,000 was offered for information leading to Polly's whereabouts, sponsored by actress Winona Ryder, who held a press conference urging for Polly's safe return. The Polly Klaas case had another peculiarity. In 1993, internet use wasn't widespread, nor utilized by law enforcement for search operations or information dissemination. However, 3 California residents took it upon themselves to leverage this new technology for the search effort. They posted pictures of Polly, sketches of her kidnapper, and reward details online. Their efforts eventually reached an estimated 25 million people in the U.S. via various internet forums and communication channels. While the FBI hoped this would be pivotal in their investigation, it didn't yield significant leads. Despite heightened publicity and numerous tips, investigators lacked solid leads. Weeks elapsed since Polly's kidnapping. Frustration grew among investigators as they were unable to identify the kidnapper or obtain a DNA match from evidence collected. This sense of helplessness persisted until receiving an unexpected phone call. A turning point that held promise quickly evaporated into uncertainty. Mark Klaas received a call from someone claiming to be his daughter, Polly. The girl stated she was at a hotel and that her captor had just stepped out briefly, giving her a chance to reach out. Unfortunately, the call was abruptly cut short before any additional details could be gathered. Mark promptly went to the police to inform them about the situation. At that time, the FBI lacked advanced tools to trace previously made calls. Consequently, they waited for another call, hoping to trace it. A few hours later, a second call came in from the same girl who had first spoken to Mark. After receiving this call, the police traced it and were surprised when it led them not to a hotel, but to a residential neighborhood. When officers arrived at the identified house, they knocked and soon discovered it was a prank. A teenage girl, similar in age to Polly, lived there, hence the voice resemblance. She explained her friends had dared her. Rather than taking her to the police station, they asked her parents to monitor her activities and cautioned her against making jokes about such serious matters. On November 28, 1993, nearly 2 months after Polly's disappearance, a woman called the police reporting 3 suspicious objects on a large piece of land she owned. The police and FBI who arrived on site found critical items related to the investigation. A piece of silk matching one from Polly's room, valet ties missing since that night, as mentioned by Eva, and duct tape. This discovery led police to speculate that Polly might be in the vicinity. Further investigation revealed new information. On the day of Polly's disappearance, this same woman had reported strangers frequently trespassing on her extensive wooded property with only a small house and no perimeter fence. The lack of barriers and signage meant many inadvertently wandered onto her land without realizing it was private property. The woman had numerous intruders, but one incident, in particular, stood out. On the night Polly was abducted, a man approached her house in his automobile. His car became stuck in the mud. The nanny, who was caring for the woman's son, first saw the man, but refrained from confronting him due to fear. The homeowner also chose not to approach him, noting an angry expression in his eyes. They then contacted the police. When the officers arrived, they questioned the man about his presence on the property. He stated he was unaware it was private property and expressed willingness to leave quickly, but requested assistance freeing his car from the mud. The officers observed that the man appeared very nervous and scared. He was sweating and seemed possibly drugged. At that time, they lacked the means to conduct a drug test, and since he wasn't being overtly aggressive, they had no grounds for arrest. Consequently, they aided him in extricating his car from the mud, and he eventually drove away. This individual's name was Richard Allen Davis. Richard Allen Davis was born in 1954 in San Francisco, California. His childhood was fraught with violence inflicted by his parents. When Richard was 12 years old, his parents separated. His mother completely disowned him and left him with his father. Richard's father proved to be highly irresponsible, often leaving him alone for extended periods. Sometimes Richard stayed with neighbors or relatives when alone at home became untenable. By his teenage years, Richard started engaging in criminal activities. Stealing things and getting into street fights frequently led to reform school stints. At 17 years old came a significant turning point in Richard's life. He committed a violent robbery that nearly resulted in severe injury to his victim. Faced with two options by the court, reform school or joining the U.S. Army, Richard opted for military service, but lasted less than 2 years before receiving a dishonorable discharge due to continued misconduct and poor behavior. As Richard matured, he continued to encounter problems, and his criminal record grew significantly longer. Around the age of 20, he received a 15 sentence for robbery and kidnapping. Despite this, he served only 1 year of the sentence due to parole for good behavior. At that period, Richard was also troubled by another accusation. Many friends believed that he had been involved in the disappearance, a 19-year-old girl named Marlene. Although the police concluded that she had left voluntarily, her close friends were convinced Richard had a role in her disappearance after they attended a party together. These accusations remained unproven and were largely based on rumors. When Polly disappeared, Richard was on probation and did not have a specific address. In response, the police issued a special bulletin exclusively for officers, urging them to exercise extreme caution. They withheld information from the media to prevent Richard from potentially fleeing California or even leaving the country. Ultimately, on November 13, 1993, Richard was arrested while driving under the influence of alcohol, following a routine traffic stop by an officer. He failed a breathalyzer test. Upon inspection of his identity and photograph, the officer quickly realized that this was the individual linked to the Polygloss kidnapping case. Proceeding with care, the officer informed Richard that he was being arrested for violating his probation due to drunk driving. Without resistance, Richard agreed and was taken into custody. Once at the police station, officers read him his rights and disclosed that he was actually being detained for Polygloss kidnapping. During an extensive interrogation session, Richard eventually admitted to abducting Polly. The police speculated that his confession might have been made under duress. Evidence collected included his palm print, which matched one found at Polly's house perfectly. Carpet fibers from Polly's house were identical to those in his car's carpet as well. Polly's friends were brought in for questioning at the police station, where they unequivocally identified Richard as her abductor, stripling closure to their distressful ordeal. Another piece of silk, identical to the one found in the girl's room, was also discovered in his car, and on the property of the woman who had contacted the police. Everything was against him, so he finally decided to confess. He mentioned that he had been using illegal substances with friends that day and was not feeling well. He made the decision to break into a house in a certain neighborhood to commit a burglary. Richard drove around for some time before arriving in Polly's neighborhood. He noticed an open window in a house and decided to climb in. According to him, he did not plan anything, never saw Polly, never saw her family, nor followed them. Once inside the house, he looked for valuables, but found few items of interest. Just as he was about to leave, Polly opened the bedroom door and saw him. Richard observed that Polly appeared very frightened, so he ultimately decided to take her with him. He stated that he put Polly in his car, began driving, and after a while stopped at a vacant lot. He violated Polly. Following this incident, he resumed driving. When the woman and babysitter saw Richard on private property, Polly was still in the back seat of his car. When police officers helped him pull his vehicle out of the mud, Polly was still alive. This caused much frustration among law enforcement personnel who believed her life could have been saved. Afterwards, Richard said he drove down the highway where he strangled Polly, dug a grave, and left her body there. On December 4th, 1993, Richard informed police about the precise location of the grave where they began their search efforts. 2 months and 3 days after her kidnapping, Polly Kloss's body was located on the side of a highway in a grave dug by Richard himself. Forensic examination revealed little additional information. It confirmed that strangulation was indeed the cause of death, as stated by Richard. Further details could not be determined with precision. However, it is understood that her death occurred roughly around the time she disappeared. Given all the evidence, the man was put on trial for kidnapping, murder, and rape of Polly Kloss. During the trial, Richard had a chance to speak. He not only apologized to the family, but also made a serious accusation against Polly's father, claiming he abused her. Richard stated that she said to him, "Don't do to me what my father does to me." This caused Polly's father to yell and almost stand up to hit him, though he was restrained by others. The defendant's words shocked everyone present, not just because of his accusation and lack of genuine apology, but also because no one believed Polly's father had done such things. Although it wasn't proven, Polly's former partner even defended him. On June 18, 1996, Richard was found guilty of Polly Kloss's kidnapping and murder. In August of that year, he received a death sentence. He attempted to challenge this sentence but failed. Then in 2006, after overdosing on pills in his cell, he was found unconscious but revived and sent back to prison. In 2009, his lawyer tried appealing his conviction to the Supreme Court but was unsuccessful. The Supreme Court confirmed that he should be executed. Richard's attorney mentioned plans for further appeals. As a result of these continued appeals, Richard has remained on death row for several years without being executed. There is hope that once all appeals are exhausted within the next few years, the execution will proceed as planned. Jessica Camilleri, a woman from Sydney, Australia, decapitated her mother in a tragic incident on the night of July 20th, 2019. Having faced humiliation at school due to her apparent cognitive delays and learning difficulties, Jessica retreated into resentment. She developed aggressive behaviors when feeling threatened or when she thought she was being mistreated, which could range from a stranger's glance to her mother's refusal to give her extra food. Her paranoia grew, fueled by an obsession with horror movies like the 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This film, known for its intense violence, was banned in several countries, including Australia and the UK. It's about a group of young people in Texas being chased by chainsaw-wielding cannibals. On that fateful Saturday night, Jessica used 7 kitchen knives to stab her mother in the skull, decapitate her, and then threw her head into a neighbor's yard. After the act, she shockingly asked the police if a doctor could sew her mother's head back on to bring her back to life. Jessica Camilleri was the second daughter of Rita and Vince, an Australian Maltese couple. Unlike her older sister, Christy, Jessica was born with a mental disability. While the average person's IQ ranges between 90 and 110, Jessica's was between 55 and 60, placing her in the bottom 1% and categorizing her mental delay as mild. People with mild intellectual disability often learn to speak, read, write, and do math later than others, but they can still communicate and express themselves in daily life. Jessica was late in reaching developmental milestones like walking, talking, and coordinating movements. Due to her condition, she was enrolled in school much later than her peers, facing early on the discomfort, teasing, and bullying from classmates for being different. Jessica dealt with the resulting stress and anxiety through anger, particularly towards females, and developed intermittent explosive disorder. This condition is marked by sudden repeated outbursts of impulsive, aggressive, and violent behavior, as well as angry verbal eruptions that are grossly out of proportion to the situation. Intermittent explosive disorder usually appears by the age of 6 and intensifies during adolescence and early adulthood. It's not just a normal tantrum, but a mental disorder linked to a lack of serotonin, the mood regulating hormone in the brain. School. Jessica lashed out at students and teachers alike, once biting a male student and refusing to let go, leading to her indefinite suspension and confinement at home under her mother Rita's care. supported by a disability pension. Besides intellectual disability and irrational bursts of fury, Jessica also suffered from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, a chronic brain condition that affects millions of children worldwide and makes it hard to control her behavior. She was also diagnosed with severe bipolar disorder, depression, and anxiety. Furthermore, Jessica had autism spectrum disorders, affecting her judgment, awareness of thoughts, feelings, and empathy towards others. Autism made simple daily activities like shopping, using public transport, banking, and working difficult for her. Jessica had obsessions such as with her 3 favorite numbers, 2, 3, and 5, which she associated with her favorite colors, yellow, green, and purple, respectively. She liked to repeat these numbers to create random phone numbers to dial, often trying to talk to men. Once, she called a family's home in Bangladesh, India, up to 100 times a day, just because she liked their phone number. In 2018, she began harassing the staff of a meat company in Daylesford, England, even threatening the company owner, Matthew Layfield's family, claiming she would decapitate them with a chainsaw. Jessica's fascination with horror movies was another unchecked obsession. She spent hours, days, months, and years rewatching gruesome videos, especially fixated on films like Saw, Jeepers Creepers, and her favorite, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 1974, about young people in Texas chased by chainsaw-wielding cannibals. This movie was banned in several countries, including Australia and the UK, for its violence. When her mother, Rita, restricted her from these films, Jessica would become furious with her. Jessica and her mother Rita lived alone in a house in St. Clair, a suburb of Sydney in New South Wales, Australia. Vince, Jessica's father, divorced Rita during Jessica's teenage years because of the continuous behavioral problems of their daughter. The marriage couldn't withstand Jessica's outbursts, leading to its downfall. Despite Jessica's low self-esteem and her childish and naive personality, she exhibited strong narcissistic traits. Deep down, she believed she was unique and deserved special treatment because of her mental disability, which sometimes made her exploitative and egocentric. Rita, however, was unwavering in her care. She knew her daughter had issues, but felt it was her duty to look after and protect her. Rita even reached out to apologize to one of the victims of Jessica's harassing phone calls, admitting she was at her wit's end and unsure how to control her daughter. Although Jessica loved her family, she was especially close to her mother, who catered to all her needs and chose to keep her at home instead of placing her in a psychiatric facility for full-time care. Rita's life revolved around Jessica. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, 1 in 5 Australians, or 20% of the population, approximately 4.8 million people, reported having a mental or behavioral condition between July 2017 and June 2018. Women reported a higher proportion of mental or behavioral conditions than men, and young people aged 15 to 24 had the highest proportion of mental or behavioral conditions. Mental illness refers to a clinically diagnosable disorder that affects a person's cognitive, emotional, or social abilities. It encompasses a range of conditions including depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and psychotic disorders. These conditions significantly impact an individual's emotions and how they interact with their community, affecting not only the individuals themselves, but also their families and caregivers. The tragic event of July 20th, 2019 was not an isolated incident. 6 years before the calamity struck the Camilleri family, Jessica had been convicted on a couple of occasions for common assaults, causing actual bodily harm. She had also previously attacked an aunt and her sister's mother-in-law by pulling their hair. However, she was never jailed. Instead, she was always left in the care of the one person who could tolerate her, her mother, Rita. Jessica had also been aggressive towards women in the streets and shopping centers who she perceived as looking at her wrongly or making her feel ashamed. She was once barred from a doctor's office after becoming paranoid and violent towards another patient in the waiting room. In early 2018, during a visit to the hospital with Rita, Jessica attacked a nurse. Jessica was admitted to a mental health unit for 9 days due to a severe mood disorder episode and was treated with lithium for supposed bipolar disorder, along with antipsychotic medications. By the end of 2018, About 6 months before the crime, Jessica had stopped taking her medication and started using natural remedies to manage her conditions. Rita was so desperate that she paid $2,500 to a medium on Queen Street in St. Mary's, a western suburb of Sydney, hoping to exorcise the demon she believed was inside Jessica. Rita's family and friends repeatedly warned her about the dangers of living with Jessica, but Rita insisted her daughter wouldn't harm a fly. Christy, Jessica's older sister, described their mother Rita as having a heart of gold, always putting others before herself, including Jessica, who repeatedly refused professional help. Rita's sister also recognized Rita's unconditional love for Jessica and often expressed concern that Jessica might harm her. However, Rita's motherly love blinded her to these warnings, ignoring them even the day before the fatal attack when she had to take Jessica to a police station because her daughter had made threatening calls to strangers again. On July 20th, 2019, Jessica felt humiliated by her mother in front of a man who merely walked past them in a parking lot. After visiting her sister, the two women returned home. Jessica asked her mother to order another round of food from Red Rooster, but Rita refused. Jessica then called the restaurant herself 3 times at 9:18 to 9:20, and finally at 9:21 p.m. Jessica also asked her mother to call a doctor to come to their house. Rita complied, but the doctor fled the home, terrified by Jessica's behavior, which chased him until he managed to escape in his car. Rita, out of patience and options, told Jessica she would call the emergency number and request an ambulance to take her immediately to the mental health care system. Jessica's worst episode of rage was about to unfold. That night of July 20th, 2019, 57-year-old Rita was dragged by her hair to the kitchen of her own home by Jessica. Using 7 meat cleavers, 4 of which broke, Jessica stabbed her mother over 100 times in the head and neck. This act of mutilation was driven by more than uncontrollable anger. It reflected Jessica's macabre curiosity, influenced by her obsession with the horror films she watched daily. The forensic pathologist's autopsy revealed that Rita had suffered monumental injuries to her head and neck and died from multiple stab wounds with decapitation at the second vertebra in her upper neck. Rita's body also had over 90 defensive wounds, indicating she was conscious for a significant part of the attack, experiencing extreme physical pain and emotional terror from what her daughter, whom she had devotedly cared for, was doing. During this gruesome scene, Jessica's nephew, the 4-year-old son of her older sister, Christy, was present. He had been under Rita's care for a few days due to Jessica's seeming improvement. The boy witnessed Jessica stabbing his grandmother multiple times and decapitating her. When he tried to intervene, Jessica, whom he called the little bastard, slightly injured him in the head. The young boy started vomiting upon witnessing the horrific scene. After killing her mother, Jessica called the emergency number from Rita's cell phone and confessed to murdering her mother, claiming self-defense, alleging that Rita had attacked her first. Jessica felt she had to act fast and began repeatedly stabbing her mother. After decapitating and stabbing her mother over 100 times, Jessica dumped the head in a nearby neighbor's front yard. When the police arrived at the house in St. Clair, Sydney, New South Wales, Jessica was outside, her clothes stained with Rita's blood, holding a water bottle. She showed no remorse for her actions, only worrying about what would happen to her next. Jessica asked the police officers and later the detectives at the crime scene if it was possible to bring someone back to life who had been decapitated, believing in the possibility of medical miracles that could reattach her mother's head. A police officer responded that this idea was rather unrealistic. Yet Jessica insisted, thinking that doctors could perform miraculous surgeries and reattach her mother's head. She also inquired if she would face any consequences, like the death penalty for killing her mother. When told that Australia does not have capital punishment, Jessica felt relieved. She also confessed to the police that the idea of decapitating her mother came from the horror movies she watched compulsively. This chilling conversation was recorded on the body camera of a police officer. When he arrived at the scene at 11:43 p.m. on July 20th, 2019, first responders described the scene as one of the most horrific they had ever encountered. The day after the crime, on July 21st, 2019, Jessica appeared at the court but did not apply for bail. A friend told the media that this was not surprising, as Jessica likely did not understand what bail meant. After a trial highlighting her long history of mental illness, Jessica was found guilty of manslaughter in December 2020, having pleaded not guilty to murder due to disability. In early 2021, she was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months in prison with a non-parole period of 16 years and 2 months, making her eligible for parole on September 19, 2035. The prosecutor told the court that Rita's gruesome murder was the peak of a lifetime of escalating violence from Jessica, progressing from hair pulling to a deadly explosive attack. He also argued that Jessica was assessed as a moderate to high risk of reoffending and remained a continuous danger to the community. Christy, Jessica's older sister, stated that Jessica had killed and butchered their mother, and that she could never forgive her for her actions. Rita's sister hoped that Jessica would receive the necessary help and that Rita could rest in peace, knowing Jessica was cared for by a system that had failed her in life. The case judge offered counseling services to the jury members, acknowledging that the distressing evidence they had heard could stay with them long after the trial. The judge acknowledged that during the jury selection process, many individuals refused to participate in a trial like Jessica's. She also stated that Rita's murder was one of the most severe cases of homicide a court could encounter. She described it as a crime of extraordinary cruelty and brutality, exacerbated by its occurrence in the victim's own home. Jessica's lawyer mentioned that his client had expressed remorse in a letter sent to her family after the crime. In the letter, Jessica admitted that Rita had not hit her and acknowledged that it was her fault that her mother was no longer alive. However, one of the psychiatrists who evaluated her noted that Jessica did not use social gestures to communicate and displayed a rather mild lack of emotion on her face. The psychiatrist also found no signs of schizophrenia or auditory or visual hallucinations in Jessica. The conclusion reached was that Jessica's risk factors could only be managed over the long term with a comprehensive mental health support plan. Jessica was placed in the most stringent unit of the women's section at the correctional complex. Since entering prison, Jessica has continued to cause trouble. On September 9, 2019, just 2 months after her arrival, she threw a teacup at another inmate following a disagreement over food trading. The next day, she was charged with assault at the local court, but received no additional punishment. On October 14, 2019, she attacked another inmate, resulting in 5 days of solitary confinement in her cell. On November 3, 2019, she disobeyed an order, and on July 31, 2020, she damaged property, incurring a fine of $200 Australian. Another assault on November 21, 2020 led to 7 days in solitary. And in January 2021, she was convicted of common assault again without any further sanction. Jessica has defended her actions, stating that no matter what she does or where she goes, other prisoners will make her life miserable. She also mentioned that prison life is tough and not like the outside world. Mental health issues are prevalent among prisoners. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, 40% of Australian prisoners had a diagnosed mental illness in 2018. Furthermore, statistics show that 1 in 5 people with mental illnesses will interact with the criminal justice system at some point in their lives. While there is no direct causal link between having a mental health condition and committing a crime, these figures indicate that many individuals in Australian prisons had pre-existing mental health conditions. Research shows that people with mental illnesses are more likely to commit crimes, particularly those with psychotic disorders, as such episodes can lead to criminal behavior. Symptoms of bipolar disorder can be directly related to criminal acts, and extreme anxiety or stress can increase the likelihood of violent behavior due to heightened anger, agitation, or impulsivity. However, there's another side to this. The prison environment can worsen pre-existing mental health conditions with violence and brutality from other inmates or prison staff, potentially triggering or exacerbating mental health issues. According to the Australia Policy Development Centre, a prison is a dreadful place for someone with a mental illness. In Sydney Supreme Court on May 15, 2023, Justice Peter Hamill dismissed claims that Camillari's sentence was manifestly excessive and that the sentencing judge had been incorrect in assessing the gravity of the crime. Justice Hamill nonetheless ruled that Camillari should be resentenced, with support from Justices Christine Adamson and Richard Kavanaugh. He considered that her behavior of walking into the street with her mother's head and dropping it, as well as asking emergency services personnel whether they could reattach it, demonstrated the extent to which her conduct was divorced from the real world. Based on the evidence of multiple psychiatrists and a psychologist, Justice Hamill found Camilleri had only a simple understanding of moral wrongfulness due to her intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder. He ordered that she be resentenced to a prison term of 16 years with a non-parole period of 12 years. The case of Liga Scriman. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have not been interrupted since ancient times, which is probably why it attracts tourists from all over the planet. But in our story, we will look at India like a coin that has a different image on each side. On April 20th, 2018, at dawn, two young men went fishing down the river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a remote and quiet place. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but his attention was distracted by a pungent, acrid odor that was very close by. They went ashore and followed the odor. Curiosity led them to a horrifying find. There was something that looked like a human body hanging on a tree branch and a skull lying nearby. The guys abandoned the boat and rushed to the nearest village to report the terrible find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers urgently arrived on the spot. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was obvious that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun to decompose. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn off and the skull was found nearby. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, packaged drinking water, and a lighter which probably belonged to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene the same morning. The evidence found was seized, and the remains were sent for examination. The modest remnants of clothing that could be identified on the victim revealed that Liga Scriman, a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim of an accident. But who is Liga Scriman, and what happened to her on the riverbank? Liga Scriman was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large and friendly family, had an older brother and a younger sister. The sisters were very friendly and from childhood shared all joys and hardships with each other. Growing up, Liga moved to Ireland but always maintained close relations with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. It was not love at first sight, as the modest Liga had difficulty in communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew turned into a married couple who made great plans for the future. Despite the fact that Liga worked in a hotel and led a modest lifestyle, she dreamed of opening her own center of yogic retreats in Portugal. Andrew supported his beloved's idea, and together they saved money for 4 years to fulfill their dream. But fate had other plans. In early 2018, Liga was experiencing the effects of an aggravated skin disease that was causing physical and mental discomfort. To help her sister overcome this ailment and restore her emotional state, her sister Ilza invited Liga on a trip. So in February 2018, Liga and Ilza traveled to Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. Kovalam is the premier Ayurvedic resort of Kerala in India. Kovalam, which means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, is a small village offering everything you need for a comfortable and complete rest and treatment. Ayurveda is the oldest system of medical knowledge, which originated more than 5,000 years ago. Ayurveda is based on the universal laws of nature, on the unity of all things in this world. Ayurvedic programs help a person to restore balance and harmony in the body. Panchakarma is the best Ayurvedic program for modern man in Kerala. Panchakarma helps to reboot the body effectively. Most of those who have undergone the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and it is not without reason, as regular Panchakarma not only allows us to get rid of extra pounds, but also adds a couple of decades of healthy life. Since 1985, Ayurveda has been recognized by the World Health Organization as the most effective system of alternative medicine in the world. Let us emphasize that all the promised benefits of Ayurveda are only an alternative, not a panacea for healthy longevity. The 33-year-old Liga and her sister came to Kerala in search of spiritual enlightenment, hoping to be cured of depression in one of the Ayurveda centers. Their treatment tour was scheduled for 6 weeks and included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, and nutritional and massage recommendations. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic at Kovalam in Kerala and have already completed their course. On the morning of March 14th, Liga refused to go to yoga class with her sister, explaining that she had a headache. When Isla returned to her room, Liga was not there. With the help of the hotel staff, Liga was able to find out that her sister left the hotel around 11:30 a.m., wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, hired an auto rickshaw, and went to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular destinations for both domestic and international travelers. The sandy beaches of Kovalam are always crowded. However, Liga could not be found there. Liga wandered the beach until late at night, showing her sister's picture, but never heard the long-awaited response that someone had seen her. This was actually strange, as Liga was a tall white girl who definitely stood out, and if she was actually on the beach, someone should have seen her. After searching unsuccessfully, Isla went to the police station to report her sister missing. However, the Indian police officers did not show any sympathy for the missing foreign tourist. On the contrary, they complacently asserted that they would surely find the girl who had strayed, or that she would surely return the next day. They were not even deterred by the fact that Liga, according to her sister, had psychological problems and could be an easy target for criminals. The police registered a case, but the investigation started coldly, or rather, it is more correct to say, did not start at all. Liga had traveled extensively in Kerala, visiting Kollam, Vakala, and finally came to Kovalam. She considered herself a very experienced traveler in India, and this time she took her sister with her to show her the India she loved so much. But the trip turned tragic. After a few days of inaction by the Indian police, Liga started searching on her own. She enlisted the help of friends, and also reported Liga missing to her husband, Andrew, who flew urgently to India. The police investigation intensified after the missing person's husband, Andrew Jordan, and Liga contacted the local press and started an online campaign to find her. Liga also reached out via Twitter to India's Foreign Minister, Sushma Swaraj. "I has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried," she wrote. The desperate sister announced a reward of 100,000 rupees to anyone who could help find Liga or provide any information about her movements that day. Liga and her friend Alexa, who had also traveled to India after hearing about Liga's disappearance, put up posters in the Kovalam beach area where Liga was last seen. Together, they put up flyers and distributed them to people. Numerous locals took an active part in the search for the missing tourist. The important fact remained that Liga suffered from depression and had a hard time interacting with strangers. On the day of her disappearance, she hired an auto rickshaw to reach the beach and was never seen again. She had about 8,000 rupees with her, but no passport, so she could not leave the country. Ashok Kumar, head of the local police station, said that the police had no leads in the case. The police kept saying that the tourist had gone on a bender or eloped and would soon return on her own. However, regular, persistent requests for help from Liga and Andrew forced the police to search for Liga. The search operation was conducted in the Kovalam beach area where Liga Skaney was last seen. Police assumed that she had drowned just as the unidentified body of a woman was found washed ashore at Kachal, in Kanyakumari district. Investigators examined the body along with the missing woman's sister, but the latter did not identify it as her sister. The version of drowning was not confirmed, and the search for Liga continued. Andrew, on the other hand, was convinced that his wife had been kidnapped by local gangs for the purpose of selling her. He tried to infiltrate these gangs to get more information, but was exposed and warned that repeated contact with the gangs would result in him having to leave the country. A month after Liga went missing, there were still no leads to help find the girl. Liga continued to look for her sister. She visited Kovalam beach every day and watched people. On one such day, she spotted a boat and she had a theory. The only way to leave the beach unnoticed was by boat. On April 17, 2018, after a forced hiatus, Andrew returned to India to continue his search. Liga and Andrew entered a new struggle to find Liga Skramana, but her body was still not found. The search was complicated by the fact that Liga was a tourist and a citizen of another country. The Latvian Foreign Ministry said the embassy was in constant contact with Liga's relatives and was also working closely with the Indian police. The Latvian embassy also appealed to the Indian Foreign Ministry with a request for special support in the search for Liga, as well as the Honorary Consul of Latvia in India, whose consular district includes the region where Liga disappeared. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force joined the search for the missing Latvian citizen. The search operation involved NN-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater sonar, and 5 deep-sea divers. But even this extensive effort did not bring the desired result, and Liga remained missing. The search continued, and by this time, all local residents knew about the missing tourist from Latvia. They supported and sympathized with Andrew and Liga. On April 20th, 2018, Liga's phone received the longest-awaited yet most horrific call of her life. A body had been found in the mangrove jungle. She and Andrew drove to the designated spot. The police were waiting for them. For the boat crossing, Liga's heart was pounding like never before. She felt that for the moment she would have to swim the path that Liga had traveled to her demise. On the spot, horror overwhelmed her. Liga saw her sister's clothes. She recognized the shirt and leggings on the body, but the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liga. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why. Liga had gotten to a place that could only be accessed by going through Panader from Samudra Beach. 2 women confirmed that they had witnessed Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl who was being treated for depression and already alone take a boat to a remote place in the forest? The body was shifted to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy, which was captured on video camera. The police said they could not confirm the identity of the body until DNA analysis was completed. According to the city police commissioner, the body was badly mutilated with the head lying nearby. Police tentatively identified the dead woman as missing tourist Liga Screwmain. In favor of the investigators' conclusions is also the fact that Liga's relatives identified the victim by her hair and clothes. One of the versions put forward by rescue services in India was poisoning. There are poisonous pong-pong trees in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally eaten their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by its fruits in Kerala alone. However, this theory seemed nonsensical because the person was found hanging upside down, but there was no head. It is obvious that if Liga had been poisoned, her body would have been in a completely different position, and the head would have been in place. The Indian authorities were talking utter nonsense. Based on the information about Liga's complex psychological problems, the investigators also considered the possibility that Liga had voluntarily taken her own life. Liga feared that the police would try to pass off her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life. Although a rope had been found at the scene, and it could be concluded that the hiker had hanged herself, Liga demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Liga said sarcastically in yet another appeal on the internet. Breathlessly, Liga and the anxious public waited for the results of the forensic tests. The forensic results were overwhelming. The report stated that there were areas of blood pooling in part of Liga Screwmain's brain, as well as bruising in the neck area. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by several people and was killed in an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body probably sustained during the struggle. However, the fact of violence could not be definitively confirmed as the body was in the decomposition stage. There were characteristic injuries on the cartilage in her throat, which indicated that someone had forcefully squeezed her throat. The trauma was severe enough to be fatal, according to forensic experts. There were blood clots in her brain, which confirmed strangulation. They also noted that there were bruises on her neck and legs. A total of 9 wounds were recorded on Liga Screwmain's body. In view of the above, the police no longer considered the version of voluntary death. According to the autopsy, it was determined that Liga was murdered after resisting or struggling. Ilse breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that the police would soon find her sister's killers. But there were complications as well. As part of the investigation, the police began checking out local drug dealers and card players. In addition, during interviews with local residents, 2 women said that they saw Liga walking alone to the place where her body was later found. but the police said they did not fully trust their words. Meanwhile, Liga's relatives have accused Indian police of incompetence, claiming that if the girl had been searched for immediately, the tragedy could have been avoided. The 33-year-old Latvian tourist is believed to have been grabbed from a nearby beach and transported by boat before being strangled. A special team of investigators has begun looking for those responsible for the crime. About 40 suspects were interviewed. However, arrests were planned to be made a few days later, after the law enforcers had enough evidence. The Indian police conducted an investigation that led to the arrest of 2 men, who were eventually accused of killing Ligas Gramian. Police revealed that Ligas Gramian was lured by 2 men, who then abused her before dismembering her body. The alleged assailants, who are now in custody, are local dealers in illegal substances. The suspects fully confessed under torture. Both the accused were pimps and were also dealing in illegal substances, police said. The autopsy did not reveal much evidence because Liga's body was badly decomposed. Andrew Jordan filed a petition in Superior Court for a review of the felony murder case. He believed that more people were involved in the woman's murder. In the petition, he pointed out that both defendants later recanted their pleas of guilty to the crime. According to Jordan, the men may have confessed because they were tortured, which as it turns out is a common practice in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied the murdered woman's common-law husband, Andrew Jordan, a review of the case due to lack of direct evidence. The trial was postponed for 2 months, but Andrew was outraged by this attitude of the authorities. He had earlier accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and attempts to cover up Liga's murder so as not to scare away tourists. Both the suspects' lawyers asked for and got a postponement by law. They have the right to postpone the case once without giving any reason. The more they postponed, the more he was convinced the case was unclean. However, both suspects were in custody. Investigation revealed that 32-year-old Umesh and 28-year-old Ajakumar offered Liga Skani weed, and when she was drugged they used it and then strangled and decapitated her. It is noted that the 2 men apprehended for the murder of Liga Skram had previously committed similar crimes on numerous occasions. Both of them worked for a food delivery company in the Kerala capital and earned money as illegal tour guides in their spare time. Umesh and Ujjan have been charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The place where Liga's corpse was found had earlier served as a pleasure ground for Umesh. He used to take men there. 13 criminal cases have been filed against him, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of Umesh's victims have testified against him. Liga Skran, along with both men, was seen in the area by several people. They were initially silent, but confessed to everything after the body was found. The detainees confessed to police that they committed the murder while attempting violence. They were apprehended, but had previously claimed that they had only seen Liga Skran in Kovalam. The men pleaded guilty after repeated interrogations. On December 6, 2022, the court finally sentenced both men to life in prison. Court also recognized that the criminals must pay compensation to Liga Skan's sister, Ilsa, 65,000 rupees each. We would like to note that there has been a whole series of such crimes in this country recently. Young girls are regularly subjected to violence. The problem of crime in India is very acute. Due to the huge number of sexual acts against minors, the government has introduced the death penalty. It is also worth noting that if the relatives and primarily Liga's sister had not been persistent, had they not involved the press by organizing a press conference and an influential MP, it is obvious that the local police would hardly have seriously investigated the case. At first, a theory was put forward that Liga had allegedly passed away voluntarily, and as it now turns out, this is not the first incident in this very place where Liga was found. After this story, I would like to warn once again all women who are frivolous about the dangers of traveling alone in India. Do not seek spiritual enlightenment in distant, dangerous, and uncharted countries. Take care of yourself. On July 28, 2018, the police arrested Christina, Angelina, and Maria Kakaturian, but nobody could foresee the wave of public outrage that would follow, dividing public opinion in Russia, reminiscent of the polarization seen in the O.J. Simpson case in the United States. The The story of the Khachaturian sisters and their father, Mikhail, began in Azerbaijan, where Mikhail was born in 1962 into a conservative Armenian family deeply rooted in the Orthodox Church and Caucasus traditions. However, history forced them out of their homeland. In February 1988, the Supreme Soviet of the Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Region called for unification with the Armenian SSR, a move that sparked protests and violence in Azerbaijan and Armenia, leading to ethnic clashes in Baku, with Armenians like Mikhail's family fleeing the violence. Mikhail and his family escaped to Moscow, planning to move to America, but family issues delayed their plans, and they stayed in the Russian capital. There, in 1996, he met Aurelia Dunduk, who became his wife and the mother of his children. However, their marriage was far from blissful. Aurelia recounted that Mikhail hit her just before their wedding ceremony, and the abuse continued for 20 years, unabashedly, even in front of others. The Khachaturians lived in a cramped two-bedroom apartment with Mikhail's mother, sister, and nephew, at times housing up to 10 people as Mikhail decided. To friends and acquaintances, Mikhail appeared devoutly religious, adhering to strict religious norms and superstitions, imposing harsh restrictions on his family, especially on Aurelia, whom he barred from working and restricted from going out. The patriarchal views held by the Khachaturians dictated that Aurelia, as a dutiful wife, should stoically endure the beatings. In this oppressive environment, the family grew. Aurelia was just 19 when she became pregnant with her first child, Sergei. Christina was born in 1999, followed by Angelina and then Maria in 2001. Sergei first experienced Mikhail's harsh treatment, which continued with severe beatings under the guise of discipline. After Sergei was thrown out at 16, a similar fate befell Aurelia in 2015. Mikhail kicked her out, forbade her from seeing their daughters, and threatened her life if she tried to contact them. Terrified, Aurelia stayed away, knowing all too well her husband's violent nature. Over 20 years, she suffered abuse and sought police help to no avail. In desperation, she even harmed herself with a knife, but still received no aid. With Aurelia and the eldest son gone, Mikhail's violence intensified towards his daughters, burdening them with unbearable tasks, regular beatings, and cruel treatment, including forced intimacy. He demanded their constant availability, summoning them with a bell at any hour to serve him, fetching water, food, or whatever he demanded, asserting his dominance and control to the extreme. Furthermore, he subjected them to sexual abuse whenever he chose. Following these events, in 2016, Christina, one of the sisters, attempted to take her own life but was resuscitated by doctors. He isolated the girls, negatively affecting their schooling. Maria and Angelina, who were in the same grade, were rarely allowed to attend school in recent years because their father forced them to stay home. The sisters later reported that their father constantly threatened them with various weapons and even installed a camera to watch them when he was away from home. In a shocking example of the mental torment they endured, he forced them to eat the family dog's hair. Shockingly, all this happened in the 21st century in plain view of neighbors, teachers, and the girls, friends, and parents who witnessed Mikhail's violent behavior. Yet, except for the school psychologists who tried to discuss their family situation, the community and school staff chose not to intervene, offering no significant support, a stance not uncommon in Russia. In a broader context, in 2017, under pressure from the Russian Orthodox Church and traditionalists, the parliament passed the slapping law, decriminalizing domestic violence and reducing it to an administrative offense. Thus, it was unsurprising when the psychologist's attempt to discuss the matter with Mikhail was cut short by threats as he guarded his family affairs closely. By 2018, the Khachaturian sisters were virtually imprisoned in their home, suffering their father's physical and psychological abuse, a reality unknown to their mother and brother, but easily deduced from their prior experiences. Tragically, these abuses were normalized by their grandmother and the paternal family, who believed Mikhail was protecting them to ensure they lived honorably. On the night of July 27, 2018, after returning home from medical treatment, 57-year-old Mikhail became enraged over extra expenses and the disorder in the apartment, which he had demanded his daughters manage. He called them one by one, scolded them in a room, and sprayed pepper spray in their faces, causing Christina to faint from a severe asthma attack. After punishing his daughters, Mikhail went to sleep on a couch. At that moment, Angelina and Maria decided they could no longer endure the abuse. One night while their father slept on the couch, 18-year-old Angelina quietly approached and struck him in the head with a hammer. Then, 17-year-old Maria wounded him with a sharp household object he often used to threaten them. Despite their efforts, Mikhail, strong as he was, woke up and tried to fend them off and escape the apartment. Hearing the commotion, 19-year-old Christina, the eldest sister, grabbed the same can of pepper spray her father had used and sprayed him in the face to stop him from catching one of her sisters. Amid the family struggle, Angelina took the sharp weapon from Maria and dealt the final blow to their father, who had tormented them for so long. Minutes later, the three girls made cuts on their arms to simulate defensive wounds as if their father had attacked them. They then called the police and an ambulance. Upon arrival at the apartment building, Moscow authorities found Mikhail's body with the autopsy report noting multiple stab wounds, including cuts on the chest and neck. During the search of the premises, police confiscated numerous weapons owned by Mikhail, including a knife, hammer, crossbow, rifle, 2 air pistols, a traumatic weapon, 16 bullets, and 16 darts. Traumatic weapons, firing rubber or pepper projectiles, cause intense pain but are not usually fatal. The next day, Christina, Angelina, and Maria were arrested as the primary suspects in their father's death. During questioning, they confessed to the crime, citing years of physical, moral, and sexual abuse by Mikhail as their motive, leading investigators to note the hostile personal relationship and prolonged moral suffering caused by the father. On July 29th, the trio was charged with murder without aggravating circumstances. The sisters, Christina, Angelina, and Maria Kakatorian, labeled their father a sex-addicted villain who systematically subjected them to cruel and inhuman treatment and used them as slaves for years. During the investigation, they revealed that he had sexually assaulted all 3 sisters and forced them into incestuous relations against their will. Testimonies from friends and family corroborated over 10 incidents of sexual violence, and a medical examination confirmed the sisters had suffered sexual abuse. Maria, the youngest sister, was declared mentally unstable at the time of the incident and sent for compulsory medical treatment. On July 30th, 2018, a Moscow court held a pretrial detention hearing, extending their detention by 72 hours. During the proceedings, the charges were escalated from simple murder to murder under the Russian Penal Code, indicating a harsher expected sentence. On July 31st, representatives from Moscow's Public Monitoring Commission visited the sisters, who reported that their legal rights had been violated post-arrest. They were not informed of their rights, nor provided with legal counsel during questioning. In early August, the investigation proceeded with weapon examinations and interviews with the sisters' acquaintances. Surveillance footage from the Kakatorian home was also reviewed, and a crime scene reenactment was conducted. Prosecutors concluded that the sisters acted in concert with the youngest, Maria, striking their father at least 35 times with a sharp object. However, their defense lawyers argued for their innocence, emphasizing the constant life-threatening environment imposed by their father, which left them isolated and desperate. On August 2nd, Moscow's court extended their pretrial detention by 2 months. 4 days later, the Central Office of the Investigative Committee took over the case. Russia's Human Rights Commissioner deemed the judicial decision excessive, prompting an appeal from the defense. While in detention, the sisters had the opportunity to study and speak with a psychologist, providing them with support previously denied by their father. By mid-August, the investigation acknowledged Mikhail's immoral actions and confirmed the psychological and sexual abuse. In early September, a mental health examination found the youngest sister unaware of her actions, leading to her transfer to the prison's psychiatric ward. The assessment revealed that the other 2 sisters were mentally healthy, yet they were diagnosed with battered woman syndrome. Despite an initial rejection of house arrest by the court, sisters Maria and Angelina were released from detention by the end of September with a 3-month ban on using the internet and contacting certain relatives in the media. Russian media offered varying accounts of the events, but unanimously reported the sisters had endured long-term physical and sexual abuse by their father. As the court proceedings progressed, the public learned through journalists about the sisters' lifelong suffering. Media outlets released audio recordings and correspondence of the girls, evidencing the extensive violence they endured from Mikhail. Their defense strategy refuted the notion of premeditated conspiracy, focusing instead on the spontaneous nature of their actions, driven by the emotional turmoil they faced. Text from Mikhail's phone, shared by their lawyer on social media, showed him threatening their lives and forcing them into sexual acts, including a specific threat in April 2018 to beat and kill them, accusing them of sexual relations with a friend, and vowing they would die dishonorably. Transcripts from the interrogations painted a grim picture of long-standing mental, physical, and sexual abuse. A circulated video showed Mikhail yelling at and hitting his daughters, blaming them for the apartment's disarray, footage he recorded himself. Simultaneously, the Public Oversight Commission investigated local child protection agencies, following claims from the sisters' lawyers that these organizations failed to act on reports about Mikhail from the girls' school teachers. Although Mikhail had been repeatedly reported to the police, they denied receiving such reports posthumously, attributed by the girl's mother, Aurelia, to Mikhail's connections with local police officials, a claim later corroborated by investigative journalists. Activists noted that women risk severe prison sentences for defending themselves against abusers. In the sisters' case, lawyers and activists argued they were compelled to act in self-defense. In a country where penalties for domestic violence have been softened in recent years, victims are often left with no choice but to defend themselves. However, not everyone believed in the innocence of the young sisters, facing significant skepticism within the conservative sectors of Russian society. The teenagers lacked support from their own family, with several relatives of Mikhail defending him, calling the sisters liars and suggesting the alleged domestic violence was merely a reaction to their provocations. These relatives claimed the sisters had financial motives for killing him. Despite the sisters renouncing their father's inheritance, their grandmother revoked Christina's apartment registration. Their cousin claimed they lied about the beatings to tarnish their father's reputation. An aunt, sister of Michael, asserted there was no evidence of sexual violence, citing medical tests supposedly proving two of the sisters were virgins, and insinuated that the third sister had a secret boyfriend. The Kakaturian sisters case sparked widespread public outcry and was extensively debated on state television. In January, the prosecutor's office confirmed the defense's allegations of the sisters suffering constant beatings, humiliations, threats, and physical and sexual violence, leading to a defensive response. Prosecutors then instructed the investigative committee to reclassify the case from premeditated murder to necessary self-defense. One of the lawyers told the state news agency that this reclassification would likely end the criminal investigation against the sisters, who faced up to 20 years in prison for premeditated murder. However, in a surprising twist, the prosecutor who initially recommended downgrading the case confirmed in March that premeditated murder charges would be pressed against the sisters with no explanation for the drastic change. On June 14, 2019, the charges were elevated to premeditated murder with penalties ranging from 8 to 20 years. The prosecution cited the father's violent actions as the murder motive. In response, the lawyers appealed to the head of the investigative committee, insisting on recognizing self-defense as the primary motive. Investigators sought to extend the sisters' ban on internet use, communication with relatives, and media statements for another month. This ban was extended until July 28 and further prolonged. The case, widely covered by the media, led to large-scale public protests and support demonstrations in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other cities, with activists demanding the reclassification of the case. The sisters gained support from celebrities and journalists, highlighting the significant public backing and outcry against the perceived injustices they faced. However, the march supporting the sisters faced opposition from male activists of a conservative Russian organization, which viewed the young women as cold-blooded criminals. 4 individuals were detained for causing disturbances, 3 of whom were men from this conservative group. Critics, meanwhile, pointed to the sisters' seemingly carefree images on social media. Initially, public pressure seemed to influence the case, leading to an early defense breakthrough on July 11th, with the investigative committee planning to posthumously charge Mikhail for torture, sexual violence, and forced sexual acts. However, By the end of 2019, despite evidence of abuse by their father, the investigative committee announced premeditated murder charges, arguing the attack was planned. Evidenced by the sisters coordinating the assault while their father slept and allegedly preparing the weapon beforehand. The sisters countered that Russian penal law allows for self-defense not only during immediate aggression, but also in ongoing crimes. A 2019 survey found that 47% of Russian women and 33% of Russian men felt the sisters' actions were justified. In early 2020, the Deputy Prosecutor General refused to sign the accusation against the sisters, suggesting the charges should be reclassified as necessary self-defense. Although investigators objected, the General Prosecutor ordered further psychological and psychiatric assessments. By May 13th, additional investigations were completed and the murder charges were reevaluated. In July, the General Prosecutor approved the indictment, leading to the trial's commencement in Moscow on July 31st. The older sisters, Christina and Angelina, were tried together, while Maria, a minor at the time of the crime, was charged after turning 18. At the trial's start, the prosecution sought a communication ban on the accused for at least 6 months. The sisters were restricted from accessing the internet, speaking to the press, contacting trial participants, and joining public events like demonstrations supporting them. In August 2020, the Moscow City Court approved a jury trial for Christina and Angelina's case. Maria was declared unfit for trial with an expectation that prosecutors would seek medical treatment for her in a separate proceeding. Amid this complex legal situation with 3 accused, 2 separate trials, and conflicting legal opinions, a significant twist occurred. On December 4, 2020, Moscow's court ruled the investigators' refusal to initiate criminal proceedings against Mikhail Khachaturian illegal, mandating the start of legal actions against him. Following this, in early February 2021, the Moscow City Court sent Angelina and Christina's case back to the prosecutors pending legal assessment of their father's actions. In March, a posthumous case against Mikhail opened in Moscow's district court for charges of sexual aggression, coercion, and torment, recognizing the sisters as victims. The investigation found Mikhail had manipulated people through intimidation, violence, cruelty, and humiliation, engaging in physical and sexual violence, and exhibiting a disorder or perversion. He also distributed explicit, intimate material of his daughters. However, the lawyer representing the deceased challenged the sexual assault charges, citing a lack of biological evidence and suggesting the daughters could have sent the explicit material from their father's phone, arguing that it was the investigators' responsibility to prove Mikhail sent the videos. By May 29, 2022, the investigation against Mikhail concluded, accusing him of sexual violence, assault, and distributing explicit material. The trial unearthed horrifying details, including forcing his daughters to dig their own graves, highlighting the severe physical and mental harm inflicted on them. This development paved the way for the potential exoneration of the 3 sisters. After a lengthy legal battle, they were finally recognized as victims, offering them a glimmer of hope for regaining their freedom as their crime might be reclassified as self-defense. However, a definitive ruling in Mikhail's trial has yet to be issued. As of April 2024, Christina and Angelina were still under house arrest, awaiting the conclusion of their father's trial. Women's rights advocates argue that the sisters should receive psychological rehabilitation rather than prison sentences. The possibility of dropping charges against all sisters has emerged following a new psychiatric evaluation, which revealed that all of them were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder at the time of the incident. While the Khachaturian sisters await their verdict, their defense lawyers hope their case will be reconsidered by the judiciary and set a precedent in Russian law for the self-defense of abuse victims. The case has sparked significant public outcry and has been a hot topic on Russian television for months, focusing on the abusive father's death and the Moscow police's criticized role for not acting against Mikhail following his ex-wife's reports of physical violence. It was exposed that law enforcement often treats domestic violence as a family issue, providing little to no support to the victims. The case of Ariel Castro, the monster from Cleveland and his captives, is a striking example of brutal criminals hiding behind the facade of normalcy. Maniacs like Castro often appear as good, law-abiding citizens, falling neighbors, friends, colleagues, and even close relatives who were unaware of their double lives. Unlike many, Ariel Castro was never a model family man or worker. He was a tyrant to his wife who chose to stay silent about her suffering. Thus, people around them sincerely viewed Ariel as a good-natured, friendly, and helpful neighbor. This perception shattered in the spring of 2013 when the world learned about the Cleveland monster, who had kept 3 girls captive in his home for 10 years. The revelations shook the country, particularly shocking the local residents, as the missing girls were from the same neighborhood and trusted Castro enough to accept rides from him. Remarkably, Castro even participated in the search efforts for his victims, becoming a volunteer, yet no one suspected him. Let's delve into how this criminal managed to stay hidden in plain sight, continue kidnapping girls, and evade detection. Ariel Rodriguez Castro was born on July 10, 1960 in Yauco, Puerto Rico, as the third of 4 children in a poor family. His parents, Liliana Rodriguez and Pedro Castro, constantly fought and eventually divorced before Ariel started school, leaving his mother to care for him and his siblings, O'Neill, Pedro, and Benita. Struggling to make ends meet, the family moved to Reading, Pennsylvania, in southeastern USA. However, they soon moved to the neighboring state of Ohio, finally settling in Cleveland, a city that at the time welcomed migrants from Latin American countries. Pedro Castro also moved to Cleveland with his new wife and their joint children, settling nearby so the children from his first marriage could freely communicate with their father, which Liliana never forbade. Although their father willingly contacted his older children, he never helped them financially. Liliana later remarried, giving Ariel 4 more siblings. Ariel attended Lincoln West High School in Cleveland, graduating in 1978. He studied music and regularly attended church with his family, presenting as a model Christian, but was a domestic tyrant. In his teens, Ariel met a girl named Grimilda Figueroa, whose family lived across the street. They attended the same school, quickly became friends, and later developed a romantic relationship. For a long time, they lived with their parents because they couldn't afford their own place. In the early 1990s, after saving enough money, the couple moved into a house on Seymour Avenue in southwest Cleveland. This 2-story building, erected in 1890 and later reconstructed, had 4 bedrooms, a dining room, 1 bathroom, and a large unfinished basement. According to Grimilda's sister Alida Caballo, Grimilda complained that her life became a nightmare after moving into the new house. Ariel regularly abused her, both physically and emotionally. Grimilda believed things would improve after marriage and children, but the abuse worsened. She hid bruises and abrasions under her clothes, blaming visible injuries on clumsiness. In 1993, Ariel beat Grimilda so severely that she needed medical attention. Grimilda suffered fractured ribs, a broken nose, and broken arms after being pushed down the stairs by her husband. Despite her severe injuries, she refused to file a police report and the incident was hushed up. After receiving medical attention, she returned to her abusive husband. Ariel remained quiet for a while, fearing police attention, but soon realized he could get away with it and continued to beat his wife. In the mid-1990s, he inflicted a head injury that caused a blood clot and an inoperable tumor. Ariel was arrested, but released a day later, as Grimilda did not press charges, and even requested his release. By the late 1990s, Grimilda, tired of the abuse, filed for divorce, secured custody of their 4 children, Arlene, Antonio, Angie, and Amelia, and moved out. Her nightmare continued, as her ex-husband pursued, blackmailed, and threatened her. Grimilda sought a restraining order, which was issued 3 times but revoked each time. She passed away in late April 2012 from complications related to the brain tumor. By then, her children were grown and independent, but maintained a warm relationship with their father. In the early 2000s, lived alone on Seymour Avenue, worked as a school bus driver, played guitar at city festivals, and was known as a good-natured, hospitable neighbor. Nevertheless, there were oddities in Castro's behavior that went unnoticed. For instance, he was prosecuted several times for traffic violations, including speeding and making dangerous U-turns while driving a school bus. These infractions led to fines and a suspension, culminating in his firing in early 2013 after a maneuver endangered his passengers. Ariel frequently changed musical groups due to tardiness and disrupting rehearsals and concerts. After separating from his wife, he never invited anyone inside his house, though he regularly hosted backyard barbecues. His strangeness did not raise concern. He was seen as eccentric but harmless. No one could have guessed the danger behind his friendly facade. His first victim was Michelle Knight. On August 23, 2002, Ariel decided to kidnap and imprison her. Michelle, born on April 23, 1981, in Cleveland, had a troubled youth, often ran away from home, and had a police record. She became a mother early, but lost custody of her son, who was in a shelter. On that fateful day, she was on her way to court to regain custody of her 2-year-old. Ariel, whom she knew as her neighbor and a school bus driver, offered her a ride. He mentioned having puppies at home and invited her to help find them homes. Trusting him, Michelle agreed, but upon entering his house, the kind man turned into a monster. He severely beat and assaulted her, then chained her in the basement. For days, he starved her, deprived her of water, and repeatedly abused her. She was unable to move and begged for her release, promising silence. When Michelle's mother reported her missing, the police did not prioritize her case. Years later, after the terrible truth came to light, police officers admitted that Michelle Knight's case was not a priority, and limited resources were allocated to the investigation. Firstly, Knight was an adult. Secondly, she had previously left home multiple times. Thirdly, she had legal issues. Most importantly, authorities believed she was avoiding court proceedings related to her son's custody. Michelle's relatives tried to find her through their own efforts, involving neighbors, friends, and anyone concerned. At one point, Ariel Castro even helped post flyers with Michelle's photo around the city, all while she remained a prisoner in his basement. The second victim was Amanda Berry. Castro, convinced he was beyond suspicion, decided to kidnap again in spring 2003. Amanda, born on April 22, 1986, was about to celebrate her 17th birthday, but mysteriously disappeared on April 21, 2003. She was working as a waitress and called home after her shift, promising to be there soon. However, Amanda never arrived, and neither did she appear in the following days, months, or years. As Amanda left the restaurant and headed for the bus stop, Ariel drove up with a seemingly harmless offer of a ride home. Since she had been in the same class as his son for several years, she trusted him and accepted. On the way, he deceived her into entering his house, where he brutally beat her and dragged her to the basement, where Michelle had been held captive for months. Amanda faced the same horrific fate, beaten and starved for several days. This time, he chose 14-year-old Georgina Linda Jesus, who was in the same class as his daughter Arlene and was her best friend. On April 2, 2004, two girls walked out of school together, talked for a while, and then each went to their homes. On the corner of West 105th Street, Gina met Ariel, who promised to take her home. She knew him since childhood, was her best friend's father, so without hesitation she got into his car immediately. Even though it was daytime and no one witnessed the kidnapping, the streets were empty. When it became known that Gina was missing, there was no warning to Amber, making her parents angry. The story aired on the Fox television show, America's Most Wanted, rerun 2 more times in 2005 and 2006. The disappearance was linked to Amanda's kidnapping a year earlier in September. But Castro remained unsuspected. Despite this, he voluntarily participated in the search for the missing girls. He treated Gina like the other victims, keeping them imprisoned in his home. Although a passerby saw a middle-aged Hispanic man and a sketch resembling Castro was drawn, he was never a suspect. For over 10 years, he regularly beat, abused, and starved his victims to mentally break them down, punishing any disobedience or escape attempts to prevent thoughts of death. Running away. Michelle, the first and oldest victim, suffered the most, undergoing public beatings to intimidate others. Finally, He moved them from the dark basement to a second-floor room with a view of the backyard. Knight recalls that she became pregnant by her abuser at least 5 times during her incarceration. However, each time it became obvious Ariel terminated the pregnancy in the most brutal way. He starved the girl and kicked her in the stomach until she miscarried. After one of these tortures, she almost died due to severe bleeding. But on September 3, 2013, just a month after he began serving his life sentence, the Cleveland monster was found hanging from a sheet in his prison cell. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. He was 53 years old at the time of his death. Michelle Knight, after her release, preferred to change her name and place of residence. She did not give interviews, but a few years later published a book in which she recounted all the horrors she had experienced in the Castro home. Her child was adopted after his mother disappeared. The woman later tracked down his adoptive parents, but it is not known whether she was able to establish contact with her now adult son. Barry and Jesus received diplomas from John Marshall High School in 2015 because they never had time to graduate. Gina later volunteered on the Amber Alert Committee, and Barry joined Fox affiliate WJW in Cleveland in 2017, where she hosts a missing persons column. Castro family members disowned Ariel, condemned his actions, and apologized to his victims and their families. The perpetrator's eldest daughter, Amelia, is now serving a 25-year prison sentence for assault and attempting to take a man's life. His youngest daughter, Arlene, apologized to former best friend Gina for the way her father treated her. Castro's son, Antonio, said he had been to his father's house and saw that some rooms were locked and inaccessible, but his parent explained it was because he was saving money on heating. In 2018, Michelle published a book titled Life After Darkness, Finding Healing and Happiness After the Cleveland Kidnappings. De Jesus also wrote a book of memoirs titled Hope, a memoir of survival in Cleveland. There have also been numerous documentary projects and 2 feature films about those horrific events. Prisoners of Cleveland, which was released in 2015, and Kidnapped in Cleveland, which was released in 2021. Ariel Castro's case is one of the most horrifying cases in American criminal history. Castro was convicted of kidnapping, holding, and sexually abusing 3 women for more than a decade in his home. Castro kidnapped Amanda Berry, Gina De Jesus, and Michelle Knight at his home in the Tremont section of Cleveland. He kept them in terrible conditions, imprisoned in small rooms and subjected to physical and mental torture. Finally, Barry managed to escape captivity by banging on the door and calling for help. She and the baby girl she gave birth to in captivity were rescued, along with DeJesus and Knight. When the police arrived, they discovered the brutal tragedy that Castro had caused. Castro was later arrested and convicted of a series of crimes, including rape, illegal arrest, and unresolved murder. He received a sentence of life in prison plus 1,000 years. However, he committed suicide in prison in September 2013, just 2 months after his arrest. This case caused a stir and sparked special interest in the issue of domestic violence and human rights protection. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.